Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
What were you doing here? Mujin pointed to the dining table with an incredulous expression. He was referring to the dazzling array of meat dishes he was eating. However, Mujin's act didn't fool Haiguan. Hee. Are you telling me you came to this tavern in the middle of the red light district just to eat meat? Realizing that his clumsy lie wouldn't work, Mujin decided to reveal the truth, only concealing what was necessary. After all, he needed Haiguan's help for his plan. Actually, I was trying to gather some information about the dark sects and the unorthodox groups that have settled in Nanshan. Although that went out the window the moment you appeared, he thought, but saw no need to say it out loud. Haiguan would understand. Mujin had dressed in expensive silk clothes, bought costly food, and even given a silver coin to the waiter as a tip, all to act like a rich fool. This was to lure out the dark sect or unorthodox forces managing this grand inn. In martial arts novels, wasn't it common for dark sects or unorthodox forces to try and swindle rich young masters? He planned to turn this on its head. That is, until Haiguan showed up. Responding to his companion's question, Mujin now posed one to Haiguan. I've answered your question and bought you a drink. May I ask you for a favor? I've gotten a free drink, so as long as it's within my ability, I'll do it. He. After saying this, Haiguan alternated between drinking Jeomnamkun and Yoa Hong, prompting Mujin to smile slyly. Could you help me with what I'm planning to do? Do you mean catching the dark sect and unorthodox forces? Yes. I refuse. A man who broke the vow of non-killing to deal with the evil deeds of the dark sects and unorthodox forces was refusing this? Mujin's astonishment was evident on his face as he asked again. May I know the reason? It's impossible to completely eradicate the dark sects and unorthodox forces anyway. Human nature is inherently evil. Even if I clear them out, others will simply take their place. Therefore, only target the most vicious ones. Killing every single moderately active individual is a waste of energy. Haiguan clicked his tongue and downed more Jeomnamkun and Yoa Hong. So you purposely didn't hide your presence and came here? An interesting deduction. Well, I won't deny it. If anyone dares to act out knowing I'm here, it means they are either extremely confident in their skills or completely insane. Haiguan's response made Mujin look at him with a peculiar expression. Is he still a Shaolin disciple? Despite being a drunken monk who violated the vow of non-killing, Haiguan at least intended to avoid unnecessary killing. However, Haiguan's values were his values, and this matter needed to be resolved. Moreover, the target this time was indeed worthy of being on Haiguan's kill list. In that regard, you need not worry. The dark sect I am after are human traffickers who kidnap and sell women and children. And how do I know I can trust your words? The information comes from Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang of the Qianryu Sangdan. At Mujin's calm lie, a momentary sharpness flashed in Haiguan's eyes, which had seemed drunken. You're saying you're tracking this dark sect on a request to the Sangdanju? Haiguan deduced the situation from just one sentence that Mujin uttered. He quickly realized that opening a branch here wasn't just to take care of patients, but also to investigate that dark sect. He only misunderstood that the mastermind behind the plan was Ryu Jiguang, not Mujin. So, how much information do you have about this dark sect? Other than the name Pato Bang, I know nothing. So that's why you were moping around here without a drink. But why were you looking for information here instead of asking the deputy leader of Qianryu Sangdan? It's partly because there's no guarantee that the deputy leader can be fully trusted, and more importantly, bad people tend to know the most about other bad people, don't they? You're well aware. Then, we must wrap this up as quickly as possible. Mujin couldn't even be sure if the deputy leader was an ally. Moreover, the deputy leader had been gathering information on Shaolin due to his position at the clinic. If it was discovered that they were probing into Bang, the enemy might hide. Hey, you there? Having reached his conclusion, Haiguan suddenly called over the waiter. Bring us another bottle of Jiamnamkun and Yoa Hong. In an absurd move, he ordered more alcohol. But his purpose wasn't the alcohol. When the waiter approached with the bottles, Haiguan subtly grabbed him and whispered quietly, "Have you ever heard of a gang called Bang?" As he said this, Haiguan gave a slight nod to Mujin. Mujin, catching on, discreetly pulled out another silver coin from his sleeve and handed it to the waiter. "If you provide any information, I'll give you an additional silver coin." Hee. Haiguan, with a lascivious grin that made one question his status as a monk, then took the bottle of Jiamnamkun from the waiter and downed it. It seemed the main purpose was indeed the alcohol, not Bang. Asterisk. A mansion located in a secluded corner of the large city of Nanchang. In one of its pavilions, a man referred to as the Bangju chief and his subordinate were conversing. "How are the preparations going?" When a man called Bangju asked, the subordinate lowered his head deeply. "I'm sorry, Bangjunim. If something had gone wrong, rumors would have spread within the county. I already know about the failure. I asked to understand the specifics. Initially, as per my plan, those hypocrites who called themselves the righteous sect went to find the Shaolin disciples. At least they went to find them. Yet, if no rumors had spread, it meant Shaolin had left. If there had been a violent conflict, rumors of Shaolin using force would have spread naturally. However, the subordinate's response overturned the Bangju's expectations. During a heated argument, Shaolin's Haiguan appeared. "You mean that fallen monk?" "Yes." The name Haiguan was a famous Dharma name known to virtually everyone in the martial arts world. This was not only because of his frequent eccentric behavior, but also due to the sheer number of demon cult members who had met their end at his hands. The unorthodox and dark sects in Nanchang must be trembling in fear. Despite saying this, there was not a trace of fear on the Bangju's face. He didn't consider himself inferior to Haiguan in martial prowess. As someone who had trained in martial arts, he even harbored a desire to test his skills against the monk who never retreated from demons. His only regret was that he had to conceal his identity due to his mission. But if that drunken monk got involved, there's no way there wouldn't be rumors. Yes, while Haiguan did intervene, he did not participate in the duel. As the subordinate continued, he explained the events that unfolded. Haiguan arranged a duel between Mujin and Kang Jiawan, and the young Mujin, who seemed just about school age, won decisively. The righteous sect group, embarrassed by the outcome, decided to keep today's events under wraps. That's why I dislike the ways of the righteous sections. Inwardly, they were just as greedy as the dark or unorthodox sects, wasting time and energy on their self-righteous pretense. The Bangju's words made the subordinate bow his head again. "I made a wrong judgment. Please punish me. Enough. I entrusted you with this task. If you give me another chance, I will personally make those Shaolin disciples withdraw." The Bangju pondered for a moment before responding to the subordinate's plea. "Enough. Just leave it be." The subordinate looked at the Bangju with a puzzled expression, prompting the Bangju to respond nonchalantly. "Fighting against a passing shower is foolish. Shaolin won't be able to stay here for long anyway." Seeing the subordinate's confused expression, the Bangju clicked his tongue and offered further explanation. "TSK, do you think those righteous sect scoundrels will leave Shaolin alone? In a few days, another commotion will likely arise from the righteous sect." The Bangju understood the ways of the righteous sect very well. It was because he understood them that he despised them. However, even the Bangju couldn't predict everything. He was unaware that Shaolin had already begun searching for them. "What do you plan to do?" Mujin asked, looking at the mansion with the signboard, Huxabang, hanging at the entrance. Huxabang was not the hidden identity of Bang. Damn it, the inn's waiter had never even heard of Bang, despite being a local of Nanchang. However, the waiter didn't seem to be lying. He appeared genuinely greedy for the silver coin and disappointed he didn't get more. Instead, the place the waiter had informed them about was this one. It was said to be a well-known dark sect in Nanchang, likely knowledgeable about the underworld. Thus, They had to use Huxabang to find Paidobang. He. What is there to ponder? Haiguan, taking a swig from the Jiamnam Kun he brought from the inn, walked confidently toward the front gate of Huxabang. Mujin followed, thinking Haiguan must have a plan. When they reached the front gate of Huxabang, Haiguan kicked it open, breaking it down. Intruders! Who are these bastards? Startled by the sudden attack, several men appeared, armed with knives and swords. Stand aside, lackeys, and bring me your bongju. Haiguan shouted at the men, but they didn't heed his words. Are you seriously just two? Crazy bastards. The minions of Huxabang didn't recognize the infamous Haiguan of Shaolin. It was only natural. Haiguan was in disguise at Mujin's suggestion. To extract information about Paidobang, Mujin had persuaded him that it would be best to conceal their identities as Shaolin disciples. Do you know where you are? Kill those bastards. The 5 men who had appeared first charged at Mujin and Haiguan simultaneously. Thud! Ugh! The man leading the charge was knocked out by a kick to the solar plexus from Haiguan before he could even swing his knife. The rest were swiftly taken down by Mujin and Haiguan's striking bone technique. TSK. These guys are weaker than that Kong Jiawan fellow I faced earlier. As Mujin clicked his tongue at the thought, dozens of dark sect members began to appear, flooding the area. They reminded Mujin of cockroaches. You bastards! Do you know where you are and dare to cause trouble? These dogs must have a death wish. The men repeated the same lines over and over. At that moment, a path opened in the center of the 30 or so men, and a middle-aged man with a beard like a bandit appeared. Who are you? I don't know about that. We came to ask a question, and if you answer truthfully, we'll let you live. Haiguan responded in a mocking tone to the man who seemed to be the Huxabanju. Naturally, a vein popped out on the Huxabanju's forehead. Show these arrogant fools the fear of Huxabang. As soon as the Huxabanju gave the order, the dozen or so men in front simultaneously charged at Mujin and Haiguan. Paidobang 3. Just before a dozen or so enemies surrounded Mujin and Haiguan. I'll handle that guy. Haiguan blurted out such nonsense and then soared into the air, using his movement technique. Instead of dealing with the small fry, he moved to strike directly at the head, the leader. It was quite a good decision. Crazy. Thanks to that, Mujin ended up fighting surrounded by a dozen or so enemies. However, he couldn't just resent Haiguan. While the enemy's attention was focused on Haiguan flying overhead, Mujin charged towards the guy on the far left. Mujin's straight punch buried itself into the man's abdomen with a heavy thud, and the man collapsed to the ground, vomiting. Attack! A sneak attack, you dirty bastard! It was laughable that they called Mujin dirty while they themselves were ganging up on him. But there was no time to leisurely laugh. Mujin stepped back immediately after knocking one down. The enemies charged at Mujin to chase him down. When one of them lunged forward, Mujin changed direction and rushed into the man's space. The man swung his oddly shaped sword at the suddenly charging Mujin, but Mujin easily dodged by twisting his upper body and then punched the man squarely on the jaw. As soon as he knocked the man down with a single blow, Mujin leaped sideways again. Mujin knew what was most important in a battle against a group. It was that he must not get surrounded. But even though he had taken down 2, the number of enemies was still large. The enemies seemed to catch on, and this time 2 of them attacked Mujin simultaneously from the left and right. Mujin dodged their spear and sword attacks for a moment. If he dragged this out, he would get surrounded, so he decided to close the distance with the man wielding the sword. As Mujin approached, the man on his right thrust his spear, but Mujin barely twisted his upper body to avoid a vital spot. He trusted in his iron skin technique. Sure enough, when the spear hit Mujin's back, there was a dull thud, and while it left a mark, it didn't penetrate or cause a serious injury. In contrast, Mujin's palm strike aimed at the man with the sword hit his chest, and with that blow, the man collapsed. In a chaotic fight, it's more important to reduce the number of enemies with one hit than to worry about minor injuries. From that perspective, Mujin's iron skin was a very useful weapon in chaotic battles. After dealing with the man with the sword, Mujin leapt sideways again to avoid being surrounded. Two more men chased after Mujin. When Mujin saw an opening in the man swinging the sword, he ignored the sword flying at him from the side and went to finish off the swordsman. However, sensing the ominous energy from the sword flying at his side, Mujin twisted his body urgently. Because of his hurried movement, he couldn't completely avoid the sword, causing a shallow line to be drawn on his side. Just because they are from the Black Path doesn't mean they're all small fry. Even a mere graze from the blade of this skilled opponent was enough to strip Mujin's skin, proving that he was at least more formidable than Kang Jio-won, whom he had faced earlier in the day. I need to take him out first. This opponent was a serious threat, capable of inflicting fatal injuries. Mujin charged towards the man wielding the sword instead of the one swinging the saber at him. However, the swordsman was skilled enough to penetrate Mujin's iron skin, making it difficult for Mujin to close the distance easily. And, annoyingly, while the swordsman stalled for time, other Black Path members began to surround Mujin. Weapons flew at Mujin from all directions, distracting him, and amidst this, the swordsman's sharp blades struck repeatedly. As the situation worsened, with more wounds accumulating on his skin, Mujin's eyes grew calmer. I'll use their encirclement to my advantage. These opponents hadn't mastered proper formation techniques. While withstanding the minor attacks with his iron skin and focusing on dodging the swordsman's strikes, Mujin bided his time. Now, observing the gaps between the men surrounding him, Mujin suddenly leaped to his left. To maintain their formation, the men scrambled to reposition themselves. Move! Ugh! Due to their lack of practice, they started to tangle up in their hurried movements. Even the most threatening swordsman got entangled with his comrade when he tried to move to the left. Hot! Mujin, who had been waiting for this moment, twisted his body from the left to charge directly at the swordsman. Weapons flew at him from all sides, but Mujin trusted his iron skin and ignored the attacks. Thud! The dull thud of weapons hitting Mujin's back and sides resounded, leaving bruises and scrapes all over his body, but thankfully no fatal wounds. Damn it, that hurts, you bastards! Mujin yelled in frustration as he plunged into the off-balance swordsman. By the time the swordsman regained his balance, he thrust his left palm and then brought down the sword hilt he was holding in his right hand like an axe towards Mujin. However, close combat was more familiar territory for Mujin. Mujin tilted his head to dodge the left palm strike, and then caught the descending sword hilt with his golden locking hand technique. This is the end. With the opponent's abdomen completely exposed, Mujin thrust his fist into it. The swordsman collapsed without even a groan from the excruciating pain as his insides felt like they were twisting. Having dealt with the most dangerous opponent, Mujin grinned as he looked at the remaining men surrounding him. Was it fun beating people up? Huh? Mujin, smiling like a malicious demon, didn't need much time to deal with the remaining underlings. Phew! When Mujin, having finished the battle, exhaled deeply, the dozen or so people surrounding him were all groaning on the ground. TSK, TSK. That took a while. Haiguan's voice pierced Mujin's ears as he caught his breath. When he looked up, he saw about 20 members of the Black Path lying on the ground, and Haiguan was sitting on top of a man who appeared to be the leader, sipping Jeonnam-kun. Gazing nonchalantly at Haiguan, Mujin responded in a blunt tone. Could you please consider my age? Ha ha ha. We just met today. How could I know the age of a young monk? Saying that, Haiguan took out a small box from his pocket and tossed it to Mujin. It's golden ointment. Catching the golden ointment Haiguan had thrown, Mujin removed his already tattered silk robe. The sturdy muscles he had trained over the past 2.5 years were revealed. However, there were bruises and various scratches all over those muscles. There were no fatal injuries, but Mujin had quite a few minor wounds, so he smeared the golden ointment generously on the affected areas. Haiguan, silently watching Mujin, took the last sip of his Jeonnam-kun. Consider his age, he says. Indeed, his skills were not what one would expect from someone not yet 15. Even more, he had said he started learning martial arts after joining Shaolin, so he had only been practicing for about 2.5 years. Even Haiguan, one of the top talents in Shaolin, wasn't that skilled at that age. Not that Haiguan would openly praise him for it. Seems like we're done here. Let's start extracting some information. Throwing away the empty Jiamnamkun bottle, Haiguan got up, patting the cheeks of the leader he had been sitting on. Ugh, ugh. Awakened by the vibration on his cheeks, the Black Snake sect leader saw Haiguan's face and let out a peculiar scream. Who are you, sir, to oppress us like this? Oppress? That's an odd choice of words. Didn't I kindly tell you that if you answered truthfully, I wouldn't harm you? Barging in suddenly and knocking out the 5 guards at the entrance. How was that kind? Of course, the Black Snake sect leader wasn't foolish enough to voice such thoughts. He simply bowed his head submissively and opened his mouth. What do you want to know? I will confess everything I know. Have you ever heard a sect called Paidobang? I have never heard of such a sect in my life. At the Black Snake sect leader's answer, Haiguan stared at him suspiciously, prompting the leader to frantically insist that he really didn't know. His desperate and sincere appearance led Haiguan to turn his gaze to Mujin this time. Responding to Haiguan's look, Mujin stepped forward and asked the Black Snake sect leader, if not Paidobang, then any Black Path sect or external force that has been rapidly growing recently. Mujin, who was only 14, spoke bluntly to the middle-aged Black Snake sect leader. The Black Path was akin to gangsters or hoodlums in the modern era. Mujin felt there was no need to show respect to a gangster boss. Although the Black Snake sect leader's face twisted at being spoken to disrespectfully by such a young brat, he quickly composed himself under Haiguan's gaze. As the Black Snake sect leader racked his brain, a certain sect came to mind. There's a place where some unfamiliar people have recently entered in Nanchang. Tell me about it. It's a place called Hongginmen. They're street thugs who used to extort money from the poor in the slums. Aren't you guys also just street thugs? Barely managing to control his expression at Mujin's question, the Black Snake sect leader responded. Ahem. We at least protect inns and merchants in the busy areas and collect protection fees or lend money to merchants and collect interest. We don't harass the poor. There's no one who went bankrupt paying your protection fees or borrowing money and ended up in the slums. Ahem. And no, there isn't. As the Black Snake sect leader awkwardly turned his head, Mujin contemplated how to half-kill him. But that was for later. For now, they needed more information about this Hongginmen. So, you say that new faces have been frequenting Hongginmen lately? Yes. Despite their increased power, they strangely continue to operate only in the slums. Mujin and Haiguan's eyes gleamed simultaneously at the Black Snake sect leader's words. Paidobang was said to be involved in human trafficking. The slums were the best place to erase traces, kidnap, confine, and sell people. Then we should head to this Hongginmen. Going alone would be dangerous. Mujin stopped Haiguan, who was about to move. Are you saying you don't trust me? If what the Black Snake sect leader said is true, outsiders have likely taken over Hongginmen. They're operating covertly and engaging in human trafficking. There could be several skilled individuals hiding there. If Hongginmen was indeed the predecessor of Paidobang, going alone would be very dangerous. Although Paidobang hadn't grown to the size it was in the novel, the recent influx of outsiders suggested that its leaders were actually agents sent by hidden forces. It would be a mistake to regard them as just an ordinary Black Path group. Moreover, the leader of Paidobang, as described in the novel, was a considerable martial artist. While it was uncertain how many skilled individuals the hidden forces had dispatched to the current Paidobang, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Therefore, let's go with those who remain at the clinic. This was why they had asked the head for reinforcements in the first place. The dead of night had brought complete darkness. 20 Shaolin disciples, each hiding their bodies, gazed at the pavilion situated in an ambiguous spot between the urban area and the slum of Nanchang. Hongginmen. The characters meant, wide, and benevolent. It was a highly ironic signboard for a gang that extorted money from the slums. When I give the signal, you will enter as planned. At Haiguan's order, delivered through telepathy, the Shaolin disciples recalled their assigned roles and readied themselves for the operation. First team, advance. As soon as Haiguan's command fell, the 3 closest to Hongginmen's main gate rushed forward. Those in the first team included Biob Y, a disciple of Haidam, Biob Gang, the true disciple of the head of the jurisdiction department, and one of the second-class disciples from the Demon Extermination Squad. Among them, Biob Y, who was at the forefront, began to channel his energy, causing his hand to turn red. Huh! As Biob Y thrust his palm forward, the red energy gathered in his hand shot towards the main gate. Bang! Among the Shaolin 72 consummate arts, the mighty Tathagata palm technique blasted Hongenman's main gate off its hinges. What's going on? An attack. At this violent declaration of war, chaos erupted within Hongenman, but by then, the three had already passed through the shattered gate and infiltrated the interior. The thugs of Hongenman, who rushed out in the sudden confusion, could not hope to match the second-class disciples of Shaolin. There was no need for techniques like the Tathagata Palm or the Vajra Divine General. Biob Y, Biob Gang, and the Demon Extermination Squad second-class disciple overwhelmed the thugs effortlessly, while the thugs' attention was entirely on the three who had entered through the gate. Swoosh! Shaolin's second-class disciples leaped over Hongenman's walls from all directions, infiltrating the interior. The Hongenman forces, trying to deal with the three at the gate, found themselves surrounded by the Shaolin disciples. Perfect! It worked flawlessly. Mujin, who had entered last due to his lower proficiency in movement techniques compared to the second-class disciples, rejoiced inwardly. This encirclement strategy was Mujin's plan. It was a tactic often used in urban warfare training during his time in the Special Forces. The only difference was that in modern times, they used guns and bombs, whereas now they used martial arts. The greatest advantage of this strategy wasn't just the ability to surround the enemy or minimize damage. By surprising the enemy and encircling them, they could annihilate the opposition very quickly. Cry! The thugs of Hongenman fell like leaves in autumn. We need to search the interior quickly. Mujin shouted urgently right after they dealt with the 30 or so thugs of Hongenman in an instant. The reason for planning such a surround and destroy operation was to prevent the enemies from destroying evidence. It wasn't just about the evidence of human trafficking, but most importantly, if we can find any indication of their dealings with Ryu Seolho, we can wipe them out completely. With that thought in mind, Mujin dashed towards the pavilion situated in the courtyard. The moment he flung open the door of the nearest pavilion. Sensing an inexplicable foreboding, Mujin quickly bent his waist using the iron plank bridge technique, and a sword slashed past just above his head. I almost died. If it were an ordinary sword attack, he could have endured it with his iron skin technique. However, the swordsmanship just now could have shredded his iron skin like paper. This was because the opponent's sword was imbued with sword energy. Step back. Biob Gang, who had been running behind Mujin, shouted and thrust his palm at the black-clad assailant who had swung the sword at Mujin. Crackle! Thunder energy surged from Biob Gang's palm, and according to the Vajra Divine General technique, the thunder energy shot towards the black-clad man. Although the black-clad man split the thunder energy with his sword imbued with sword energy, his hand trembled slightly, indicating that the electric shock had penetrated. Mujin didn't miss the opportunity and retreated, while Biob Gang charged at the black-clad man. Is this what a battle between masters looks like? Mujin watched in awe as Biob Gang and the black-clad man dueled. Most ordinary people in this world assumed that martial artists were masters simply because they could use internal energy to produce incredible strength and speed that ordinary people couldn't achieve. However, for those living within the martial world, using internal energy was a given. Thus, among martial artists, the minimum standard for considering someone a master was precisely this: the emission of energy, not just reinforcing the body, but reaching a level where one could emit energy to create sword energy, fist energy, or hand energy. And Biob Gang and the black-clad man were continuing their duel, scattering sword energy and thunder energy. Ha! Mujin, you were right. I never expected so many of these skilled individuals among the thugs rummaging through the slums. At that moment, Haiguan burst into a strange laugh and said something odd. Looking around in curiosity, Mujin saw that indeed, the black-clad men who had newly appeared all around the courtyard were emitting sword energy or knife energy. In most mid-sized martial arts sects, there were usually only one or two individuals, or at most four, who had reached such a level. In some rural martial arts schools or sects, it wasn't uncommon for there to be none at all. Yet, all 7 of the newly appearing black-clad men were emitting energy. The 7 black-clad men were being handled by Biob Gang, Biob Y, and 8 second-class disciples from the Demon Extermination Squad. The remaining 9 second-class disciples from Chubadang and the External Affairs Department hadn't yet reached the level of emitting energy. Among the second-class disciples in Shaolin, only about 40 had reached that level. Of course, even 40 was a considerable number, and when including the first-class disciples and the heads of the factions, the number of masters neared 200. And that was the power of a prestigious sect possessing multiple consummate arts and divine techniques. Move quickly to rescue the captives and find any evidence. Haiguan commanded the second-class disciples who couldn't join the battle and then looked at Mujin. You stay put. Mujin looked at Haiguan in confusion, who took a sip of liquor and pointed to the spot next to him. Stay here and observe. It's more important for you. He was offering Mujin the opportunity to watch the masters' duels up close, and those were simultaneous battles. Yes, having already fought several battles today, Mujin followed Haiguan's orders without complaint. In fact, watching the masters' fights was quite fascinating. Biob Gang is a better master than I thought. Biob Gang was pushing back the black-clad man who had almost beheaded Mujin. He avoided or countered the sword energy the black-clad man, scattered with thunder energy, never directly blocking the sword. Instead, he struck the side of the sword with palm techniques imbued with thunder energy whenever he got the chance. Each time, the black-clad man would momentarily hesitate as the thunder energy flowed along the sword's blade. Mujin watched not only Biob Gang's battle, but also the other masters' fights and realized something. It's not just about emitting energy. Although the black-clad men and the second-class disciples fighting them were all emitting energy externally, the course of the battles varied widely. Biob Y, who seemed to be on a similar level to Biob Gang, was pressing a black-clad man with the Tathagata palm technique, which wielded the powerful extreme yang energy. In contrast, there were places where the second-class disciples were evenly matched with the black-clad men, and some were slightly being pushed back. Just like using one's body, the ability to emit energy depends on how freely one can control it. Thanks to watching multiple battles simultaneously, Mujin roughly understood the differences. Biob Gang and Biob Y continuously used palm techniques imbued with thunder and blazing energy to push their opponents. On the other hand, some could only create sword energy or fist energy when performing specific techniques. That guy is quite formidable. Do you need assistance? Mujin asked. The man who seemed to be the leader of the black-clad men appeared to be even more skilled than Biob Gang or Biob Y. Though Mujin's level was still too low to fully comprehend, he could sense that the energy emission and movements were much smoother. For that reason, no less than 3 second-class disciples of the Demon Extermination Squad were fighting that leader. They're veterans of such battles. Don't worry, Haiguan reassured. No sooner had Haiguan finished speaking than a new figure emerged from the shadows at one side of the courtyard. So, the reason it's taking so long to wrap this up is because we have guests from Shaolin, the figure remarked. Unlike the other black-clad figures, this middle-aged man walked with a certain ease. The unsettling feeling from his seemingly random steps struck Mujin belatedly. There's no sound. Even though he wasn't using any known stepping or phantom technique, there was no sound or presence at all. Peido Bangju. Mujin finally realized that this man was the Peido Bangju from the novel. Aha! As the benefactor said, we indeed come from Shaolin. But who are you, sir, to reach such a level and be here tormenting the poor? Haiguan, who had realized this before Mujin, asked with a sly smile. Although only his eyes and lips smiled, his eyes had already taken on a sharp glint like a knife. Standing beside Haiguan, Mujin noticed another peculiarity. He sensed a very faint smell from Haiguan. This scent, it's the same as when grandfather sobered up last time. Realizing the nature of the scent, Mujin understood that Haiguan was quickly sobering up while stalling for time with his words. Ha ha ha. To receive recognition from the famous drunken Buddha is an honor I don't know how to handle, Peito Bangju said. It's not a good thing. Every heretic I've acknowledged is now waiting in the depths of hell for my arrival. Ha ha ha. Both Haiguan and Peito Bangju burst into hearty laughter, enjoying the moment. As Peito Bangju's right hand moved toward the scabbard at his waist, Haiguan, who was beside Mujin, suddenly lunged at Peito Bangju. However, Peito Bangju, who had already drawn his blade, casually swung it, releasing a blood-red sword aura. Boom! The energy from Haiguan's palm technique clashed with Peito Bangju's aura, creating a loud explosion. Ha ha ha! Laughing as if he found it amusing, Peito Bangju swung his sword at an incredible speed, releasing multiple thin threads of sword energy. The scene of red threads weaving through the air looked beautiful at first glance, but their true nature was sinister, capable of severing flesh and bone with a mere touch. Haiguan evaded the numerous sword energies using a light stepping technique, moving diagonally. However, there were too many sword energies to avoid, so he had to deflect some with his arm techniques. Slice! Slice! The unblocked sword energies cut through and demolished the walls and structures of the courtyard. Emerging from the spiderweb-like attack, Haiguan threw a punch, releasing a fierce energy from his fist. That's the legendary Vajra demon subduing fist. The golden fist aura emitted a heavy and oppressive energy. Peito Bangju, recognizing its formidable power, chose to dodge rather than block it directly with his sword. Haiguan, anticipating this, followed Peito Bangju's evasive move immediately after unleashing the Vajra demon subduing fist, aiming precisely at Peito Bangju's retreating path. However, Peito Bangju, a master in his own right, didn't allow Haiguan to close the distance completely. The distance where the sword could reach, but the fist couldn't. Peito Bangju succeeded in maintaining this gap. Mujin, watching the renewed exchange from that distance, had his eyes shining brightly. These are real masters. The movements were so fast that it was hard to follow, and he could only occasionally catch their trails, but one thing was certain. The duel between Peito Bangju and Haiguan was on a different level from anything Mujin had seen so far. They had far surpassed the level of simple forms. At close range, the battle between Peito Bangju and Haiguan was not limited to their specialties, the blade or the staff, but also included fists, legs, and fingers through which they unleashed their chi. The form of the chi they emitted was not fixed either. When Peito Bangju swung his blade, it sometimes whipped like a lash, making the sword energy dance, and other times, a blood-red wave surged forth. Haiguan was no less formidable. When he flicked his fingers, sharp and swift chi shot towards Peito Bangju's vital points like hidden weapons. When he punched, golden fist energy, resembling Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, burst forth, and when he swung his leg, sharp chi waves like blades flew at his opponent's head. Swish! Bang! The ground and buildings near their battle did not survive the exchange of attacks, defenses, and evasions. The impact was so powerful that the fights between the Shaolin disciples and the men in black had also come to a standstill. As if showcasing their skills, a duel far beyond human limits continued for a moment. A change occurred in their battle. It started with a single stroke from Peito Bangju. Just as before, the sword energy that erupted from Peito Bangju's heavy swing spread out like a blood-red wave, surrounding Haiguan from all sides. Haiguan chose to defend instead of avoiding the widely spread attack. He blocked the sword energy with his chi barrier and was about to counterattack. Peito Bangju, who had unleashed the blood-red wave, was already swinging his blade again. The stance was the same as before, but the result was different. The sword energy, which had spread out to cover all sides, condensed and shot out, precisely covering the width of Haiguan's body with blood-red sword energy. Bang! The condensed sword energy, now more powerful, shattered Haiguan's chi barrier, and Haiguan's stance faltered under the force. Before Haiguan could regain his balance, Pato Bangju was already swinging his blade in the same stance again. The blood-red wave of sword energy, which had spread widely from Pato Bangju's drawn blade, was condensed infinitely. At the moment of extreme condensation, Wing, hundreds of strands of faintly glowing sword energy merged into one, forming a dazzling cluster of stars. Du Jia Songgang, that tyrannical blood-red cluster of stars, which was said to be able to cut through anything, poured down on Haiguan. The red stars, brightly illuminating the dark sky, were enough to capture Mu Jin's attention. And as the beautiful cluster of stars fell toward Haiguan's figure, "No!" Mu Jin screamed involuntarily. However, Pato Bangju's Dao gang, utterly indifferent to Mu Jin's desperation, finally split Haiguan's figure in two. Haiguan's figure, split left and right, dissipated like a mirage. What Pato Bangju's chi had cut through was Haiguan's illusion. Yiani Gopam. At the peak of this Shaolin consummate art, it allowed the creation of 9 illusions simultaneously. Haiguan, who had created and moved through the illusion, appeared behind Pato Bangju, who was full of openings after creating the Dao Gang for his attack. Haiguan, aiming for a decisive victory, pointed his fingers like blades and thrust them towards Pato Bangju's heart. Pato Bangju, in a fluster, barely twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his heart. Ugh! However, although he narrowly avoided his heart, a deep wound was inflicted on Pato Bangju's right side. Haiguan relentlessly continued his attack on the critically injured Pato Bangju. Haiguan was truly relentless. Focusing on Pato Bangju's now awkward right side, he persistently attacked, and as the exchange continued, the wounds on Pato Bangju's body increased. In a moment when Pato Bangju's stance collapsed due to the accumulating injuries, wham! Haiguan's palm struck accurately at Pato Bangju's heart. Gah! Immediately after, blood spurted from Pato Bangju's mouth. Why? Pato Bangju, his heart ruptured, mumbled to himself as his vision blurred. Haiguan, with a mocking tone, answered his question. It's a basic principle of martial artists to conceal 30% of their skills. Perhaps the benefactor lacks real combat experience. Pato Bangju seemed to want to retort to Haiguan's words, but only blood came out of his mouth as he opened it. And thus, Pato Bangju died with his mouth open and eyes wide. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the highest master, Pato Bangju, lost his life to Haiguan, the remaining battle concluded swiftly. With their leader dead, the men in black, seeing no chance of victory, immediately committed mass suicide. Once all the battles had ended, Haiguan, who had dealt with Pato Bangju, approached Mu Jin and spoke. "I heard your desperate no. Well, thank you for worrying." Although the words sounded touching, Haiguan's expression showed he was merely teasing. "Isn't it natural to be surprised? It was a Chi gang after all," Mu Jin grumbled, to which Haiguan responded with a chuckle. "What's so special about a Chi gang?" Saying that, Haiguan assumed the starting stance of the Vajra exorcising devil fist and drew his internal energy. From his fist, an overwhelming surge of internal energy emanated. The accumulating layers of chi finally formed a cluster of stars, and when Haiguan punched, the golden cluster of stars soared into the sky. Gathering and condensing hundreds of strands of energy creates strong energy. And in a battle where your head could be cut off in the blink of an eye, if you leisurely gather hundreds of strands of energy, you'll end up like that. Although Haiguan didn't point anywhere specifically, it was clear to anyone listening that he was referring to Pato Bangju. Still, the power is certain, isn't it? If you get hit, you're definitely a goner. Then how about using it in a situation where the opponent can't avoid it? If it were me, to make the most of that sure opportunity, I would just use my hand to aim for the opponent's neck or heart. What would you do if that opportunity disappears while you're making strong energy? then is strong energy useless? It depends on the situation and how you use it. For example, if you encounter an opponent who has achieved the state of diamond immortality and can't be hurt by ordinary techniques, or if they are wearing armor made of something like eternal cold iron, or if they have achieved a high level of body protection chi techniques, in those cases, you'd have no choice but to attack with strong energy. In that case, you need to think about how to hit the opponent with strong energy. If it were you, Master Uncle, how would you hit them? To put it in the most fundamental terms, if you elevate your understanding of energy to the level where you can quickly form strong energy, like a fist technique, that's ideal. But practically, if you have to fight immediately, it depends on the opponent. If my bone striking technique surpasses the opponent's martial arts, I would suppress their movements with my martial arts first, then use strong energy. If our martial arts are similar, or if I'm outmatched, then I would rely on movement techniques. I'd have to keep dodging and wear the opponent down. Haiguan spoke very confidently about running away. Even if you use powerful, strong energy, if your speed is slow, you can't catch someone with superior movement techniques. And no matter how superior your movement techniques are, if you can't penetrate defense-specialized martial arts, it's useless. Even the most advanced body protection chi techniques can be penetrated by strong energy. As you see, the realm of martial arts is diverse, and there are always natural counters. Are you saying we should master a variety of martial arts? At Mujin's question, Haiguan shook his head. Balance is important, but you shouldn't be obsessed with it. Everyone has different areas of talent, but the time given to everyone is the same. Investing time in martial arts where you have no talent can be a waste of time. It's better to invest time in the martial arts where you have talent. If you reach the peak in whatever you choose, you'll find a way to overcome natural counters. Seeing Mujin's confused expression, Haiguan added an explanation. Additionally, they discovered a ledger that recorded the sales of goods, and it was not difficult to discern that some of the items sold were kidnapped vagrants, despite the slightly altered names. However, there was one regret. Damn it, there's not a single letter left related to Ryu Seol-ho. There was no evidence linking Ryu Seol-ho, the branch leader, to the incident. Whether it was simply because there was no evidence or because Ryu Seol-ho was not yet connected to the hidden forces, even Mujin could not determine. Should I fabricate the letters like last time? Mujin, briefly considering this plan in his mind, soon shook his head. Using the same trick twice was risky. Moreover, framing Hong So-hee, a mere maid, and framing the branch leader and the head merchant's second son were entirely different in terms of risk level. Since I have to stay here for a few months anyway, I can take my time and approach this slowly. For now, he had already eradicated the human traffickers. Preventing the hidden forces from kidnapping children with unique constitutions was a significant achievement. Perhaps this was an even more crucial issue than the Qianryu Sangdan. The next morning, Mujin, Biab Gang, and Biab headed towards the government office in Nanchang. The size of the government office they reached via the main road was on a different scale compared to the one in Dongbonghaian. Although Dongbonghaian had been significantly developed due to the Shaolin and the Qianryu Sangdan, it was still just a single county. However, Nanchang was the capital of Jiangxi province. This was not a mere county office, but the government office that administered the entire Jiangxi province, the Sungxianpo Jiangsa office. I am Biab Gang, the second-class disciple of Shaolin. We have captured some criminals last night and have come here to deliver them. Amitabha, as the man, who appeared unmistakably to be a Shaolin monk, raised his hands and spoke, one of the constables stepped forward and opened his mouth. If you have captured criminals, I will first guide you to the interrogation office. Thank you. Amitabha, along with the constable, Mujin, Biab Gang, and Biab entered the Sungxianpo Jiangsa office. Following the guidance of a middle-aged man, they wandered through the various parts of the government office for a while. This is the interrogation office. I will announce your presence inside. Thank you for your guidance. Amitabha, after exchanging greetings with the constable and waiting for a moment, a middle-aged man came out. The elder of the interrogation office is waiting for you. I will guide you. Following the middle-aged man, they soon arrived in front of a certain room. Elder of the interrogation office, The monks from Shaolin have arrived. Let them in. As a response came from inside, the middle-aged man who had been guiding them stepped aside. Mujin, Biob Gang, and Biob Y passed by him and entered the room. Inside, a man who appeared to be in his 40s with a strict impression was waiting for them. I am Riang Jiawon, in charge of the interrogation office here in Nanchang. I am Biob Gang, the second-class disciple of Shaolin. Ba. I am Biob Y, the second-class disciple of Shaolin. Ba. I am Mujin, the third-class disciple of Shaolin. Ba. After exchanging greetings with Riang Jiawon, Mujin's eyes sparkled. The interrogation office. It was an office in charge of the judiciary of a province, holding the rank of a sixth-class official. So, you captured criminals here in Nanchang. Riang Jiawon, the sixth-class official, asked in a very blunt tone. If you captured them, it would suffice for Shaolin to handle them. Why bring martial arts affairs here? Separation of martial arts and government affairs. It was an unwritten rule that martial arts matters should be resolved within the martial arts world. In fact, this separation was more of a customary practice. It arose from mutual necessity. For the martial artists, fighting was a daily routine, and wielding swords and knives was a common occurrence. From the government's perspective, it was a waste of effort to intervene and mediate in the constant fights among these martial artists. Moreover, since these martial artists were skilled in martial arts and posed a significant danger, not only was it a waste of effort, but it could also lead to the loss of soldiers. Conversely, the martial artists themselves also disliked government interference. Why else would they be called martial artists? They resolved disputes through martial prowess. In such circumstances, it was quite disgraceful to go to the government to complain just because one lost a fight. It's like kids who fight at school to establish a hierarchy, and the loser runs to the teacher to tattle. Martial artists, who lived and died by their honor, would be considered fools by all in the martial world if they resorted to such behavior. At Riang Jiawon's stern questioning, Biob Gang and Biob Y looked at Mujin. It was Mujin who had insisted they come here. Mujin stepped forward confidently and began to speak. No matter how customary the separation of martial and governmental affairs was, there was one exception. We have come here because the criminals we captured in Nanchang were abducting, imprisoning, and selling the emperor's subjects as if they were their own property. That exception was when martial artists harmed ordinary civilians. Of course, this wasn't always the case. If the government had always handled such matters effectively, there wouldn't still be black market and villainous sects in the Central Plains. Some corrupt officials turned a blind eye in exchange for bribes from the black market. Others ignored such groups, believing that even if they were eradicated, they would simply reappear. Riang Jiawon seemed to be one of those who fundamentally thought this way, as he answered with a bored expression. So, are you asking us to imprison these criminals in our Sung Sianpo Jiangsa prison? Mujin responded with a smile. We're not asking you to imprison the criminals we captured. It is the elder of the interrogation office who captured them. Oh, Riang Jiawon's indifferent expression changed. These are criminals that I captured. Indeed, we merely assisted the elder of the interrogation office in subduing them. It is the elder who tracked down their crimes and apprehended them. This meant they were giving all the credit for the capture to Riang Jiawon. There was a significant difference between simply imprisoning criminals brought in by Shaolin and personally capturing those who bought and sold the emperor's subjects. So all I need to do is go and capture these criminals? Yes, the criminals to be apprehended, the evidence, and the abducted subjects are all waiting there. With everything prepared, all Riang Jiawon had to do was take action. He laughed heartily at this. Mujin, was it? Since Shaolin helped me capture these criminals, I suppose I should reward you. Is there anything in particular you desire? There is nothing I wish for specifically. However, Mujin paused and then smiled slyly. I am curious if the elder of the interrogation office has any discomfort in his shoulders, back, or hips. Mujin had begun approaching Riang Jiawon for business. However, it wasn't merely to make Riang Jiawon a customer of the high-class clinic. There were two purposes behind this. The first was Just because they lost once doesn't mean these orthodox sect bastards will back down easily. The medium-sized sects that had left after losing the battle of justification yesterday could return soon with stronger backing. And the second purpose was to make it genuinely seem like this whole situation was orchestrated by Riang Jaewon. That way, I can avoid the eyes of the hidden forces even a little. The hidden forces were a group operating against the entire Central Plains. If he caught their eye at his current level, there was no telling when he might be taken out. If he were inside the Shaolin Temple, it might be different, but as things were roaming outside, the danger was even greater. However, unaware of these circumstances, Riang Jaewon merely looked at Mu Jin with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you worried about my health?" "Yes, sir. You must have been too busy with state affairs to properly take care of yourself. Why not visit our soon-to-be open clinic at Shaolin sometime?" "Shaolin is opening a clinic, you say?" "We're planning to open it soon." "Oh, and it will offer treatments quite different from those of a regular clinic." With that, Mu Jin briefly explained the types of treatments provided by the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. Once this matter is settled, I'll visit it myself." "Thank you." Ba. Mu Jin and Riang Jaewon exchanged smiles of mutual satisfaction. Asterisk. Riang Jaewon led the police officers with great dignity down the main road towards the Honginman Manor. There, they gathered the already detained Honginman Black Path members, the evidence, and even the kidnapped individuals, and returned proudly to the Sungsian Pojiangsa office. Having witnessed all this, Mu Jin returned to the clinic with the Shaolin disciples. In a few days, Elder Li Mun will visit for treatment. We should prepare promptly. Mu Jin novice, what do you mean? Mak Ji-hyuk and the disciples of the Bulkwan Mun, who had been waiting at the clinic, looked at Mu Jin with bewildered expressions. The Shaolin disciples had only arrived in Nanchang yesterday. What on earth had they done overnight for a 6th-rank official to suddenly visit the clinic? That's just how it is. Anyway, some of you need to go to the Qianryu Sangdan branch and quickly procure the necessary ingredients and materials for the clinic and the medicinal decoctions. The rest should start setting up the high-end facilities. Instead of explaining what had happened the night before, Mu Jin outlined the tasks ahead. Luckily, we brought the equipment for the high-end facilities. They couldn't haul all the equipment for dozens of people by cart, so they had only brought the most expensive high-end facility tools and a few practice tools. The rest of the free facility tools would take some time to be made at the workshop, but as long as the clinic and medicinal decoctions were prepared, the high-end facility could start operating immediately. And 2 days later, as promised, Riang Jaewon visited the clinic after taking care of the Honginman matter. Let's begin the treatment now. Ba. The treatment process was as usual. Mu Jin personally observed, palpated, and found misaligned joints or muscles through manual pressure, then proceeded with manual therapy and close-range spear technique, focusing on those areas. Following this, rehabilitation exercises using various tools were conducted, along with electrotherapy and heat therapy provided by Biob Gang and Biob Y. Finally, they engaged in acupuncture and herbal medicine prepared by the clinic, enjoyed some Yongjiang tea and refreshments to counteract the bitterness, and had a light conversation. I never imagined the treatment would be like this. I'll have to visit again soon. When the treatment was over, Riang Jaewon left the clinic with a very satisfied expression. Once again, Mu Jin had successfully secured another client. A few days later, a group arrived at a mansion with the inscription Taegeum Sect at its entrance. Despite being the head of the Taegeum Sect, Kang Taegu greeted them with utmost respect. "I didn't expect you to come in person, Elder Jigul Hyan. How could I ignore someone who has worked for our family being persecuted? Especially when the ones doing the persecuting are those from Shaolin. Once considered the pillar of the Orthodox sections, I can't fathom what they're thinking." An elderly man with a splendid white beard clicked his tongue as he spoke. The elder of the Jigul family had stepped forward to help a sect founded by an ex-outer disciple warrior. But this wasn't simply because the Jigul family cherished warriors from their lineage. I never thought the opportunity to take over Nanchang would come so easily. There were no major sects in Nanchang and its vicinity. Consequently, a territorial struggle among small to medium-sized sects was underway, while the major sects were cautiously watching each other. The moment any one sect made a move, it would be condemned by all for succumbing to greed. However, since Shaolin, who always pretended to be aloof, had created a pretext, there couldn't be a better opportunity. Jigul Haiyan intended to use this chance to drive out the Shaolin disciples, reorganize the Nanchang area, and establish dominance through the Taegeum sect. While Jigul Haiyan was internally formulating future plans, Kang Taegu lowered his head again and spoke. "I am sorry that I couldn't stop them with the martial arts passed down from your family." The martial arts of the Taegeum sect were ones Kang Taegu had acquired when he was a warrior affiliated with the Jigul family's external branch. The Jigul family was renowned for their intelligence, befitting their surname. Because of this, they were known to be proficient in formations, strategies, and tactics, but in reality, what they were most actively researching was martial arts. If the sect with the most consummate arts and divine techniques was Shaolin, the sect with the most martial arts and active research was the Jigul family. However, the Jigul family neither felt ashamed nor regretted this. A gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late. They were confident that one day, through continuous research, they would surpass Shaolin, which merely inherited pre-existing consummate arts. How could that be your fault when your opponent was Shaolin? Jigul Haiyan, who outwardly appeared kind and benevolent, clicked his tongue inwardly. With such meager skills, there's no way he could contend with Shaolin. The Jigul family imparted suitable martial arts to all the warriors within their family. However, this was essentially experimental. Experiments to create consummate arts and divine techniques. Furthermore, the level of martial arts taught also varied according to the internal hierarchy of the family. At best, to the son of a warrior from the external branch, even as a third-generation disciple, he would never have the talent to handle a Shaolin disciple. To face the Shaolin disciples, the Hyun Sword Squad from our inner branch has come along, so there is no need to worry. Indeed, if it's the Hyun Sword Squad, not even Shaolin would pose a threat. For a moment, Kang Taegu looked in admiration at the men standing behind Jigul Haiyan. Kang Taegu's face showed confusion when he noticed a woman standing gracefully among the men from the inner branch. The woman, appearing to be in her prime, was so elegant and neat that it was surprising he had not noticed her until now. A woman as lovely as a blooming orchid. She wasn't flamboyant, so she didn't immediately catch the eye, but once noticed, it was hard to look away from her charming presence. I'm late in introducing her. This is Jigul Jin-hee, the granddaughter of our family head. Jin-hee has joined us in case a spar with that novice monk becomes necessary. I'm Jigul Jin. It is an honor to meet you. If it is Miss Jigul Jin-hee, that novice monk would not stand a chance. This was a mere flattery. As someone from the Jigul family, Kang Taegu had heard countless rumors about her. A rare martial arts prodigy born in the Jigul family, known more for their brains than martial prowess. If she had been born a man, there were even talks that she would undoubtedly become the future family head. Kang Taegu extended a respectful greeting to her, treating her with the formality one would show a daughter, and then turned his gaze to his son. Mesmerized by her beauty, which was as lovely as a blooming flower, Kang Jio-won stood there completely dazed, not even offering a greeting. Naturally, everyone's attention shifted to the still-dazed Kang Jio-won. Ahem. It took a forced cough from his father to snap Kang Jio-won back to reality. He hastily offered a formal salute, but somehow failed to open his mouth. He injured his jaw in a recent sparring match and is unable to speak. In truth, all his teeth had been knocked out, and he was too embarrassed to open his mouth, but Kang Taegu offered a tactful excuse. Is that so? Jigul Jin, he replied in an indifferent tone, and then took a step back, as if she had nothing more to say. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kang Taegu quickly spoke up. You must be tired from your long journey. Would you like to rest first? No need. There's no point in wasting time over such matters. Jigul Haiyan wanted to conclude the matter quickly before any other prominent factions or major sects could intervene. Then I shall guide you. With Jegal Hyan and the Hyun Sword Squad, along with Jegal Jinhee behind him, Kang Tae-gu confidently headed toward the Shaolin Clinic. But soon, Kang Tae-gu remembered something and spoke cautiously. However, there has been a slight change since we sent the letter. What kind of change? Explain. Actually, there's an official named Riang Jiowon who has been frequenting that place for a few days now. He holds a position here in Nanchang. That shouldn't be a concern. Stroking his white beard a few times, Jegal Hyan replied, as if it was nothing. Riang Jiowon held the rank of a 6th grade official, a somewhat powerful position, but not one that would intimidate the Jegal family. The Jegal family, known for their strategic minds, had strong connections with scholars, some of whom held current governmental positions. A 6th grade official was easily manageable within Jegal Hyan's network. Buoyed by these words, Kang Tae-gu once again walked confidently toward the clinic. We have business with the Shaolin disciples. Upon reaching the entrance, he boldly shouted and began making a scene. If Shaolin is truly honorable, come out now and explain this matter. Leaving the unsightly task to Kang Tae-gu, the members from the Jegal family stepped back to observe the situation. And soon enough, as Kang Tae-gu's commotion seemed to have an effect, Shaolin disciples began to emerge one by one from the entrance. But what a sight it was! Following the Shaolin disciples, a middle-aged man with a stern appearance appeared alongside a novice monk. After him, another middle-aged man, who was beginning to show white hair, stepped forward with a displeased expression, causing Kang Tae-gu's face to turn pale. Chamui, sir. Hearing Kang Tae-gu's murmur, the expression on Jegal Hyan's face, who had been observing the situation from behind, noticeably hardened. Chamui, a position referring to the second-in-command of the 6 departments consisting of Yi, Ho, Yi, Byong, Hyong, and Gong, directly overseeing the Hyon department, which was Jegal Hyan's superior office. More importantly, it was an official rank of the 4th degree. Unless the head of the Jegal family came personally, it was impossible for Jegal Hyan, a mere elder, to handle someone of this stature. Why is a Chamui suddenly appearing here? While Jegal Hyan was thinking this, the Chamui, who wore a deeply displeased expression, opened his mouth. I was on my way out after receiving a pleasant treatment. What is this commotion? Chamui Yuk Jongseon. It was his first visit to this place today. His subordinate, Riang Jiowon, had found an excellent clinic and had persistently persuaded him to visit it. So, he had come with a half-doubtful heart. And though he had been very satisfied with Mujin's treatment, his mood had been spoiled by the commotion caused by these ruffians. Unable to bear Chamui's sharp gaze, Kang Tae-gu turned his head slightly to look at Jegal Hyan behind him. What should we do? Why are you looking at me? There was no information that the Chamui would be here. Jegal Hyan almost let his true thoughts slip. If he had known that the Chamui frequented this place, he wouldn't have handled the situation this way. But it was too late to retreat now. Backing down would only further anger the Chamui. Jegal Hyan eventually stepped forward to handle the situation. Greetings to Chamui, sir. I am Jegal Hyan from the Jegal family in Hubei province. Jegal family. Jegal Hyan made a courteous bow, but Yuk Jongseon still mumbled with a displeased expression. There was a common saying among officials. Most martial artists are ruffians, but among them, there are some who enjoy poetry, painting, and are capable of engaging in meaningful conversation. Those are the Jegal family. It was just a baseless rumor. But due to today's events, Yuk Jongseon's perception of the Jegal family was rapidly changing for the worse. So, what brings someone from the Jegal family in Hubei here? The fact is, we came here in response to a request for help from the Taegeum sect in Nanchang. We were informed that the Shaolin in Hunan were oppressing the local sects in Nanchang and taking over their positions. We are concerned that the Shaolin might be straying from the righteous path. As this is an issue among the martial sects, we would appreciate it if you could allow us to discuss it with the Shaolin and resolve it. By saying they had come in response to information from the Taegeum sect, Jegal Hyan subtly shifted the blame for today's chaos onto the Taegeum sect. Moreover, Jigul-hyun subtly hinted at the principle of non-interference to persuade Chamui to step back from the matter. That's a bit strange, isn't it? We're a clinic, not a martial sect. Suddenly, a novice monk from behind intervened in the conversation, swiftly demolishing the non-interference Jigul-hyun mentioned. I apologize, Sir Chamui. I spoke out of turn due to my frustration. Haha, it's fine, Muji novice. The hardest thing to endure in the world is injustice, isn't it? Just as Jigul-hyun was about to retort, the novice monk apologized to Chamui, snatching away Jigul-hyun's chance to speak. Jigul-hyun could not help but feel furious. Meanwhile, the Shaolin disciples observing from behind, especially Biob Gang, wore satisfied expressions. Mujin had always been the one to argue persistently with the elders in the temple whenever he felt something was wrong. Even the thought of debating with Mujin was exhausting, but now that Mujin was an ally, he couldn't have felt more reassured. A leaking pot leaks everywhere, inside and out. Ha ha ha. Though the expression was odd, it was nonetheless apt. Meanwhile, Yuk Jongseon, who had been smiling pleasantly at Mujin, turned to Jigul-hyun with a displeased look. It seems Muji novice is right. How can you claim this is a matter between martial sects when dealing with a clinic? Thanks to Mujin's treatment, Chamui's mind was firmly settled on the fact that this place was indeed a clinic. Seeing Yuk Jongseon's displeased expression made Jigul-hyun's head spin. What on earth should he say in response? He. Everything's going according to plan. As Mujin watched Jigul-hyun flounder, he internally chuckled in satisfaction. Just then, a voice transmission reached Mujin's ears. How can you just let this pass? This is a rare opportunity to experience the martial arts of the Jigul family, one of the 5 great families. Mujin quickly recognized the voice as Haiguan's. It seems he's drinking on a pavilion roof again. Mujin intended to ignore Haiguan's voice transmission, but then came the follow-up message. Or are you afraid you'll lose? If you run from a fight out of fear, you'll have to face the consequences of your actions. The consequences of my actions? As Mujin pondered in confusion, Haiguan added another comment through voice transmission. Gumoyin. Mujin immediately understood what Haiguan meant. He was referring to the sin of eating meat, now coming back to haunt him. For Mujin, who still considered it too early to leave Shaolin, this was quite a troublesome matter. Thus, Mujin had no choice but to speak up. Upon reflection, though we are a clinic, we are still Shaolin disciples. So it seems we must handle this matter in the martial way. Sir Chamui. At Mujin's words, Jigul-hyun's expression twisted bizarrely. He couldn't understand why Mujin, who had the upper hand, was spouting such nonsense. By martial way, do you mean resolving this through a fight? Yuk Jongseon asked, and Mujin replied. It's not a fight, but a sparring match, Sir Chamui. Moreover, if we avoid the sparring now, bad rumors about Shaolin might spread later. So, if possible, I would like you, Sir Chamui, to be the witness for this sparring match. Jigul-hyun's eyes widened at Mujin's follow-up statement. So that's why he proposed a sparring match, despite the favorable situation. Jigul-hyun was taken aback by Mujin's strategy, even though it was due to Haiguan's threat that he stepped forward. Jigul-hyun had considered spreading rumors that Shaolin was colluding with the government as a last resort. However, regardless of Jigul-hyun's astonishment, Yuk Jongseon asked with an intrigued expression. So, will Muji Novice be participating in this sparring match? That's the plan. And who do you have in mind as the opponent? Mujin found it difficult to answer that question right away. Haiguan had forced him to spar with the Jigul family, but he hadn't specified an opponent. Then, unexpectedly, someone from the Jigul family stepped forward and spoke before Mujin could respond. I will accept that sparring match. Everyone's eyes turned to the woman who stepped forward. Wow, such a beauty. Even Yuk Jongseon, who had met many beauties in his high-ranking position, was surprised by her elegance. Isn't it too dangerous for a woman to participate in a sparring match? Yuk Jongseon asked, and Jigul he calmly responded. Thank you for your concern, Sir Chamui, but I am also a martial artist with aspirations in the martial world. However, despite her outward calmness, her mood was far from pleasant. She hated being told she couldn't do something just because she was a woman. Even though she was the most talented in martial arts among her peers in the family, she couldn't become the head because she was a woman. Moreover, she had come with the intention of sparring with Mu Jin from the beginning, so there was no reason to avoid it. If both sides agree, I will observe the sparring match, said Yuk Jong-seon, stroking his beard as he watched the situation unfold. A sparring match between martial artists. Though they were junior disciples, it was a rare and entertaining sight for someone in his position to witness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Instead of having the sparring match in the middle of the street at the clinic's entrance, they moved to a spacious area inside the clinic. Jigul Hyen asked Jigul Jin-hee, who was preparing for the sparring match, "Are you sure about this? For our Jigul family, this is an opportunity, isn't it? Or do you not trust me, elder?" "No, it seems I spoke nonsense," swayed by that novice. "He seems to have instigated this because he looks down on our Jigul family, so make sure to put Shaolin in their place." "I understand," she responded confidently, without a hint of hesitation, and stepped forward boldly. Meanwhile, Mu Jin, who was also preparing for the sparring match, approached Haiguan, who had just appeared. "Is that woman the one?" Mu Jin's tone was curt, as he was forced into an unnecessary sparring match due to Haiguan's threat. He. I thought that woman would step forward." Haiguan replied with a sly expression and added, "Why? Are you underestimating a sparring match with a woman?" He. If you do, you'll get beaten up like a dog meeting a beggar gang leader. Is she that skilled? She may not match up to me, but she's just one step ahead of you. He. Haiguan's response finally allowed Mu Jin to understand Haiguan's intentions. So that's why he forcibly orchestrated the sparring match. It wasn't just for fun. Even if Haiguan had a reason for arranging the duel, Mu Jin had something to say. No matter what, this fight concerned Shaolin's interests. Since I'll be fighting a master superior to me, please give me some advice. At Mu Jin's words, Haiguan chuckled. As Haiguan was known as the most renowned fallen monk of Shaolin, he didn't plan on spouting nonsense like, "Does a Shaolin disciple care about interests? Look at that female patron. Isn't she obviously a beauty? Yes. Then cling to her persistently like a rascal. Didn't you say before that clingy men are not popular?" When Mu Jin responded to Haiguan's nonsense with more nonsense, Haiguan replied while gulping down his drink. "Men who remember every little thing they said in the past are not popular." Looking at Haiguan as if he were crazy, Mu Jin eventually sighed and headed to the training ground. Once on the training ground, Mu Jin calmed his mind and looked at Jigul Jin-hee, who stood a long distance away. A fan, Jigul Jin-hee, who had come out for the duel, was holding a steel fan in her right hand. Fan technique. It was a type of martial art that Mu Jin had never encountered before. "I'm Mu Jin, the third-ranked disciple of Shaolin. I'm Jigul Jin-hee of the Jigul family." After they showed their respect with a half bow and a fist salute, Mu Jin moved first. Although Haiguan had spouted nonsense, it was true that she was superior to him. He judged that there was no need to yield the first attack to a master. Closing the long distance in an instant, Mu Jin leveraged his speed to launch a fist. Jigul Jin-hee also reacted to the speed by stepping back and swinging her fan at Mu Jin's fist. Pop! As if the first punch was a feint, Mu Jin spread his fingers and changed his trajectory, targeting her numbing acupoint with the golden locking hand technique. Clang! However, the unfolded surface of the fan blocked all of Mu Jin's widely spread fingers. Then, as if dancing, she performed a light stepping technique, spinning her body and moving Mu Jin's hand away with the fan that clashed with his hand. Just as Mu Jin, who had used the golden locking hand, was drawn further in and his upper body leaned forward, her left palm extended towards his abdomen as she completed her rotation. However, Mu Jin also moved his left palm to block hers. After exchanging one move each, Mu Jin and Jigul Jin-hee's eyes sparkled simultaneously. To be at this level at such a young age. If he's this good at his age, he could have been in a novel. Both of them, harboring subtly different impressions, once again swung their fists and fans towards each other. Bang! When the fan and fist collided, a peculiar result emerged. In terms of strength, Mujin had the advantage. Jin he used her stepping technique to dissipate the impact, but she was clearly being pushed back. On the other hand, for Mujin, damn, my finger bones almost broke. He barely managed to refrain from grimacing at the sharp pain emanating from his fist. Even though I have the advantage in strength, if it hurts this much, she must be infusing her fan with internal energy. If the weapon was infused with internal energy, it was difficult for his yet-to-be-perfected iron skin to withstand it. She's better than the swordsman I faced in the Black Snake sect. Recalling the swordsman who had wounded his side, Mujin advanced towards Jin, who had retreated. For Mujin, whose main weapon was the striking bone technique, close combat was the inevitable solution. It's dangerous to confront her directly while she's holding the steel fan. Mujin, having learned a lesson from their previous clash, swung his striking bone technique, forcing her to open the fan. Just as he had done initially, Mujin mixed in feints and began to drive her back. Perhaps because she was pushed into a defensive position, she executed a swift movement technique, leaping back and throwing the steel fan she held at Mujin. The wide-open fan spun fiercely as it flew towards him, spinning so fast it looked more like a disc than a fan. Mujin twisted his upper body, narrowly avoiding the fan. Following the fan, Jin, who had already taken out a new one, lunged forward. She thrust the folded steel fan as if it were a sword. Instead of meeting her blade with his fist, Mujin struck the side of the steel fan with his palm, barely deflecting the attack. Seeing a crisis as an opportunity, Mujin threw a left punch at her as she moved in. Jin twisted her upper body, barely dodging the left punch by using her footwork, but Mujin's kick flew towards her as her stance faltered. She blocked Mujin's kick with her open fan, but couldn't completely absorb the force, causing her to be thrown backward. No, it seemed she had deliberately let herself be carried by the force. Where she landed, the fan she had thrown earlier was embedded in the ground. Naturally picking up the fan with her left hand, she now held a steel fan in each hand, carefully observing Mujin's movements. A sword, a shield, and even a throwing weapon. She uses a single fan for everything. After a brief standoff, Mujin feigned a lunge with his upper body, throwing in a feint, and when she flinched, he charged at her. As Master Uncle Haiguan said, she surpasses me in understanding martial arts. For Mujin, who had only been training for just over 2.5 years, it was to be expected, but he wasn't recklessly charging without a plan. Except for that, I have the advantage. While he couldn't gauge her internal energy level, he knew he had the upper hand in external techniques and practical combat experience. So he had to lead the fight into a gritty, close-quarters battle where she couldn't fully display her skills. Just as Haiguan had advised. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The sparring had been going on for almost a quarter of an hour. Jin's once neat hair was now disheveled, and Mujin's previously tidy martial arts uniform was soaked with sweat. But considering herself a martial artist, she wasn't foolish enough to be distracted by the state of her hair or clothes. She focused solely on her sparring opponent, Mujin. To think there was such talent in Shaolin. Jin, he could not help but feel astonished. She took great pride in her abilities. It was not merely because she had been called a genius since childhood. What use was it to be called a genius in one's youth? Because she was a woman, she could not become the head of the family. And as a woman destined to marry out, she could not even learn the martial arts passed down only to direct descendants. Being the most outstanding from a young age, when she first heard the words, "You cannot learn the martial arts of the direct line because you are a woman," it felt as if those martial arts had been stolen from her. That was why she strived to be perfect. She hid her emotions, showing no weakness to anyone. She trained her martial arts relentlessly, ensuring that everyone continued to regard her as a genius. She believed that if she lived this way, someday she would be recognized by the elders of the clan. but to find a child more talented than her after all her efforts. She felt like a frog in a well, and she shook her head internally. No, my martial arts are superior. She could not be defeated by a novice monk several years younger. Above all, failing the first mission assigned by her family was unthinkable. The thought that everything she had built up so far could crumble entirely drove her. Based on what I've seen in the sparring so far, he hasn't reached the stage of emitting chi yet. I must decide the outcome. This was her own cold judgment based on her belief that her level was higher. As she calmly observed Mu Jin charging at her once again, she unfolded the iron fans held in both hands. Immediately afterward, the flow of internal energy from her danjian began to surge through her palms into the iron fans. Ying, some of the internal energy drawn into the iron fans began to emit a whitish aura into the air. Fan Chi technique. Among martial artists, this was the minimum standard to gauge a master. At just 18, she had reached this level. Although she could only achieve it with the aid of martial arts, considering her age, it was truly astonishing. And the iron fans imbued with fan Chi moved towards Mu Jin, who was charging at her. If it had been Mu Jin from a few days ago, he would have been flustered. Attacks like sword Chi, blade Chi, and fan Chi were not something his iron skin technique could withstand. But for some reason, to the present Mu Jin, her attack seemed like an opportunity. Creating fan Chi has slowed down her movements. Images of the duel between the Peito Bangju and Haiguan from a few days ago flashed through his mind. Mu Jin boldly took another step toward the fan Chi that would tear his body apart. He grabbed her yet incomplete technique hands with the golden locking hand technique. Swish! The fan Chi emanating from her iron fans inflicted wounds on the backs of Mu Jin's hands and forearms, but not deep enough to damage his bones or muscles. She had never anticipated being stopped in such a manner, and for the first time, a ripple of surprise appeared in her eyes. Mu Jin swung his right leg at the startled Jiggle Genie. Was it the power of years of repeated training? Even in her flustered state, Jiggle Genie raised her left leg to block Mu Jin's kick. However, the difference in their strength was clear. As soon as their legs collided, Jiggle Genie's expression twisted in pain. Now, with each balancing on one leg, they found themselves in a position where their hands and legs were locked against each other. Since their attacking options were blocked, she expected Mu Jin to overpower her with brute force. But Mu Jin's next move exceeded all her expectations. As she pondered how to deflect Mu Jin's strength, what she saw was his head closing in on her rapidly. Bang! Mu Jin's head but struck her forehead with force. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With a cracking noise, Jiggle Jinhee, who now had a large bump on her forehead, crumpled to the ground as soon as Mu Jin released his grip. Already exhausted, she couldn't withstand the shock of the headbutt and fainted. Amipa. Mu Jin, victorious in the spar, chanted a Buddhist prayer, slightly wincing at the intense pain emanating from his forehead. As expected, she lives up to the name of Jiggle. She had a harder head than he had thought, perhaps because she used it so often. If he had been slightly off, it might have been him who fainted instead of her. Meanwhile, the sparring match, which had been thrilling and dazzling, ended in a headbutt more fitting for a ruffian brawl, casting a brief silence over the training ground. The one who broke the silence was Yuk Jongxian, who quickly regained his composure. Ahem. The winner of the match is the novice monk Mu Jin. As Yuk Jongxian, the official adjudicator, declared the winner, the atmosphere between the Shaolin and Jiggle factions became sharply divided. Support Jinhee. We're leaving. Jiggle Haiyan, true to his status as a Jiggle family elder, knew how foolish it would be to dispute the adjudicator's decision in this situation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the sparring match ended and the members of the Jiggle family, Yuk Jongxian and Riang Jawan had all left, the interior of the clinic was nearly festive. Ha ha ha. Novice monk Mu Jin. That was a truly excellent sparring match. Mak Ji-hyuk, the leader of the Buddha's Fist sect, laughed heartily and praised Mu Jin. By defeating the prodigy of the Jiggle family, They will be reluctant to make any moves for a while to keep this quiet. Ha ha ha. And with the adjudicator satisfied with our efforts, we have nothing to worry about anymore. It's not all over yet. Mujin replied to the jubilant Mak Ji-hyuk in a mature tone that didn't match his age. The adjudicator was pleased with today's treatment. While I plan to maintain that level of care while I'm here, I can't stay here forever. Still, Mak Ji-hyuk, having the benefit of age and experience, quickly understood Mujin's intention. Starting today, I will double the time spent on training in the treatment methods. This is to ensure the clinic can continue to function even after you leave, novice monk Mujin. Then, I leave it in your capable hands, Master Mak Ji-hyuk. It is we who are grateful, novice monk Mujin. Mujin and Mak Ji-hyuk exchanged bows, each acknowledging the other's respect, before Mujin moved to another spot. Once he arrived in a secluded place, Mujin slightly unclenched the fist he had been holding tightly. Ugh! During the sparring match, his adrenaline had masked the pain, but now that he had relaxed, he could feel the intense ache, especially around his middle finger, which was swollen and bruised from a blood clot. This was the result of colliding with her iron fan, imbued with internal energy, at the beginning of the match. Although the bone didn't seem to be broken as he flexed his middle finger, the swelling indicated it had been a close call. Thus, Mujin pondered, why did such a significant woman never appear in the novel? It would be one thing if the Jeagle family had a minor role in the story. However, the Jeagle family was given considerable attention in the second part of the novel, Legend of the Evil Emperor, on a level similar to that of the Kyeonryu Sangdan. The reason for this was also similar. Like the Kyeonryu Sangdan, the Jeagle family would ally with the dark forces in the future. That's why, when the Taegeum sect reappeared today with the Jeagle family backing them, Mujin was inwardly delighted. If the Jeagle family were a future ally in the fight against the dark forces, it would have been quite troublesome. However, since they were destined to be enemies, he had no qualms about dealing with them. Recalling his memories of the Jeagle family naturally brought to mind the contents of the second part of the novel. The Jeagle family episode was absolutely thrilling. The thrill of the second protagonist destroying the traps laid by the Jeagle family and the dark forces purely through strength was indescribable. However, during the protagonist's destruction of the Jeagle family, the character Jeagle Jean he never appeared, no matter how hard he searches memory. If it's similar to the case with the Kyeonryu Sangdan, does that mean she dies around that time? It seemed likely, considering characters like Ryu Jigwang and Yun Jiehe also didn't appear in the novel. Naturally, he thought about approaching the Jeagle family through her, much like he did with Ryu Jigwang. After what happened today, there's no way she'll want to get close to me. Realizing it was already a lost cause, Mujin shook his head. With the current issues involving the Kyeonryu Sangdan already keeping him busy, it would be too much to also worry about the Jeagle family. Ugh! Amidst the intense pain felt on her forehead, Jeagle Jean he opened her eyes. You're awake. Upon hearing Jeagle Hyun's voice from beside her, she realized she had been lying down all this time and quickly grasped the situation. I'm sorry, Elder. As she spoke while bowing, her head swollen with shame, Jeagle Hyun clicked his tongue once and replied, It's fine. Everything was thrown off the moment Cham Ui appeared. Jeagle Hyun didn't bother mentioning the sparring match. However, it seemed that she was the one who felt regret. Upon opening her eyes, she became determined. May I spar with that novice monk Mujin again? Even though Jeagle Hyun hadn't shown any disappointment when she lost the match, he displayed a hint of disappointment at her question for the first time. TSK, that match was fair. What would change if you sparred again now? Jeagle Hyun had a vague understanding that she was striving desperately to overcome the discrimination she faced as a woman. TSK, sometimes one needs to know when to step back. This is why women cannot achieve great things, Jeagle Hyun thought to himself, clicking his tongue. But Jeagle Jean, he didn't want to spar with Mujin again out of obsession for victory. It's not for revenge. I just thought I could learn something new if I faced that novice again. Right after regaining consciousness, She realized she had been trapped in her own limitations. The next emotion that followed was a peculiar curiosity. Even after reviewing the match, her level of martial arts was indeed higher. However, she still lost the match. Especially, Mujin's judgments towards the end far exceeded her expectations. The child, who hadn't even reached the state of chi activation, sustained injuries to seal her arm and even headbutt her in the final moments. In retrospect, I was merely a pawn in the game Mujin set up from start. She was also intrigued by the wit that played with the elder of the Jeagle family, known as Shin Gi Jeagle. Though she was called a genius within the family, she never dared to think she could match the family head or the elders. To her, they were always adults, and she was in a position to earn their recognition. But that child, with just a few words, had toyed with Jeagle Hyun, whom she considered an adult, and led the match as he wished. Jeagle Jean, he was curious about that secret. If she could uncover that secret, perhaps she too could be recognized within the family. Realizing the determination hidden beneath her serene and composed demeanor, Jeagle Hyun sighed and responded, "With that bump on your forehead, you want to go out now?" Jeagle Hyun pointed with his finger to the enormous lump growing on her forehead. After a few days, the special ointment of the Jeagle family had reduced her swelling, and Jeagle Jean secretly set out without Jeagle Hyun's knowledge. She knew Jeagle Hyun was displeased with her sparring with Mujin. She had dismissed the Hyun Sword Squad, who served as her guards, and secretly arrived at the musculoskeletal treatment clinic, where she encountered an unexpected person at the entrance. "What brings the lady of the Jeagle family here?" A middle-aged monk holding a wine bottle asked, blowing into it like a trumpet, causing Jeagle Jean-hee's eyes to tense with anxiety. "Greetings to the esteemed anti-demon monk." This was a man whom even the elders of the Jeagle family, proud of their intelligence, had given up analyzing. She had come face to face with a mad monk, known as Chui Bull. "Esteemed? You make me sound old. Just call me by my Dharma name or nickname. Anyway, what brings you here?" Jeagle Jean-hee, contemplating briefly while looking at Haiguan, who seemed drunk, chose to be direct. "I came to see if I could spar with the novice monk Mujin again." "Ah, I came on my own, unrelated to the family." It seems you have no tail." Whether he spread his energy to search for the Hyun Sword Squad's presence, Haiguan responded while turning his body and taking another drink. "Follow me. I will guide you to that Mujin." Surprised by Haiguan's unexpected compliance, she followed him. After walking briefly inside the clinic, following Haiguan, "Mujin should be in here." With those words, Haiguan, having finished his task, used his stepping technique and disappeared onto the pavilion roof. Phew! After taking a deep breath, Jeagle Jean-hee pushed open the door of the pavilion. In her eyes, filled with a slight excitement at the thought of meeting the person who had made her realize her own limitations and possibly broaden her horizons, was, Mujin, who had taken off his shirt, lifting a massive chunk of iron, revealing his wild, muscular physique. As she watched Mujin's muscles move dynamically with each lift of the giant iron piece, a faint blush appeared on her usually stoic face. "I thought he was just a child." She acknowledged Mujin's skill as much as she had lost to him, but that was recognition of his martial arts skill. She hadn't expected him to have such a manly physique, especially since she, a lady raised in the prominent Jeagle family, had never seen a man's naked body. "He's like a stone." While she was thinking that to herself, thud! Mujin, who had been lifting the iron piece, gently set it down on the wooden floor. "When did you arrive?" Focused on his iron training, Mujin noticed her standing at the entrance only after finishing a set. Feeling like she had been caught doing something bad, she replied in a startled manner, "Jay just got here." "Ah, I didn't see anything, so don't mind me." Mujin thought to himself, seeing her yelling unlike her calm demeanor from a few days ago. She must be really pissed off. It seems she still harbored feelings about being knocked out by his headbutt. "Since I look like this now, I think it's better to talk after I put on some clothes." As Mujin said that, and turned his body to grab his robe he had taken off, his chiseled muscles moved with him. Jeagle Jean-hee's eyes unconsciously followed those muscles. However, she wasn't completely lost in looking at his muscles. What caught her were the scars engraved all over those angular muscles. Those scars were the marks left by the wounds he received during the raid on the Black Snake sect a few days ago with Haiguan. So that's the source of his experience. Of course, she had no such scars on her body. It was something she could be proud of as a woman, but instead, she felt ashamed. She had thought that she had mastered martial arts with great determination to be called a genius in her family. But now she realized that she had merely trained comfortably in a safe environment. I was really just a frog in a well. While she was reflecting on herself, Mujin picked up his robe and put it on. When Mujin's muscles and scars were covered by his clothes, Jin involuntarily let out a sigh of disappointment. Is there something troubling you? Mujin asked about that sigh, and she, flustered, shouted back, And no, nothing's wrong. Contrary to his first impression, she was quite a sharp-tongued woman. Then why have you come to see me, Seiju? At his question, she finally gathered herself and answered in a calm tone. I came to see if I could spar with you again, Mujin. It's not because of anything related to the family. It's just my personal decision. I see. At her words, Mujin nodded in thought. She's tougher than she looks. Wasn't she basically saying she came for revenge? But it wasn't a bad thing. No, it was actually good. The last spar was helpful in many ways. He had learned many things from that spar, such as how to fight someone of a higher level with external energy or how to face a sage technique. If it's not a fight over profit, sparring is always welcome. Ba. Thank you for understanding. When Mujin bowed first, she also showed her respect by clasping her hands and immediately drew 2 fans. This time, it was to give her all from the beginning. Confirming that she was ready, Mujin rushed at Jinhee, and the spar that began flowed similarly yet slightly differently from the last time. Every time Mujin moved his body vigorously to attack her, the glimpses of his collarbone or biceps through his robe constantly caught her eyes. Is this what they call the beauty trap? While Jinhee was entertaining strange thoughts, Mujin suddenly pulled back. When Mujin, who had been persistently attacking like a playboy in their last spar, suddenly widened the distance, Jinhee's face showed a trace of puzzlement. Facing her, Mujin, who had widened the distance, opened his mouth with a half-smile. It seems the benefactor's mind is filled with distractions. Continuing the sparring in this state might lead to an accident, so I withdrew. Ba. It was an embarrassing and humiliating remark. She wanted to scream in protest, but, true to her prestigious family background, she barely managed to suppress her anger. As Mujin had said, she realized that continuing the sparring in her current state would likely lead to an accident. If I keep sparring like this, I might actually fall for his good looks. Falling for the charms of a novice monk? That's unacceptable. Indeed, the seasoned novice monk had a wealth of practical experience. However, having recognized the tactic as a charm offensive, she wasn't someone who would easily fall for it. Yes, this isn't a flutter of the heart for a man. It's the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. Didn't the elders always say? A worthy opponent is a catalyst that greatly improves one's skills, an enemy who is also an ally. Having sorted out her thoughts to that extent, she took the opportunity of the pause sparring to pose a question to her worthy opponent. What did Mujin think of me? Are you referring to benefactor Jinhee? No, not me, my martial arts. Mujin scratched his chin, which had no beard, as he organized his thoughts while looking at her, who seemed on the verge of screaming again. She had generalized it as martial arts, but to speak from Mujin's perspective, encompassing what he had seen, experienced, and felt, it broadly covered external martial arts, internal martial arts, understanding of martial arts, and practical experience. Even the understanding of martial arts included various complex concepts like unarmed techniques, swordsmanship, techniques involving weapons, energy manipulation to create sword energy or fist energy, and movement techniques. Based on their past sparring sessions and comparing himself to her as objectively as possible, their internal energy levels were similar. Her understanding of martial arts was superior, but he overwhelmingly dominated in external martial arts and practical experience. If they fought 10 times, he would struggle, but he thought he would win about 7 out of 10 times. However, explaining all these details to someone who had a high probability of dying within a few years, and even if she survived, would likely become an enemy, seemed bothersome. Honestly, I thought Benefactor's level of martial arts was superior to mine. Bah. So, that means I lack practical experience, after all. Returning to her calm tone, she lowered her head with a somewhat bitter expression. TSK, ignoring the fact that she might die within a few years, knowing this makes avoiding her even more difficult. Unlike her usual sharp demeanor, her downcast appearance looked particularly delicate. Yes, if she survives with my help, she might even end up on my side. Hadn't there been similar situations with Mu Jiang and Ryu Seolwa? If he helped her, she might support him instead of her family. And above all, Mujin thought it would be wrong to leave someone who might die unattended. So he spoke up. Though I grouped it under practical experience, that's not entirely the case. In my opinion, Benefactor Jeagle's adaptability is quite impressive. Didn't you counter or block all the moves I altered and used? Really? Yes. At Mujin's praise, the flower that had been bowed bloomed brightly. She's more expressive than she looks. Mujin thought to himself, noticing her immediate and honest emotional expressions. Then, what did you mean by lacking practical experience? I meant the pressure that comes from real combat and the impatience that arises from not being accustomed to that pressure. He was referring to the moment she tried to use an imperfect Fanshi technique and ended up counterattacked. Having already lost to Mujin and seen the marks of real combat on his body, she couldn't deny his words. So, you're saying my martial arts aren't bad? Yes. I am in no position to critique the strengths and weaknesses of martial arts superior to my own. As she nodded happily to his words, Mujin, feeling uneasy, added, "Oh, but don't think about gaining practical experience by going out and causing trouble. Real combat can result in death at any moment. You must not use such reckless methods to gain experience." Mujin thought it would be troubling if she died a violent death due to his advice, regardless of what the original history might have been. When he directly addressed his concerns, she responded with a flustered voice. "I've never had such reckless thoughts." "Is that so?" It was clear to anyone that she had. "But, are you worried about me right now?" "Yes, I am." Answering with a reluctant tone, Mujin thought, "She won't suddenly scream. Who are you to worry about me?" Will she? And then, her face flushed, she shouted, "I'm not so weak that Mujin needs to worry about me." Ah, yes. By now, Mujin was starting to hope she would just leave. The woman, who had shouted, added in a meek voice, embarrassed by her own outburst. If I gain confidence in my skills later, may I come back and request a sparring match?" "Yes. If it's Jeagle Sejanim, you are always welcome." As long as she was alive, she could come back to request a sparring match. In other words, he hoped that she, who had a high chance of dying if the novel's flow continued, would survive. To think I would be welcomed anytime. For some reason, she blushed furiously and ran out of the hall without even saying goodbye. Why do all the women I get involved with have severe facial redness? Mujin wondered if Jeagle Jinhee, like Ryu Seolwa, also had high blood pressure. I wonder if she's losing weight well. He briefly thought of Ryu Seolwa naturally. Ugh. Mujin took off his top again and picked up the iron lump he had left behind. Indeed, lifting weights was the best way to clear his mind of distractions. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, Jeagle Jinhee and the Jeagle family's group left Nanshan. It was due to Jeagle Hyen's judgment that there was no benefit in staying. Well, whether the Jeagle family left or not, Mujin focused on what he had to do. Early in the morning and in the evening, he repeated physical training and martial arts practice. Occasionally, he gifted Haiguan with drinks in exchange for guidance or sparring. During the daytime, he treated those who came to specialized facilities, including Yuk Jongxian and Riang Juan, or taught rehabilitation exercises and close-range spear techniques to the novice monks and the disciples of the Bulwoman, including Mak Ji-hyuk. For patients with muscle injuries in the lower thigh, stretching the leg in this manner is very helpful. Forcing tense and contracted muscles to stretch can be dangerous, especially for Mak Ji-hyuk, who had to manage the advanced facilities when Mu Jin was away. He also taught acupressure techniques and manual therapy methods besides rehabilitation exercises. Additionally, Mak Ji-hyuk and the second-in-command of the Bulwonman, Hwang Tae-pyong, received extra training. To think that as a secular disciple, I would be given such an opportunity to learn. I am overwhelmed with gratitude to Shaolin. Mak Ji-hyuk, who was learning the mind technique from Biob Gang, took a respectful stance, deeply moved. Despite being nearly 20 years his junior, there was no trace of shame or hesitation on his face. Understandably, Biob Gang and Biob Y were teaching Mak Ji-hyuk and Hwang Tae-pyong the mind techniques for handling thunder energy and extreme yang energy. This was to ensure that they could perform heat therapy and thunder energy therapy even after Biob Gang and Biob Y left. Of course, they were not teaching the consummate arts like the Tathagata Palm or the Vajra Divine General. These were merely preliminary mind techniques to convert the internal energy gathered in the Danjian into thunder energy or extreme yang energy. Even so, it was a level of mind technique that was not previously taught to secular disciples. Haha, we're just following the orders of the abbot. It would be appropriate to express your gratitude to the abbot and Mu Jin over there. It's only natural to be grateful to the abbot, but to Mu Jin as well. Yes, it was Mu Jin who first proposed teaching this mind technique to secular disciples. Mak Ji-hyuk looked at Mu Jin with a surprised face, but Mu Jin remained indifferent. Well, when he had persuaded the abbot Hyun Cheon, he had argued, saying, "We should at least give minimal repayment to the secular sects that have kept their loyalty." In reality, it was just an excuse because I didn't want to be stuck here. It was a mechanism he set up so he could leave as soon as he finished his work here. Giving away 2 intermediate mind techniques that weren't even consummate arts didn't harm him. Anyway, as he continued teaching the disciples of the Bulwonman, a month passed swiftly. Finally, the free facility tools that the Kyeonryu Singdan Nanchang branch had prepared were completed, and the free facilities were open to the public. That meant, "Oh my, Buddha-handed novice. Here, my leg hurts. Please take a look, Buddha-handed novice." In just a few days, Mu Jin's bizarre nickname, Buddha-handed novice, began to spread in Nanchang. As it became evident that they were truly running a clinic, the clinic naturally took root in Nanchang. However, the situation was not entirely satisfactory. I can't seem to catch any leads. He still hadn't found any evidence to prove the connection between Ryu Seol-ho and the hidden forces. His plan to capture everything in one sweep while dismantling Paedobang had failed, causing the situation to drag on. Thus, 3 months passed as he trained in martial arts, managed the clinic, and intermittently investigated Ryu Seol-ho. One day, a letter arrived for Mu Jin, who had turned 15 after his birthday. A letter from Kyeonryu Sangdan, you say? Yes, it was sent from the Nanchang branch of the Kyeonryu Sangdan, and it has the seal of the Sangdan Jisijanim, so even the branch did not open it. At Biob Gang's answer, who had received the letter from the Kyeonryu Sangdan's errand boy at the entrance, Mu Jin tore open the envelope and took out the letter. He read the words written on the letter for a while. Could it be? As he read the letter, a thought crossed Mu Jin's mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kyeonryu Sangdan Nanchang branch. In the branch master's office, Ryu Seol-ho was feeling anxious. Damn it, when the hell are those damn Shaolin monks going to leave? It's already been 4 months. 4 months ago, Paedobang, which had been handling Ryu Seol-ho's dirty work, collapsed. He had thought that Shaolin would drive them out, but instead, Shaolin came to Nanchang and destroyed them in just 1 day. At this rate, I won't be able to catch up to Ryu Seol-ryong's achievements. Ryu Seol-ho and Ryu Seol-ryong, the second and first sons who grew up under the teachings of Ryu Jigwang, who was obsessed with work. They competed daily with achievements to secure the position of successor. The only problem was that, even with the same achievements, the first son, Ryu Seol-ryong, had the advantage. Additionally, having entered the business world 3 years earlier, Ryu Seol-ryong was ahead in both experience and skill. The person who subtly approached Ryu Seol-ho was the bodyguard currently by his side. He introduced Ryu Seol-ho to an organization that offered a way to surpass Ryu Seol-ryong. The organization sent Paedobang, which absorbed Hongginmin and operated in the background, to assist. Paedobang eliminated obstacles to the Nanchang branch's trade by assassinating, kidnapping, imprisoning, or threatening those who interfered. In return, Ryu Seol-ho only had to secretly mix the people they captured, kidnapped vagrants, into the trades. This arrangement resolved complex trade issues at the lowest cost, rapidly boosting the Nanchang branch's performance. But that trusted Paedobang had collapsed. How did you handle things so poorly that even the authorities caught wind of this? Because of a petty sixth-rank official who seemed uninterested in the plight of the vagrants. I'm sorry. The bodyguard, unable to confront Ryu Seol-ho for the sake of their grand plan, bowed his head, swallowing his pride. Hearing the same rebuke for 4 months now, he was seething inside, but there was no room for excuses. It was a relief that they had discussed all matters related to the Kyeonryu Sangdan orally, just in case. I'm not asking for apologies. I want a solution. New operatives have already been dispatched to Nanchang. They're just waiting to avoid drawing the attention of Shaolin and Riang Jiwon. I'm telling you to come up with a way to drive Shaolin out of here. The bodyguard clenched his fists tightly, but could only keep his head bowed. Drive Shaolin out of here? Even Jigul Seijie had come and left humiliated. Now, high-ranking officials of Nanchang frequented that clinic, and other prestigious factions and large families were just waiting for a legitimate reason to get involved. Just as Ryu Seol-ho was about to lash out at the bodyguard again, a voice came from beyond the entrance to the branchmaster's office. Branchmaster, a letter from a Sangdanju has arrived. Bring it here. Ryu Seol-ho answered irritably, took the envelope from the chief officer, and after confirming the seal of the Sangdanju, tore it open and pulled out the letter. And then a laugh of incredulity spread across his face, which had been full of irritation. The Sangdanju must truly be mad. A 70th birthday party? The content of the letter. It was about holding a 70th birthday celebration for Yeonji. From Ryu Seol-ho's perspective, it was utterly absurd. Since when had the Sangdanju cared about the birthdays of family members? Ryu Seol-ho had never even expected his own birthday to be celebrated, and even during Yeonji's 60th birthday, Ryu Jigwang had been working. They say the heart softens with age. It seems the Sangdanju is no longer fit to play his role. Therefore, he must oust Ryu Jigwang and Ryu Seol-ryong and become the Sangdanju himself. Perhaps it was because he was thinking that way. As Ryu Seol-ho finished reading the letter, a plan formed in his mind. There are a few other branches connected to that place, aren't there? Yes, Branchmaster. In that case, those who are waiting in Nanchang will go with me to Dongbonghyan. Inform the other branches as well. Tell them to bring those who were responsible for the cleanup. The bodyguard, who had briefly shown a surprised expression, understood Ryu Seol-ho's intentions and smirked. I will contact the organization and send reliable men to Dongbonghyan in advance. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Could it be? Mujin stared at the letter with a troubled expression. Yeonji's 70th birthday party. Up to this point, it wasn't particularly surprising. What concerned Mujin was the guest list for the 70th birthday party. The party was to be held modestly, with only the Ryu family and a few branch masters who had worked with the Sangdan for a long time invited. Additionally, the letter stated that Ryu Jigwang invited Mujin. What worried Mujin was that the entire Ryu family would be gathered. Is Ryu Seol-ho planning to kill everyone at this 70th birthday party and become the Sangdanju? In the novel, only Ryu Seol-ho and Ryu Seol-hwa were mentioned. Mujin thought that perhaps Ryu Seol-ho had left Ryu Seol-hwa, who acted as Hong Soi's puppet, alive and eliminated the rest. In the novel, the Kyeonryu Sangdan is not prominently mentioned until at least 10 years from now. I assumed Yeonji and Ryu Jigwang died from illness or old age. He had thought Ryu Seol-ho inherited the Sangdan after that, but now he realized there was a catch. The existence of the first son, Ryu Seol-ryong. As long as he was alive, it made no sense for Ryu Seol-ho to fully inherit the Sangdon's power. Ultimately, this meant that Ryu So-ryong had also died suddenly, and there was no better opportunity than this 70th birthday party. There's no time to be tracking Ryu Seol-ho's traces. Folding the letter, Mu-jin made his decision. It was time to return to Dongbong-hyeon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You say you're returning in 3 days? Mak Ji-hyuk asked with a perplexed expression at Mu-jin's words. Yes. Now that Munjanim and Hwang Taepyeong Sijanim can sufficiently emit thunder and heat energy, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Located in a county seat, Bulbwonman's leader Mak Ji-hyuk and his second-in-command Hwang Taepyeong were masters who had reached the state of sexual energy discharge. Despite being close to 50 years old and having lower levels than Beobgang or Beob-Y, they were still capable of emitting considerable energy. Over the past 4 months, they had learned the mind technique and converted their internal energy into thunder and heat energy, reaching a level where they could sufficiently perform thunder energy and heat energy treatments. That may be true, but they haven't fully mastered all the techniques for massage and pressure point treatments yet. Dongja. They're at a sufficient level to perform treatments for now. If you require additional techniques, you can send one of your outstanding disciples or descendants to Shaolin later. Please understand that this is not the only sect we have to support. Ba. Understanding that Shaolin had to support other sects as well, Mak Ji-hyuk could no longer hold them back. We will strive to maintain the reputation of the clinic even after Shaolin leaves. Ba. Thus, it was agreed that the Shaolin disciples would return in 3 days. Mu-jin and the Shaolin disciples spent the last 3 days diligently teaching the disciples of Bulbwonman the treatment techniques and preparing the clinic. And 3 days later, the Shaolin disciples, having boarded the carriages they had secured in advance, set off on the road back to Dongbong-hyeon. Feels like I'm forgetting something? Mu-jin glanced back at the receding view of Nanchang, puzzled for a moment. Oh, today was leg day. Even on a journey, he couldn't skip his workout. Mu-jin abruptly stood up and started doing squats in the carriage. About 10 days after Mu-jin and the Shaolin disciples had left Nanchang, a graceful and beautiful woman appeared at the still popular musculoskeletal treatment clinic, even in the absence of the Shaolin disciples. They've left. Yes, about 10 days ago, they returned to Dongbong-hyeon. She had returned to her family and undergone intense training for the past 4 months, finally prepared to duel with Mu-jin. Jigul-jin, he turned her head in the direction of Dongbong-hyeon, eyes ablaze. 3 days before Yun-ji's 70th birthday celebration. In the afternoon, the carriage carrying Mu-jin and the Shaolin disciples sped down the main road of Dongbong-hyeon and arrived at the entrance of the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. Mu-jin and the Shaolin disciples disembarked from the carriage. Mu-jin then found himself face-to-face with a woman whose features seemed strangely familiar. Where have I seen her before? While Mu-jin tilted his head, trying to place her among the young ladies who frequently visited the clinic, the woman recognized him first. She smiled brightly and spoke. Mu-jin novice, have you just returned? Hearing her voice, Mu-jin was finally able to identify her. Seol-wa benefactor? Yes. You've changed so much since I last saw you. I don't think I can call you a novice anymore. It had been almost 5 months since Mu-jin had left Dongbong-hyeon. During that time, Mu-jin, who was still in his growth phase, had grown about an inch taller and had lost some of his baby fat. However, these changes paled in comparison to those of Ryu Seol-wa. I almost didn't recognize you either, Seol-wa benefactor. Although her attire, typical of this era, was loose-fitting and did not reveal her figure, she no longer gave the impression of being overweight. Her clothes were now the size of those typically worn by other women, unlike the oversized garments she used to wear. However, it was her face that was most striking. This is more extreme than I expected. Mu-jin had always thought her features were beautiful, but her now revealed jawline and nose exceeded his expectations. Have I changed that much? Ryu Seol-wa asked, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she turned her head slightly, as if embarrassed. It seems she's still lacking in self-confidence. Mujin concluded that she was still not confident about her appearance. Well, after living like that for years, it's hard to change your personality completely in just a few months of exercise. Having made up his mind, Mujin decided to boost her confidence. You've changed so much that I didn't recognize you, Seolwa benefactor. I'm worried the men of Dungbong Hyen might suffer heartache over you. Ha ha ha. At Mujin's compliment, Ryu Seolwa's face turned not just pink, but a deep shade of red. During the nearly 5 months that Mujin was away, she had worked extremely hard. She avoided sweet and oily foods, which she heard made one gain weight, and continued to visit the clinic for exercise even on days when there were no female patients. As a result, as Mujin mentioned, she had recently started receiving countless love letters. She was already a precious daughter of the Ryu Sangdan. Now that her beauty, previously hidden by her weight, was revealed, men were practically lining up for her. However, her decision to lose weight was not made to attract men. Before the men started flocking to her, there was one man who had looked at her differently and had sent her the first love letter she ever received. Therefore, she wanted to be acknowledged by the man who had sent her the first love letter. So what do you think, Muji novice? Do you think I see things differently? You've really become beautiful. Ba. As Mujin and Bandongju complimented her, Ryu Seolwa's face turned so red that she began to twist her body like a snake. However, Mujin was preoccupied with other important matters and didn't pay much attention to her unusual behavior. Seeing that Ryu Seolwa is still alive, it seems nothing has happened within the Sangdan yet. Nevertheless, just in case, Mujin asked cautiously, "So, has anything special happened at the main house recently?" "Lately, we've been busy preparing for grandmother's 70th birthday celebration." "Oh, will you be attending the birthday celebration, Mujin, monk?" She deliberately avoided using the term novice. Mujin smiled slightly as he responded to her question. "Yes, I plan to attend, but I'm not sure if I should participate in a family gathering." "Haha, isn't this also a rare chance for you to see your brothers again, Seolwa benefactor?" "My brothers are so busy with work, just like father, that we hardly see their faces. There are only 3 days left until the celebration, and neither of them has arrived yet." Although she had left before Ryu Seolho, there was still a lingering worry. However, after hearing her answer, it seemed that nothing had happened yet. Still, there were many issues. Although not a martial sect, the Ryu Sangdan was one of the 5 great merchant groups in the world, and it had gathered a significant number of masters with gold. So, if Mujin's fears were correct and they intended to cause trouble at the birthday celebration, the enemies would certainly bring many masters with them. Mujin did not have the strength to stop them all by himself. Bringing a large number of Shaolin disciples lacked justification. He couldn't just storm into the Ryu Sangdan's main house without evidence. If that were possible, he would have already dealt with Ryu Seolho with the Shaolin disciples without coming here. Additionally, forcibly bringing in many Shaolin disciples might cause the enemies to cancel their attack. If that happened, it would only strain the relationship between the Ryu Sangdan and Shaolin for disrupting the birthday celebration. Despite these complicated issues, Mujin wasn't worried. He knew someone who could attend Yunji's birthday celebration without causing problems and who possessed more reliable strength than several Shaolin disciples. Seolwa, Sijanim, is grandfather Hyangguang inside. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The hall located deep within the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. Mujin, what brings you here? Biab-jian, who was in the yard, looked at Mujin with a surprised expression. "Haha, come on in." Hyangguang, who was receiving rehabilitation treatment from Biab-jian, welcomed Mujin with a hearty laugh. "Master, I just returned here after finishing the matters in Nanchang." Mujin, bowing to Biab-jian and Hyangguang, then asked Hyangguang, "Grandfather, have you heard that Grandmother Yun's 70th birthday celebration is being held in 3 days?" If it's Lady Yun, she visits here often even now." "Of course, I've heard." "Then, are you planning to attend the celebration?" At Mujin's question, Hyang shook his head. I heard it's being held modestly to spend time with family. Since I meet and talk with her often, wouldn't it be better for her to enjoy time with her grandchildren on that day? Mujin's question about why Hyang name was left off the guest list was answered. However, Mujin needed Hyang help to resolve this matter. As much as he wished to avoid involving Hyang in difficult affairs due to his still inconvenient body despite his exceptionally high status, this time it couldn't be helped. Grandfather, if it's not too much trouble, would you accompany me to the 70th birthday celebration? At a glance, it might seem like a child was embarrassed to attend a party alone and was dragging an adult along. But Hyang knew that Mujin was not an ordinary child. If he was uncomfortable attending, he was the type to outright refuse. It seems there's a reason behind this. There's one concern that I have. What is it? Since it's a gathering of flowers, I thought that perhaps insects might be attracted. The owner of the giant group, known as Ryu Sangdan, was ultimately Ryu Jiguang. And if Ryu Jiguang were to die, Ryu Sangdan would end up in the hands of one of his family members. But what if the entire family were wiped out at once? A power struggle to take over the masterless Ryu Sangdan would ensue, leading to it either being divided or falling into someone else's hands. Hyang, who boasted outstanding intelligence, easily understood Mujin's metaphor. But the fence protecting those flowers is made of a vast amount of gold and is very sturdy. It wouldn't be easy for the insects to get in. I'm afraid the inside of that fence may have already rotted and insects might have emerged from within. At Mujin's words, Hyang took a deep breath and then chanted a prayer. Mujin simply looked at Hyang in silence. Ryu Seolho had not yet done anything. Naturally, there was no evidence to be had. Thus, Mujin had no choice but to use the expression worry and resort to metaphor instead of direct statements. Knowing that Ryu Seolho would become the leader of the merchant group in the future, he couldn't exactly persuade Hyang by claiming that Ryu Seolho seemed about to cause trouble this time. After a moment, Hyang, who had been chanting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and replied with a profound gaze. I will join you. If my grandson is worried about something, shouldn't I roll up my sleeves and help? Thank you, grandfather. Mujin expressed his gratitude to Hyang with a bow, feeling a sigh of relief inside. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Mujin, together with Hyang, visited the main base of Ryu Sangdan. When the gatekeeper sent a message inside, the chief officer came out to guide them to the leader's hall. Ryu Jiguang warmly welcomed the two who had suddenly visited. Thank you for coming. Monk Hyang, novice Mujin. I am sorry to take your time when you must be very busy. Ba, we are the ones who should apologize. Sangdanjanim. In response to Hyang and Mujin's words, Ryu Jiguang waved his hand. Not all. Have you come because of my mother's 70th birthday celebration in 2 days? That's correct. I apologize for the sudden change and for causing any inconvenience. No need to apologize. My mother will be very pleased if Monk Hyang attends. Actually, apart from attending, there is another favor we would like to ask, which is why we came. What kind of favor? The truth is, our Mujin here asked if he could stay at the Ryu Sangdan main house starting today. At our merchant group? May I know the reason? Novice Mujin. At Ryu Jiguang's question, Mujin pretended to be embarrassed and replied, Since there will be many guests and grandchildren coming to the 70th birthday celebration, I thought it would be difficult for me to spend a long time with grandmother. So, you want to stay here for 2 days in advance and celebrate my mother's 70th birthday? Yes. As Mujin scratched his head and acted embarrassed, Ryu Jiguang burst into hearty laughter, which was unlike him. Did it work? While he expected that trouble would occur during the 70th birthday celebration, it could also happen before the actual day. Ultimately, the most dangerous moment was when the Ryu family gathered together. Thus, Mujin made up this odd excuse to infiltrate Ryu Sangdan in advance with Hyang. He couldn't exactly tell Ryu Jiguang that his own son might be preparing to kill him. Perhaps Ryu Jiguang found Mu Jin's concern for his mother endearing. He readily accepted Mu Jin's request. If that is the reason, you're more than welcome. It's not just anyone, but novice Mu Jin. Ha. I have already heard about the matter in Nanchang. You sent the Jiggle family back and made officials your regulars. Ryu Jiguang, who was smiling and talking, was actually thinking something entirely different. What an excellent prospective son-in-law. He's a capable young man with a caring heart for his grandmother. This is a great chance to show him how comfortable it is under the roof of our Ryu Sangdan. Ryu Jiguang was still full of schemes to return Mu Jin to the secular world. He just kept his thoughts to himself because he couldn't reveal them in front of Haiyang. After a brief, amiable conversation between Haiyang, Mu Jin, and Ryu Jiguang, the voice of the chief officer was heard from the entrance of the leaders' hall. Sangdanjanim, young master Ryu Seolho, the head of the Nanchang branch, has arrived. At the chief officer's words, Haiyang laughed and spoke to Ryu Jiguang. Oh dear, it seems we have taken too much of the busy Sangdanjanim's time. Not at all. Monk Haiyang and novice Mu Jin are always welcome. Since time with your son is also important, we should take our leave now. Yes, I will instruct the chief officer to guide you to your lodging. After saying this, Ryu Jiguang called towards the entrance of the leader's hall. Let him in. As soon as Ryu Jiguang's call ended, the door of the leader's hall opened, and Ryu Seolho entered. Upon discovering Mu Jin in the leader's hall, Ryu Seolho's face momentarily displayed a hint of bewilderment. Ryu Seolho managed his expression well, being the seasoned branch leader he was, but Mu Jin did not miss the change in his demeanor. We shall take our leave now. Please be careful on your way. Outer Chief, guide Hyungwang Monk and novice Mu Jin to the hall where they will stay for the next 2 days. If possible, provide a place close to my mother's estate. Understood, Sangdanju. Mu Jin and Hyungwang followed the outer chief. Meanwhile, Ryu Seolho's eyes flickered as he watched Sangdanju Ryu Jiguang treat Hyungwang with great respect. Ryu Seolho now wore the familiar mask on his face, greeting Ryu Jiguang with a nonchalant demeanor. Ryu Jiguang's attitude seemed somewhat softened compared to the past, but Ryu Seolho only sneered inwardly, revealing nothing of his true feelings. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Ryu Jiguang asked a question. What do you think of novice Mu Jin Seolho? He seems exceptionally talented for his age. Knowing that Ryu Jiguang held Mu Jin in high regard, Ryu Seolho hid his true feelings and responded appropriately. Especially, I was amazed by his ability to attract officials to the clinic in just a few days after arriving in Nanchang. It wasn't solely novice Mu Jin's effort. I know that you helped him. Recently, the delay in Nanchang's operations is because the manpower was diverted to assist the Shaolin clinic, isn't it? However, the clinic is generating considerable profit, so it was a sound decision. Despite the setbacks caused by those wretched Shaolin disciples and Riang Jawanavaiman, which disrupted the operations of Padobang, what nonsense was this? No, this is definitely an indirect rebuke. Even if he had recently become gentler, the Sangdanju, who was obsessed with work, would never overlook matters related to business. While assisting the clinic, I tried to handle the original tasks cleanly, but I am still lacking. No. Given that no additional manpower was supplied, it's natural to find it difficult to handle extra work. Ryu Jiguang's gentle laughter was hard for Ryu Seolho to endure. Thus, he hastily changed the subject. By the way, who was the esteemed monk accompanying novice Mu Jin that Sangdanju treated with such respect? That was Monk Hyungwang, Mu Jin's great master. He is a highly devout monk whom my mother befriended in her later years. A high monk of Shaolin. Could he be a martial arts master? Concerned that his plans might be disrupted, Ryu Seolho tried to maintain a calm facade as he asked. Then he must be quite skilled. He was exceptional in the past, but now he is someone with physical difficulties. However, Ryu Jiguang shook his head at Ryu Seolho's question. This was despite knowing full well the capabilities of Haiyang. This was for security reasons. To Ryu Jiguang, Hyangwang was the last insurance policy. He was the final protector who would safeguard the family in times of crisis. Moreover, as a seasoned merchant, Ryu Jiguang understood the importance of information better than anyone. No matter how close someone was, words uttered with the thought, "This person should be fine," would eventually spread. The person receiving the information would also think, "This person should be fine," and pass it on to someone else. Especially considering the recent situation with Hong So-hee, who was captured by Mu Jin, this information had to be kept hidden from the family until the very end. However, Ryu Seol-ho did not fully trust Ryu Jiguang's words. "Just in case, I need to check it out." With that thought in mind, Ryu Seol-ho bid farewell to Ryu Jiguang and stood up. "Sorry to take up your time, Sing Danjanim. I'll go and greet grandmother now." After finishing his greetings with Ryu Jiguang, he headed to Yunji's quarters with his bodyguard. Upon arriving at Yunji's quarters, Ryu Seol-ho almost frowned again. "Branch leader Ryu Seol-ho, it seems we meet often today." Ha ha. Once again, he encountered Mujin Novice and Hyangwang there, and they were engaging in a very intimate conversation with Yunji Ahe. It was a scene that might make one think the novice monk was her grandson instead of himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That evening, under the pretext of shaking off travel fatigue, Ryu Seol-ho was resting in his former quarters. An unexpected person came to visit him along with his bodyguard. "What brings Chief Officer GM here?" Chief Officer of GM Pyogu. Starting as a low-ranking clerk, he had served at the main house of Kyeonryu Sangdan for over 40 years, eventually rising to the position of chief officer. The person whom Ryu Seol-ho remembered working at Kyeonryu Sangdan's main house since his earliest memories had suddenly come to see him. And the old man, who had dedicated his youth to Kyeonryu Sangdan, spoke unimaginable words. "I came to report on the preparations for the current plan. Second young master. Or should I call you the future Sangdanju?" This statement implied that Chief Officer GM Pyogu, who had worked for Kyeonryu Sangdan for decades, was associated with that organization. However, the surprise was only momentary. Since we've come this far, Ryu Seol-ho steadied his mind. Even knowing that GM Pyogu was a spy, nothing would change. Informing the Sangdanju of this fact would only lead to mutual destruction now that the plan was in motion. First, seize control of the Merchant Guild. After that, expel the members of the organization. Ryu Seol-ho, recalling the idiom, "to kill the dog once the rabbit is dead," was unaware. He did not realize that those accustomed to corrupt power would ultimately be unable to escape from it, much like an addiction. Ryu Seol-ho, having gathered his thoughts, asked Chief Officer GM in a calm manner, "How far along is the preparation?" "We plan to replace some of the guards on the day of the 70th birthday celebration. The new guard will be brought in by the branch leaders who have decided to join us." So the plan is to launch an attack during the celebration?" "That's correct. Since the targets are scattered and the security is tight, any mistake could cause the plan to fail." Ryu Seol-ho nodded at Chief Officer GM's words. "Then, how do you plan to carry out the surprise attack in the banquet hall?" "When the celebration is in full swing and everyone has let their guard down, the replaced guards will simultaneously attack the banquet hall and eliminate the targets. Some of them will also attack the future Sangdanju." Though unexpected words came out, Ryu Seol-ho maintained his composure and thought quickly. As a branch leader of a large merchant guild, he could soon deduce the reason. "To clear me of suspicion?" "That's right. After ambushing the Sangdanju family and dealing with them, the surviving future Sangdanju will order the elimination of the attackers. The attackers would all be from the same organization as Chief Officer GM. They intended to discard these warriors for this plan. TSK. If only number 1027 had handled things well, Ryu Seol-wa could have been kept alive as a puppet." Chief Officer GM clicked his tongue inwardly and continued. "And through the revised list I provided, you can also take care of those who brought the guards before they start talking. You can claim that these branch leaders conspired to overthrow the Ryu family and take over the guild." At the explanation, A rare, genuine smile appeared on Ryu Seolho's lips. It was a brilliant plan to eliminate potential threats while gaining a pretext to become the Sangdanju. However, there was one flaw in this perfect plan. It's a very thorough preparation. But there is one thing I'm curious about. Please ask freely. I understand that an old monk named Haingwang is also attending the 70th birthday celebration. Have you assessed the level of his martial arts? At Ryu Seolho's question, Chief Officer Jiam replied in a calm tone. Haingwang was known as the supreme talent of the world in his youth. Both Ryu Seolho and his bodyguard were startled by Chief Officer Jiam's answer. Then wouldn't that pose a problem for the plan? Do not worry. There's a reason I mentioned his youth. 35 years ago, that monk lost all his martial arts while protecting Shaolin from a detachment of the demon cult. He became so disabled that he can barely move on his own. Are you certain he lost his martial arts? He could have regained them. His chi and blood flow were completely disrupted, and his Danjian was destroyed. 35 years ago, the whole Central Plains was abuzz with news that the supreme talent of the world had become a cripple. Shaolin spent years trying to restore his body, but at some point, the name Haingwang disappeared from the Central Plains. Still, thinking that there might be a chance, I continued gathering information through those who remained in the main house. Thanks to the rehabilitation treatment from Mujin Novice, he has barely managed to move again. There wasn't even a trace of internal energy left. Ryu Seolho nodded slightly and spoke. So, the old monk also recovered through Mujin Novice's treatment? Yes. The old madam also went to Shaolin and received treatment from Mujin Novice, and as a result, Mujin's grandmaster, Haingwang, and the old madam became friends. Having heard all the explanations, Ryu Seolho stroked his chin. Seeing how officials keep seeking him out, it seems that treatment method is indeed useful. Ryu Seolho thought it might be quite a lucrative business, similar to the clinic in Nanchang. But Mujin's treatment method was not his immediate concern. So Haingwang won't be a significant obstacle in this matter. Proceed with the plan as it is. Understood. Even if you sustain minor injuries during the ambush, please don't be too surprised. It's to clear you of suspicion. Do you think I would undertake such a task without that level of courage? I apologize. I misspoke. Saying this, Chief Officer Jiam bowed and left the room with the bodyguard. After Ryu Seolho was no longer present, the bodyguard discreetly asked Chief Officer Jiam a question. It seems the name Mujin Novice keeps coming up, possibly because the Sangdanju cherishes him. Have you obtained any separate information about him here? Asking in Ryu Seolho's absence indicated that the question pertained to information that should not reach Ryu Seolho, information meant to stay within their organization. Normally, there would have been no need to ask such questions separately since they regularly exchanged information. However, due to the chaos after Hong Soi's capture and the bloodshed at the Kyeonryu Singam main house, spies like Chief Officer Jiam had to halt their activities completely for several months. Despite their caution, 2/3 of the spies were eliminated, and Chief Officer Jiam survived only due to his decades of loyalty. Even though Chief Officer Jiam survived, many of his trusted aides were removed. Thus, the main house spies only recently resumed their activities. As a result, the information gathered at the Kyeonryu Singdan main house had not been properly relayed to other places. Muji Novice is a child we are also watching closely. Particularly, we obtained some peculiar information during the interrogation of number 1027. What peculiar information? She claimed that the black-clad man who summoned her was Mujin Novice. Moreover, she said that Mujin Novice knew our code system. I naturally thought there was a rebellious faction within the organization. I believe she was trying to protect the black-clad man by betraying Mujin Novice. However, no matter how much I investigated the black-clad man and the rebellious faction, nothing came up. Listening to Chief Officer Jiam, the bodyguard felt the fog in his mind clearing. It never made sense before. That Riang Jie-won was investigating Hongaman. Riang Jie-won was an official who had no interest in the lives of the poor. It made no sense that he was secretly tracking Hongamin and Peidobang. But now, hearing Chief Officer Jiam's words, a strong suspicion arose that Mujin might be involved. Because of that damn novice, I've suffered such humiliation. The bodyguard's eyes blazed as he recalled the insults he had endured from Ryu Seol-ho over the past 4 months. I understand that Mujin novice is also invited to the 70th birthday celebration. Can I deal with him personally during this opportunity? Although it might cause friction with Shaolin, I too have felt uneasy about him, so I'll try to create an opportunity. Late evening, Mujin and Hyungwang were spending time in the place provided by Ryu Jigwang. Sitting cross-legged on the Daecheongmaru with a calm expression, Hyungwang asked, Mujin, during your stay in Nanchang, did you achieve any progress in your martial arts? I believe I've gained some achievements through various experiences there, grandfather. Mujin replied confidently to Hyungwang's question as he stepped out into the manor's yard and assumed a stance. Mujin had spent 5 months in Nanchang, gaining a considerable amount of practical experience. He had engaged in one-against-many battles with the Black Snake sect, sparred with Jigul Jinhee, facing a superior master, and even witnessed the life-and-death duel between the Peido Bangju and Haiguan. Occasionally, he would coax Haiguan with drinks to receive guidance or request a sparring session. These varied experiences had significantly enhanced Mujin's martial arts, making them quite different from before. Swish! In front of Hyungwang, Mujin demonstrated the martial arts he had refined through his realizations. The striking bone technique, more powerful than 5 months ago, swiftly cut through the air. Complicated and flashy techniques do not suit me. Having gone through numerous real combats, Mujin reached this conclusion. He found that fast and strong techniques were far more practical than complicated and flashy ones. However, this did not mean he put everything into a single punch, palm, or kick. Mujin's striking bone technique, though simple and clear, seamlessly connected each move. The transitions between movements were smooth, and each move was fast and powerful. Ha! Watching Mujin's demonstration, a pleased laugh escaped Hyungwang. He has already reached the level of creating wind. The wind generated by Mujin's striking bone technique was different from merely causing a vacuum effect. It signified that his martial arts had surpassed the level of merely strengthening and enhancing the body, beginning to project that power outward. It was a precursor to reaching the stage of Baljiji. Hyungwang, wearing a benevolent smile, spoke to Mujin, who had made rapid progress at the young age of 15. Mujin, after this 70th birthday celebration, let's spend some time together at Shaolin. Although creating wind was a sign of reaching the Baljiji stage, there were countless people in the martial arts world who failed to overcome that barrier and could not be called masters. To overcome this significant barrier, one needed to focus solely on training. Understanding Hyungwang's intention, Mujin bowed his head and replied, I will do so. Then, with a guilty expression, Mujin added, I apologize for causing you unnecessary worry, grandfather. It's nothing. This much isn't even a hardship. Hyungwang appeared to be just sitting in the yard, but he was actually using natural energy to constantly sense the surrounding qi. This was to prevent any potential attacks from enemies during the night. However, no matter how skilled Hyungwang was, it was not easy to monitor the entire headquarters of the enormous Kionryu, Sangdan. Thus, Mujin opted for selection and concentration. This old man is worried. Can we really only keep an eye on Lady Yun and Sangdanju Ryu Jigwang? If the enemies do act, their first target will undoubtedly be Sangdanju Ryu Jigwang. That's where the most enemies will converge, so I've made it the top priority. No matter how exceptional Hyungwang was, he couldn't protect multiple places at once. After all, he had only one body. Therefore, rather than wasting his energy trying to monitor the entire headquarters, he decided to focus on watching over Ryu Jigwang. Mujin placed Hyungwang's close companion, Yun Jiehee, as the second priority. They spent 2 days in the quarters within Kionryu Sangdan, but no incidents occurred before the 70th birthday celebration. Thus, 2 days passed without any issues, and finally, the day of the 70th birthday celebration dawned. Mu Jin and Hyun Gwang chatted as they headed to the banquet hall where the celebration was to be held. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Mu Jin realized the meaning of modest as written in Ryu Ji-gwang's letter. Wow, the number of people is the only modest thing. Mu Jin had misunderstood the standards of the wealthy Kyeonryu Sangdan. The grand manor within the headquarters of Kyeonryu Sangdan was surrounded by high walls, and at regular intervals along the walls, martial artists with a menacing presence stood guard. Passing through them and entering the interior, he saw pavilions seemingly made of expensive wood and ponds with expensive-looking goldfish swimming in them. Additionally, there were various and luxurious foods and drinks placed all around, making one wonder if it was possible to consume all of it. In this vast and splendid manor, there were fewer than 20 people. Judging by their attire, about 5 of them were servants and maidservants moving around to serve food and drinks. As Mu Jin looked around, wondering, what exactly is modest about this? Ryu Ji-gwang welcomed them and guided Mu Jin and Hyun Gwang to Yun-ji-ae at the main seat. Mother, Monk Hyun Gwang and novice Mu Jin are here. Oh ho ho. We saw each other yesterday, but it's so delightful to see you again today, Monk Hyun Gwang and novice Mu Jin. As Hyun Gwang and Mu Jin responded to Yun-ji's greeting, the eyes of everyone in the manor naturally turned to them. The eldest son, Ryu So-ryong, along with most of those present here, had come from local branches and were unaware of Mu Jin and Hyun Gwang's existence. Except for Ryu Seol-ho, that is. Meanwhile, as Mu Jin finished his greetings with Yun-ji, Ryu Seol-hwa, who was beside her, greeted him as well. Thank you for coming, Monk Mu Jin. Yun-ji interjected as if to ease Ryu Seol-hwa's apparent shyness. He. Now that I think about it, as Seol-hwa said, we should call you Monk instead of novice. Monk Mu Jin, what do you think of Seol-hwa's attire today? Please speak comfortably, grandmother. As for Seol-hwa Shurjunim's attire. Only then did Mu Jin take a closer look at Ryu Seol-hwa's outfit, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Mu Jin had seen Ryu Seol-hwa on the first day he returned to Dongbong-hyeon and had even spoken with her yesterday. However, until now, she had always worn simple attire for training purposes. Today, perhaps because of the banquet, she was dressed in a significantly more colorful outfit. It is as if I am seeing a celestial being. Ba. He. Hearing you say that, this old woman's spirits are lifted. The truth is, I passed down my most cherished outfit from my younger days to her. Ryu Seol-hwa's attire was a traditional Chinese dress, light and airy, reminiscent of what female protagonists in martial arts dramas would wear, with a vibrant, pale blue fabric. As Ryu Seol-hwa, who had slimmed down and revealed her true beauty, wore it, she indeed looked like a celestial being. And the celestial being, as always, blushed and turned her head slightly as she responded. "Tien, should I wear similar clothes more often?" It suits you so well. You should wear them frequently." Just as she was about to add something, pleased by Mu Jin's words, people curious about Mu Jin and Hyun Gwang began approaching to greet them. "Nice to meet you. I am Ryu Seol-ryong, in charge of the Xian branch." Ryu Seol-ryong, the eldest son, was the first to step forward. "I am Mu Jin, the third disciple of Shaolin. Ba." He had a similar appearance to Ryu Ji-gwang and even had a stern expression. It seemed that Ryu Seol-ho might look like him in a few more years. Afterward, they exchanged greetings with several other branch leaders who had come from various regions. Ryu Seol-hwa, who lost the opportunity to speak, looked somewhat sulky. The 70th birthday celebration proceeded in a manner befitting such an event. Guests exchanged greetings, and, at times, acrobats performed acts reminiscent of modern circuses, including face-changing performances, providing various spectacles. In between, people chatted with familiar faces or shared drinks and conversations with new acquaintances. Mu Jin looked at the various meats and alcohol spread across the tables, swallowing his saliva. There were too many eyes watching here, and, as a Shaolin disciple, he couldn't touch any of it. Staring at the full-course vegetarian meal prepared for the Shaolin disciples, Mujin had to suppress his frustration. When he abandoned his attachment to alcohol and meat and recalled his purpose, Mujin donged him. A servant approached Mujin quietly and whispered in his ear, "There's a message from Shaolin. Those who couldn't be invited are waiting outside. Would you please move with me for a moment?" Did something happen at the main temple? Thinking about it, it had been a while since he returned to Dungbong Haiyan without contacting Shaolin and went straight to Qianryu, Sangdan. Mujin turned his head to look at Hyungwang, who was seated with Yun Jihe and Ryu Jigwang. "Well, since grandfather is here, nothing should happen if I leave for a moment." The enemies were targeting the Ryu family. As long as Hyungwang stayed with Ryu Jigwang, Yun Jihe, and Ryu Seolhwa, there should be no danger. With his thoughts sorted, Mujin stood up. "Let's go." He left the manor where the 70th birthday celebration was taking place and walked through Qianryu Sangdan with the servant. "They are waiting here." Mujin entered the building the servant pointed to and was met with an unexpected figure. "I'm curious about what's going on here," Jiang mused him. The man, a bodyguard of Ryu Seolho, whom Mujin had encountered a few times at Nanchang Branch, was waiting for him. "There's nothing much to it, Mujin Dongja. I'm just here to help you attain enlightenment." With that, the bodyguard drew his sword with a natural motion. Watching the sword's aura, Mujin had a thought. It wouldn't be easy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Was I careless? At the 70th birthday celebration, the targets would naturally be Ryu Jigwang, Yun Jihe, or Ryu Seolhwa. He hadn't expected them to target him. But now that the situation had already unfolded, there was no time to regret. Mujin, who had been staring down the bodyguard, suddenly lifted the table that stood between them. Swish! However, the table was cut in two by the bodyguard's swift strike before Mujin could make his next move. Damn! The bodyguard's sword was fast. It couldn't even compare to Jiggle Jinhee's fan, and if it had to be compared, it was similar to the sword technique that Biob Gang had faced at Hongaman. But the biggest problem was something else. Damn! I can't even counter it. It was the sword energy emanating from the opponent's sword. The bodyguard's sword energy wasn't confined to specific techniques. Just brushing against it could easily tear through Mujin's iron skin. Even though Mujin was just a step away from releasing his fist energy, shouting, "Release the fist energy," wouldn't make it appear. Swish! Naturally, Mujin's body accumulated wounds. Avoiding the fast sword strikes perfectly was nearly impossible, and every time he barely dodged, the sword energy would graze him, drawing blood. He doesn't fall for feints easily. He's experienced in real combat. Even as Mujin mixed in feints to close the distance with the bodyguard, the opponent skillfully maintained the gap with his precise footwork and sword path. Should I aim for a prolonged fight, since he keeps emitting that sword energy? The thought crossed Mujin's mind, but he soon discarded the idea. His opponent was not only experienced in real combat, but also skilled in martial arts. A prolonged fight would be disadvantageous. I have to end this in one move. Giving a master an opportunity was fatal. Swish! Even as his right forearm was slightly cut by the bodyguard's sword aiming for his vital points, Mujin's eyes remained calm. What advantage do I have over him? How can I achieve a quick victory? In the midst of the relentless attacks targeting his vital points, Mujin's mind worked more sharply than usual. Before long, he realized he had one advantage over his opponent. It was the physique he had systematically and steadily developed over the past 3 years, his external energy. There's only one chance. Mujin also thought of the only way to exploit this sole advantage. Mujin, having finished his calculations, dodged the bodyguard sword but got another scratch on his right thigh. Flash! He quickly retreated, running away like a rat. As Mujin attempted to flee, the bodyguard rushed forward, swinging his sword. Allowing Mujin to escape the pavilion was dangerous. It might have been different if Ryu Seolho had already been established as the sure leader, but with witnesses, the situation could get unnecessarily complicated. The moment the bodyguard lunged forward, Mujin, who seemed to be retreating, suddenly charged. Tricks! The experienced bodyguard anticipated this and swung his sword at the charging Mujin. Mujin did not dodge the sword strike. Instead, he accelerated. Slash! Blood spattered from Mujin's left forearm as the sword cut deeper than before, slicing through his skin and into his muscle. But Mujin didn't care. To seize a single opportunity against a superior opponent, this was a small price to pay. In exchange for the deep wound on his arm, Mujin succeeded in closing the distance for a punch. Mujin's left fist aimed for the bodyguard's face. Oomph. Despite the sudden situation, the bodyguard didn't panic and turned his head to dodge the punch. Or so he thought. Thud. Surprisingly, Mujin's true aim wasn't his fist. Using his left fist as a feint, he used his forward momentum to shoulder charge the bodyguard's chest. Simultaneously, he grabbed the bodyguard's leg with his right hand, completely breaking the bodyguard's balance. As the bodyguard fell backward, he hastily swung his sword to finish Mujin off. When Mujin's left hand, which had thrown the feint, was now gripping the bodyguard's right forearm, the one holding the sword. That strike should have incapacitated his muscle. Despite the deep wound on Mujin's left forearm, the bodyguard couldn't move his right arm due to Mujin's extraordinary strength. Thud! In the midst of their tackle, Mujin, now on top of the bodyguard, fell to the ground together. Slash! The bodyguard managed to create another deep wound on Mujin's back with just a flick of his wrist. However, the bloodied Mujin seemed indifferent to the wound on his back. In fact, despite being covered in blood, Mujin's eyes burned fiercely. First time experiencing this. The only advantage Mujin had over the bodyguard was his external martial arts, which he utilized perfectly in combat. That advantage was none other than a submission hold. Mujin, mounted on the bodyguard's upper body, pressed his entire body tightly against him. In modern times, he would have used the mount position to punch the bodyguard in the face, but doing so here might have resulted in his side being pierced by the bodyguard's sword. Instead, Mujin, completely pressing his body against the bodyguard's, grabbed the bodyguard's sword-wielding right hand with his left hand. With one hand each locked in place, the ensuing struggle for dominance clearly favored Mujin. Mujin had the advantage in strength, and a ground-level, mudslinging fight was unfamiliar territory for the skilled bodyguard. As they rolled on the ground several times, their hands locked together. KRGH! Mujin's right hand, which had somehow entangled all the bodyguard's limbs with his body, gripped the bodyguard's neck. Did you enjoy playing around? Covered in blood, Mujin smiled like a malevolent spirit and tightened his grip with his right hand. The muscles in his blood-soaked right arm bulged, and veins started to pop out. Feeling as though his neck would snap instantly, the bodyguard desperately circulated his internal energy to his neck and twisted his body. He had no leeway to divert his internal energy elsewhere. The moment he relaxed his neck bone would break, resulting in instant death. But for some reason, despite his superior internal energy, the pressure on his neck only intensified. This was to be expected. Internal and external energy create a greater synergistic effect when harmonized. No matter how advanced the bodyguard's skills and internal energy were, there was an insurmountable difference between the untrained muscles of his neck and the grip strength Mujin had honed over 3 years. Why? Try to use your sword chi through your neck. With Mujin's sneer. Crunch. The bodyguard's neck bone shattered instantly. Phew. The intense pain from countless scratches and the deep wounds on his forearm and back surged, but there was no time to rest. Completely drenched in blood, Mujin dashed towards the banquet hall. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shortly after Mujin and a servant left the banquet hall, some of the warriors surrounding the banquet hall began to exchange secret signals. Begin. Upon receiving the command from one of the warriors, about half of the guards surrounding the banquet hall suddenly employed their body techniques, vaulting over the high walls and leaping into the banquet hall. Chase them. What are you doing? The startled remaining guards hastily pursued them, but the warriors who had moved first were already closing in on the Ryu family. Each of them was an expert, their swords and blades emanating powerful auras, moving with unparalleled speed. As they charged forward, radiating energy from their weapons at an incredible pace. Some faces showed confusion, others despair, and a few even dared to hope. Umitba, a soft chant echoed. In that moment, the warriors who had been about to strike the Ryu family suddenly collapsed to the ground. Ryu Seol-ho couldn't hide his bewilderment as he watched the warriors fall while swinging their weapons in front of him. Well, it made sense that attacks aimed at him were just part of an act to clear suspicions. But why did those attacking Ryu Jiguang and Ryu Seol-ryong also collapse? The ones most bewildered were the warriors themselves, who had charged at the Ryu family with their weapons. What is this? A powerful force had suddenly appeared, pressing down on them. The energy was so overwhelming that the auras emanating from their swords faded, and even their high-level martial arts were rendered useless. Such a powerful force would have caused ordinary people to collapse and cough up blood. Yet, how was it that Yunji, who had not even practiced martial arts and was quite elderly, remained so calm? Ryu Jiguang resolved the mystery for everyone. Thank you, Master Hyungwang. All eyes turned to the old monk sitting in meditation. However, Hyungwang gave an unexpected reply to Ryu Jiguang's gratitude. There are also those in the back who were exchanging secret messages. As soon as Hyungwang spoke, some of the warriors who had been moving towards the banquet hall suddenly collapsed. These are the ones tasked with rescuing Ryu Seol-ho and cleaning up afterwards. Thanks to these successive strange phenomena, everyone realized that these events were caused by Hyungwang. But while they understood the source, no one in the room could fathom how Hyungwang could accurately bring down only the suspicious individuals in such a large space. Moreover, overhearing secret communications, what kind of sorcery was that? Ryu Jiguang, deciding to give up on understanding and instead focus on practicality, expressed his gratitude to Hyungwang once more before issuing an order. Those who can still move, subdue the ones who have collapsed. Following Ryu Jiguang's command, the warriors who had regained their composure began to move to subdue the fallen. At that moment, the door to the banquet hall opened, and Mujin, covered in blood, appeared. Mujin monk. Ryu Seol-hwa's face turned pale with shock. But rather than fear of the blood, it was worry that came to the fore. With a pale face, she ran frantically towards Mujin, her delicate clothes fluttering in the air. However, Mujin, overwhelmed with urgency, didn't even hear Ryu Seol-hwa calling out to him. Instead, despite his dizziness from anemia, he quickly grasped the situation in the banquet hall and realized that Hyungwang had already subdued the enemies. Perhaps relieved that the ordeal was over, he managed to speak. Please capture Ryu Seol-ho, grandfather. As the tension left his body, he nearly collapsed, but Ryu Seol-hwa, who had hurried over, caught him just in time. Gao! Hyungwang, who had remained composed until now, suddenly let out a thunderous shout, causing all the warriors who had been sitting to start bleeding from their 7 orifices. But Hyungwang's fierce energy wasn't only directed at them. The heavy aura bypassed Mujin, Ryu Seol-hwa, and Yunji, leaving them unaffected. The oppressive energy paralyzed everyone in the banquet hall. No one here shall dare to oppress a disciple of Shaolin in my presence. Hyungwang's fierce gaze, which seemed capable of inciting fearsome destruction, was fixed on Ryu Seol-ho. The terrifying pressure of Hyungwang's presence brought a moment of silence to the mansion. Remarkably, it was Ryu Seol-hwa who broke the eerie silence. We need a doctor. Fetch a doctor. While she had only supported Mujin for a moment, his blood had soaked through her once delicate clothes, now stained red. In response to her urgent cry, Hyungwang turned his gaze from Ryu Seol-ho to look at Ryu Jiguang. Phew! The moment Hyungwang's gaze fell upon him, the pressure lifted, and Ryu Jiguang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I will call for a doctor immediately, Master Hyungwang. Even though he had been threatened in the very heart of the Kion Ryu Trading Company, Ryu Jiguang neither mentioned it nor showed any anger. The seasoned Ryu Jiguang knew better. He understood the truth of not provoking an enraged tiger. No, that's not a tiger. It was more like a dragon, and not just any dragon, but one whose reverse scale had been touched. And, damn it, it might have been his second son who provoked that dragon. Otherwise, Mujin wouldn't have ended up in this state, mentioning his second son's name. I can only hope there's been a misunderstanding. With that thought, Ryu Jiguang, the head of the trading company, moved to call for a doctor himself. However, there was no need to go far. Surround the banquet hall immediately. What is happening? People from all over the Kion Ryu Trading Company's headquarters, who had been attending to their duties, swarmed into the banquet hall due to the commotion. Seeing the commotion in the banquet hall, where the entire Ryu family was gathered, everyone quickly gathered. But instead of explaining the situation to each person, Ryu Jiguang focused on the most urgent matter. Fetch the doctors immediately. Bring all the medicinal herbs we have in stock. First and foremost, he needed to calm the dragon's anger. Even in the midst of confusion, the quicker-witted individuals promptly followed his orders. Before long, the doctors employed by the Kion Ryu Trading Company rushed into the banquet hall. Attend to Mujin's condition. At Ryu Jiguang's direction, the doctors approached Mujin, who was supported by Ryu Seolhwa. The doctors examined Mujin, then began applying various medicinal herbs and bandaging his wounds. There are no injuries to vital organs or internal damage. Though he has deep wounds on his left arm and back, proper treatment should suffice. However, he has lost a significant amount of blood and will need nourishing food and herbs to recover his energy. Hearing the doctor's report, both Ryu Jiguang and Ryu Seolhwa sighed in relief. Prepare a decoction with the herbs to replenish his energy immediately. After giving additional instructions to the doctors, Ryu Jiguang turned to the guards surrounding the banquet hall. Bring the chief officer of the Golden Security Bureau here immediately. As the highest authority in the trading company responsible for personnel and assignments, it was Ryu Jiguang himself. But he had never issued such orders. The only one who could have done so in his stead was the chief officer. Chief Officer GM, the Sangdanju is looking for you. Let's go together. As GM Pyogu looked at the group of warriors who had come to find him, his pupils momentarily shook. It was already past the time when the situation should have been resolved, yet the Sangdanju was looking for him. Surely, it wasn't that Ryu Seolho had already been recognized as the Sangdanju and that they were calling him by that title. Does this mean failure? The moment of failure would inevitably lead to the plan being discovered. It was a scheme that could only be carried out by using his position. However, he had believed it would surely succeed, so he had willingly taken the risk. First, assess the situation and then decide the next action. As GM Pyogu's thoughts reached that point, he shook his head. The first principle as a spy. If there is a risk of your identity being exposed to the enemy, you must commit suicide without hesitation. He couldn't disregard this principle, which Agent 1027 had foolishly ignored. With a swift decision, GM Pyogu bit down on the poison he always kept in his mouth. Save him. We need to take him to a physician immediately. As dark red blood suddenly flowed from GM Pyogu's mouth, the warriors who had come to take him urgently moved. It's too late. However, by the time they grabbed GM Pyogu, he had already breathed his last. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Ryu Jiguang ordered that the chief officer be brought to him, about a quarter of an hour had passed. The warriors who had gone to capture GM Pyogu returned, carrying a bundle of papers along with his body. What happened here? When we arrived, he committed suicide without hesitation. At their reply, Ryu Jiguang felt a chilling sensation at the back of his head. Although he had suspected, he never imagined that GM Pyogu, who had served for over 40 years, would choose betrayal. No, if it were mere betrayal, he wouldn't have taken such measures. If it had been simple betrayal, he would have begged for his life, spouting nonsense about being temporarily insane or asking for forgiveness. He wouldn't have chosen to commit suicide so hastily. At that moment, other warriors appeared in the banquet hall, carrying another corpse. Upon inspection, it's confirmed that he was indeed one of Ryu Seolho's bodyguards. As they lifted the corpse with the broken neck for display, Ryu Jiguang's gaze naturally turned to his second son. Unable to move or speak due to the pressure exerted by Hyung-wang, Ryu Seol-ho could only communicate with his eyes. Yes, that's the look of a traitor caught in the act. The increasing likelihood that his second son had indeed orchestrated this caused Ryu Ji-gwang to feel a throbbing headache. At that moment, one of the warriors who had brought the papers along with Jiam Pyogu's body handed the bundle to Ryu Ji-gwang. These are the personnel details of the guards assigned around the banquet hall and the deployment orders issued by the chief officer this morning. Ryu Ji-gwang quickly skimmed through the documents handed over by the warrior, then turned his gaze towards the banquet hall. That one, and that one over there. He pointed at several of the men subdued by Hyung-wang. They were the sub-chiefs involved in this incident. After pointing out the 4 sub-chiefs, Ryu Ji-gwang closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them, and captured the Nanchang sub-chief. He gave the order, pointing to his second son. Asterisk. That evening, while Ryu Ji-gwang was busy cleaning up the mess at the banquet hall and dealing with the rebels and spies, Mu-jin and Hyung-wang had returned to their assigned quarters. "Are you feeling any better?" Hyung-wang asked with a sorrowful look in his eyes. Mu-jin, trying to appear cheerful, replied with a brave face. "As the physician said, I just need to rest for a few days. There were no fatal injuries, grandfather." "Mu-jin, you shouldn't move." As Mu-jin tried to get up to talk with Hyung-wang, Ryu Seol-hwa, who had followed him here to take care of him, hurriedly held him down. "Seol-hwa is right. Just lie down and rest." "Understood." Hyung-wang looked at Mu-jin, who was trying to appear unhurt, for a moment before speaking. "I should have acted a bit faster. I was the one who asked you to protect the banquet hall. I'm just grateful that what I feared didn't happen. It was a valuable experience in many ways." "Ha! That escort warrior must have been quite skilled." At Hyung-wang's words, Mu-jin recounted his duel with the escort warrior. A life-and-death struggle with a formidable opponent who wielded sword energy freely, someone far superior to him. Ryu Seol-hwa, who was taking care of Mu-jin and listening alongside him, turned pale at the vivid account, realizing once again how close Mu-jin had come to death. On the other hand, Hyung-wang's expression was quite complex. While he was naturally worried about Mu-jin, he also felt a sense of pride. If Mu-jin's account is accurate, he faced someone as skilled as any second-class disciple. No matter how exceptional Mu-jin's talent was, it hadn't even been 3 years since he started learning martial arts. He shouldn't have been able to face such a skilled opponent. Winning against such a formidable foe was already surprising enough, but what impressed him the most was Mu-jin's strategic judgment. To overcome his lacking proficiency, he led the fight into a hand-to-hand battle, his strongest suit, and willingly took a severe injury to his arm to close the distance. "I just intended to watch over this child until he established his foundation." Choi Kang-hyuk's desire, which he thought he had abandoned, kept resurfacing. No, the single regret he had not let go of was growing unnecessarily large. Having attained an immense enlightenment, Hyung-wang realized he did not have much time left to remain in the world. If it's Mu-jin, perhaps I could quicken the pace a bit more. Perhaps it was his own desire. However, this was also a decision for Mu-jin's sake. Considering the incidents Mu-jin kept getting involved in and the dangers entangling him, Hyung-wang had a strong intuition that more perilous situations would continue to arise for Mu-jin. Given his intuition had reached a level of proficiency, it was almost prophetic. For Mu-jin to withstand those ordeals even after he left, it was necessary to accelerate his skill development. It seems necessary. Watching Mu-jin, who was trying to smile brightly, Hyung-wang made a resolution. Asterisk. Late at night, Ryu Ji-gwang, who had taken care of the commotion at the banquet hall, was alone with Hyung-wang in the lodging provided to Hyung-wang and Mu-jin. "I have nothing to say to monk Hyung-wang and novice Mu-jin. Do not worry about it. I am the one who couldn't control my anger and ruined Lady Yun's precious banquet. I am the one who should apologize. My mother is fine. She seemed a bit startled during the day, but she has calmed down a lot now." Although Ryu Ji-gwang replied calmly, inside he was torn apart. Is this also my karma? Recently, he had started to care for his family, But was it impossible to undo the neglect of the past few decades? While Ryu Jiguang was lost in such thoughts, Hyungwang spoke with a profound expression. I may have severed ties with the secular world and may not be well versed in worldly laws, but there is one thing I do know. In the secular world, those who indulge in opium are punished, but the greatest punishment is reserved for those who distribute and supply opium. Though it might seem out of place to suddenly bring up opium, Ryu Jiguang could easily grasp Hyungwang's point. I may not be able to bring back a child who is already addicted, but I will not forgive those who dared to offer opium to my son. Ryu Jiguang, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, answered while grinding his teeth. It had been the same with Hong So-hee, who had approached Ryu Seol-hwa, but this incident had made it clear. He didn't know which organization it was, but there were some damned bastards who had infiltrated deeply into Kyeonryu, Sangdan, and he would uncover which group it was by interrogating those they had captured. I will not let this matter slide, especially for the sake of novice Mujin, who is injured by being involved in our family matters. Though my grandson is hurt, how can it compare to the pain of losing a son? Hyungwang replied in a deliberately calm tone. Ryu Jiguang had said that a child addicted to drugs could not be brought back, which meant he had decided to give up on his second son, Ryu Seol-ho. If only they had targeted me alone. When it became certain that Ryu Seol-ho was the main instigator, Ryu Jiguang had even thought that. A child kills their parent. How misguided must the parent's education have been, or how much resentment must the child have harbored to do such a thing? As a father, he might have grieved for raising such a child, but he would not have blamed the child. However, Ryu Seol-ho had crossed the line. He had not only targeted his father, Ryu Jiguang, but also his siblings and his grandmother, Yunji, who, with a deep breath, Ryu Jiguang steadied his mind once more and spoke to Hyungwang. Since Mujin was injured in this incident and Hyungwang Monk has been of great help, I wish to repay your kindness in any way I can. Please, if there is anything you desire, let me know. I will mobilize all the resources of the Sangdan to fulfill your request. As he said this, Ryu Jiguang wondered what kind of request Hyungwang might make. If he refuses the reward, how should I persuade him? The worst-case scenario would be if Hyungwang refused any reward at all. The abilities Hyungwang displayed at the banquet far exceeded Ryu Jiguang's expectations. Supreme swordsman of the world. No, I even doubt if that could be called martial arts at all. It was an ability that made one think if Buddha truly existed, it would be like this. Thus, Ryu Jiguang wanted to continue his association with Hyungwang. In that sense, Seol-hwa is doing very well. His daughter was performing her duties brilliantly. In the adjacent room where Ryu Jiguang and Hyungwang were having a private conversation, Ryu Seol-hwa was tending to the recuperating Mujin. Hyungwang Monk is a detached person, yet he was so angry about Mujin's injury. And considering that he even called Mujin his grandchild, the bond will not break even if Mujin were to leave the monastic life. So, if Seol-hwa and Mujin were to be together, Ryu Jiguang envisioned a perfect scenario in his mind. But that was a matter for the distant future, and the current situation was more pressing. He needed to settle the accounts of what had happened today first. He believed that maintaining relationships required reciprocating favors. He was a merchant, after all. On the other hand, he was worried that Hyungwang, being a near-enlightened monk, might refuse any compensation. Haha, compensation should be simple. What kind of compensation do you desire? Money. Pardon? Hyungwang needed money to obtain what Mujin required. A substantial amount of money. Haha. Having saved the lives of the entire Kyeonryu Singnan family, how much should I ask for? I'm afraid I'm not very good with numbers, being a monk unfamiliar with worldly matters. Ha. Watching Hyungwang laugh heartily, Ryu Jiguang felt a cold sweat run down his back. Asterisk. A few days later, after receiving emergency treatment, Mujin returned with Hyungwang to the musculoskeletal treatment clinic where the Shaolin disciples were. Kyeonryu Sangdan was in the midst of organizing and purging spies, making the place chaotic so they left the Sangdan. Even Yun Jie and Ryu Jiguang couldn't stop them. When Mu Jin returned, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, the Shaolin disciples at the clinic were all shocked and astonished. Leaving a simple remark to those disciples, "Take good care of Mu Jin," Hyun Guang took a thick bundle and headed towards Mount Song. Thanks to his injuries, Mu Jin, who was now receiving the utmost care from the masters, was currently thoroughly enjoying a nourishing meal. Mu Jin, no matter how much blood you've lost, eating meat might be a bit dangerous, don't you think? I'm a patient. A patient? Didn't the abbot change the Shaolin regulations? He allowed meat consumption for severely injured patients. The regulation had changed during Hyunguang's treatment. Specifically, for severely injured patients, it allowed the consumption of meat obtained from dead animals. No matter what, killing living animals for meat was not in line with Shaolin's principles. Regardless of the circumstances, Mu Jin was enjoying a lavish array of nourishing foods, including various meats, fish, and some vegetables, piled high enough to break the table legs. That's right, Mu Jin Monk is a patient right now. Beside Mu Jin was Ryu Seolhwa, the person who brought these lavish dishes, glaring at the Shaolin disciples. Instead of bothering Mu Jin Monk, why don't you go check on other patients? Ugh. Ah, yes, understood. Overwhelmed by Ryu Seolhwa's fierce aura, the Shaolin disciples eventually rose to attend to their clinic duties. Mu Jin Monk, please eat and rest comfortably. Haha. Thank you, Benefactor Seolhwa. Smiling brightly at Mu Jin's words, she stood up. She also had a female guest she was expecting today. A few hours later, after finishing her duties for the day, she walked towards the pavilion where Mu Jin was resting with a spring in her step. I wonder what food I should bring him for dinner. Thinking about the nourishing food, her face flushed again. It was because of what her father had told her that morning. Stay by Mu Jin's side and take care of him as best as you can. Try to make him interested in the secular world. Although he didn't say more, she could easily imagine it. Mu Jin taking an interest in the secular world, leaving the monastic life, and living happily with her. Just imagining it made her face flush with blood, and with slightly trembling hands, she cautiously opened the door. Mu Jin Monk, what are you doing right now? In response to her question, asked with a suddenly sullen face, Mu Jin answered with a bright smile. I was doing leg exercises. I feel like I've lost muscle since I've been resting for a few days. Sweating profusely from his forehead, Mu Jin responded cheerfully as he bent and straightened his legs. Building muscle is easy, but losing it is just as easy. After resting for a few days, Mu Jin felt as if the muscles he had painstakingly built over 3 years had vanished. Moreover, since he had replenished plenty of protein with the nourishing food that Ryu Seolhwa brought in the morning, he thought it was time to replenish his muscles. At least, that was what Mu Jin thought. You're exercising while you're still injured? Except for the wounds on my arms and back, I'm fine. So, leg exercises should be okay, right? With that cheerful answer, the blood rushed to Ryu Seolhwa's head again, but for a different reason this time. Are you crazy? Lie down and rest immediately. Her rare shout echoed through the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. Over the wall, interior of a grand hall. A man was bowing down, reporting to an elderly man seated on a dais. The plan being carried out by the Kyeonryu Sangdan has encountered a setback. If it were a minor issue, you wouldn't have reported it in such a manner. It must be quite significant. It might take decades to recover from the damage incurred this time. Those we planted in the main faction have been wiped out. Those who made contact with the sub-faction are also being tracked. So, the Kyeonryu No. 1 plan has failed. Kyeonryu No. 1 referred to the first spy infiltrated into the Kyeonryu Sangdan, meaning Jianpyogu. According to the previous report, the plan seemed quite promising. The man hesitated before replying to the elder's remark. It seems there was an unexpected obstacle. An obstacle? After investigating the failed operation, it was found that a rumor had been circulating within the Kyeonryu Sangdan main faction. The rumor claimed that the Shaolin Saint monk had come back to life. The Shaolin saint monk? You mean the Hyungwang? For the first time, the always composed elder showed signs of surprise. Yes, it is said that he was present at the 70th birthday banquet. What was Ryu number 1 doing, carrying out the plan with Hyungwang at the banquet? Apparently, until this incident, no one knew that Hyungwang had regained his martial prowess. He hid his recovery. Though it's just a rumor, if true, it suggests that he not only recovered but reached an even higher level. The elderly man couldn't help but let out a laugh. At merely 32, he was among the top 10 masters of his time. If he has advanced another step, he might now be on par with the current top 3 swordsmen in the world. Since it's only a rumor, we'll need to delve deeper to obtain accurate information. The elder fell into contemplation at his subordinate's words. Once hailed as the greatest prodigy in the world, a monster who was expected to become the unrivaled best in the world within 10 years. Thus, they had to deal with that monster somehow. They hadn't worried about Shaolin, which was on the brink of self-destruction due to its own lofty airs. But, given time, Hyungwang could grow into a monster capable of damaging their century-long plan all on his own. When the demon cult stirred, they had mobilized their collected elite forces to attack Hyungwang, disguising them as a special force of the demon cult. They lost nearly 100 masters and only managed to cripple Hyungwang. And now, he was resurrected. No, it's already been 35 years. Even if Hyungwang has revived, our forces are far stronger than back then. The man brushed off his negative thoughts. While Hyungwang lived as a recluse, they had grown stronger. They had trained far more masters than the ones they had lost back then. Not only that, there were even a few masters comparable to the 7 kings or the 3 swords of the world. Furthermore, there was something else needed to train more and superior masters. There's no need to be overly concerned about that. For now, focus on verifying the truth of the rumors. Also, due to changes in our original plan, concentrate our manpower on Daegum and Yunha merchant groups instead of Ryu merchant group. Are we abandoning Ryu merchant group completely? Since Ryu Jigwang's suspicions have reached their peak, trying to act again now would be a self-defeating move. I will follow your orders. Watching the subordinate leave after paying his respects, the old man organized his thoughts. To train numerous masters, various children were needed. The more unique the child's constitution, the better. To secretly obtain such children, they planned to devour large merchant groups or establish secret connections. Ryu Merchant Group was one of the top 5 merchant groups in the world, heavily focused on transportation. If they could have swallowed Ryu Merchant Group alone, there would have been no need to approach the other top 5 merchant groups. However, they were persistent, dreaming of a 100-year plan, so they did not rely solely on Ryu Merchant Group. In case something went wrong, they had already established connections with Daegum and Yunha merchant groups. Using those 2 groups, they could manage the current problem somehow. Compared to completely taking over Ryu Merchant Group, the loss would be immense, but thinking about it naturally brought the name of the culprit who ruined this plan, Hyungwang, to his mind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shaolin Temple of Mount Song. Abbot's room. In that place, Abbot Hyun Cheon and Hyungwang were having a private meeting. Mujin is seriously injured, you say? Abbot Hyun Cheon, who heard about the events at Ryu Merchant Group from Hyungwang, asked back with a shocked face. Yes, Abbot. Hyungwang, wearing a solemn expression instead of his usual amiable one, nodded and handed a bundle to Abbot Hyun Cheon. It was a bundle Hyungwang had carried since he descended from Dungbong Haiyan to Mount Song. What is this? This is what Ryu Jigwang offered to our temple as a token of appreciation for this incident, Abbot. What? The abbot, who always maintained high moral conduct, receiving a personal reward? Feeling bewildered, Abbot Hyun Cheon untied the bundle handed over by Hyungwang. He stared at the items inside the bundle for a long while. The bundle was filled with gold and silver treasures that looked extremely valuable at first glance. Though Abbot Hyun Cheon was not well-versed in worldly matters due to living secluded in the mountains, he could instinctively tell that each small piece of gold and silver treasure in the bundle was worth as much as Shaolin's annual budget. Hyun-gwang, who had extracted such immense compensation from Ryu Ji-gwang, still wore a somber expression as he began to speak. Now that I have personally gone to such lengths to secure this compensation, it is time to give Mu Jin that remedy. Abbot, what do you mean by that remedy? Hyun Cheon asked in a hesitant tone, as if Hyun-gwang was demanding something he had left in his care. Hyun-gwang replied, as if it was only natural. The Great Restoration Pill. Teach the Great Restoration Pill. What are you talking about, Abbot? Our Mu Jin almost died. He was wandering around trying to earn money to support our Shaolin with his frail body. And that's how he ended up like this. Hyun-gwang, usually calm, shouted loudly with a pained expression, causing Abbot Hyun Cheon's already pale face to grow even paler. But, senior brother, no matter what the Great Restoration Pill is, knowing that you would say that, I went ahead and secured funds for this reason. Do you know how embarrassed I was asking Ryu Ji-gwang for compensation? In reality, Hyun-gwang had confidently extracted money from Ryu Ji-gwang without changing his expression. Of course, from Hyun Cheon's perspective, unaware of this, there was no valid argument to refute. Nevertheless, it was not easy for Hyun Cheon to give the Great Restoration Pill to Mu Jin. Senior brother, you know as well as I do. The Lesser Restoration Pill can be made if we have money, but the Great Restoration Pill cannot. The Great Restoration Pill and the Lesser Restoration Pill, symbolic items of Shaolin, were made from various medicinal herbs gathered from Mount Song, where Shaolin was located. Given Shaolin's frugal and, to put it another way, impoverished lifestyle, this was an entirely natural method. However, like most medicinal herbs, those from Mount Song could also be found in other regions or mountains. This meant they could be obtained on the market, with one exception. And that one exception was the biggest difference between the Lesser Restoration Pill and the Great Restoration Pill. There was a special spiritual herb that grew only in the most sacred places of Mount Song. Without this herb, the ingredients for the Lesser and Great Restoration Pills were not significantly different. In other words, while the Lesser Restoration Pill could be made if one had money, the Great Restoration Pill could not. This spiritual herb took decades to grow properly and could only thrive in those sacred places. Thus, Shaolin could only produce 2 or 3 Great Restoration Pills per generation. Creating the Lesser Restoration Pill from the leftover ingredients after making the Great Restoration Pill was a common practice. Of course, that didn't mean they couldn't make new ones. There were still some Great Restoration Pills left in Shaolin. The reason Abbot Hyun Cheon opposed it. And above all, there is no history of Shaolin bestowing the Great Restoration Pill upon third-class disciples. It was because of Shaolin's tradition. The Great Restoration Pill could only be made in 2s or 3s per generation. It was a tradition to bestow it upon second-class disciples, those who would later become the abbot of Shaolin, or those whose martial arts were exceptionally strong and would be responsible for Shaolin's defense. The Great Restoration Pill was given to the most important talents who would protect Shaolin's future. No matter how admirable Mu Jin's efforts are and how limitless his potential may be, it is still too early to give him the Great Restoration Pill. Senior brother, if Mu Jin becomes a second-class disciple, he will receive the Great Restoration Pill even if you do not mention it. If that's the will of the abbot, there's no helping it. As Hyun-gwang nodded his head, Hyun Cheon inwardly sighed in relief. He thought he had successfully persuaded his senior brother, but that was a mere illusion. By the time Mu Jin became a second-class disciple, Hyun-gwang would have already departed from this world. Therefore, Hyun-gwang made up his mind. If the abbot cannot give it to him, then I will take it myself. With that, Hyun-gwang stood up, and a chill ran down Hyun Cheon's spine at the smile he wore. The location of the medicine hall should be around here. Muttering something that could be a threat or just talking to himself, Hyun-gwang turned accurately in the direction of the medicine hall. A massive amount of natural energy began to converge around him. I will give it to you. The panicked abbot Hyun Cheon urgently threw himself at Hyun-gwang, clutching his pants and shouting. Whether Hyun-gwang was pleased by his desperate cry, the massive natural energy converging around him dispersed like a gentle breeze. Ho ho ho! This old monk doesn't know what to do with the abbot's wise decision. As he watched Hyung laughing cheerfully, Hyun Cheon thought, I thought I would uproot the foundation of Shaolin to save my senior brother. Perhaps it wasn't about saving Hyung, but Hyung might uproot the foundation himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, a letter from Shaolin arrived for Mu Jin, who was enjoying his recuperation at the musculoskeletal treatment clinic in Dongbonghaian. The letter, sent by Hyung, stated that he would soon start intensive training to overcome the wall and that Mu Jin should return to Shaolin immediately. On the road to Mount Song, Ryu Seolhwa, who had accompanied Mu Jin, asked with a worried expression, Are you really okay? You haven't fully recovered yet. Haha, I'm fine. Lady Seolhwa, my grandfather knows about my injury, so he wouldn't subject me to training that would make it worse. Mu Jin replied with an awkward smile. Every time he moved his body, worried about muscle loss, she would yell at him and cause a commotion, making her somewhat scary now. Not that he disliked it, but it felt like being scolded by a mother in a drama. Although he didn't have a mother, he imagined this was roughly how it would feel. Then I'll go up for training. If you need anything, please send a message. Take care, Mu Jin. After exchanging farewells, Mu Jin climbed Mount Song with a lively step. Thanks to consuming enough nourishing food and the dedicated treatment from the clinic, his body had almost fully healed. Only a few deep scars on his left forearm and back remained. After walking lightly up Mount Song for a while, Mu Jin passed through the Shaolin Gate and soon arrived at Hyungwang's residence. Welcome, Mu Jin. Greetings, grandfather. As Mu Jin greeted him with a bow, Hyungwang smiled gently and handed him a box. What is this? Mu Jin wondered if it was medicine for the scars on his left forearm and back, but the answer was beyond his imagination. It's the Great Restoration Pill. Haha, you were seriously injured this time, and it seems the abbot felt sorry for the hardships you've endured at such a young age for Shaolin, so he generously bestowed it upon you. Ha! Moved by Hyungwang's words, Mu Jin replied with a grateful expression. I will definitely thank the abbot when I see him. Haha, it's best if you don't encounter the abbot for a while. Is there something wrong with the abbot? It's not something you need to worry about, Mu Jin. Focus on breaking through your limitations. Mu Jin felt that the matter was being vaguely glossed over. Hyungwang, having glossed over the topic of the head monk, continued speaking. To cross the wall, Mu Jin, you will take the Great Restoration Pill. However, there is something you must know beforehand. This time, when you take the Great Restoration Pill, you must keep in mind that it is not simply about increasing your internal energy. What should I be mindful of then? This time, you must utilize the energy of the Great Restoration Pill to stimulate all the meridians in your body. Stimulating the meridians. It was a concept frequently seen in martial arts novels. Typically, it involved falling from a cliff, coincidentally acquiring a miraculous medicine, and reaching a new level during the absorption process. Come to think of it, I've also obtained a miraculous medicine. Reflecting on this, Mu Jin nodded thoughtfully. When martial artists circulated their energy throughout their bodies, the energy typically flowed through the largest meridian points. The reason was simple. Martial arts were ultimately techniques for fighting, utilizing the major meridians that allowed for the fastest and most substantial movement of energy. In combat, speed was crucial. Stimulating the meridians involved clearing the blocked or narrow pathways that were rarely used. It could be considered a form of road expansion. In other words, if the energy had previously moved along 1 or 2-lane roads, stimulating the meridians would expand those roads to 4 or even 8 lanes. Even with the same amount of internal energy, the volume of energy that could be used at one time would increase. Naturally, the power and speed would also increase to an incomparable degree. Just thinking about it made Mu Jin's heart race. So, should I take the Great Restoration Pill and stimulate the meridians right now? When Mu Jin asked with a slightly excited face, Hyungwang shook his head. You need to prepare to stimulate the meridians first. Saying this, Hyungwang handed Mu Jin a small booklet he had prepared in advance. Mu Jin accepted the booklet and opened it. Inside, the booklet contained drawings of the human body with various points and lines, along with additional explanations. This booklet was written by this old man over several days. It details the order and routes for stimulating the meridians. You must memorize the contents of this booklet before absorbing the Great Restoration Pill. As Mujin nodded thoughtfully, Hyungwang added a final explanation. This old man will assist you with the absorption, but ultimately, you are the main actor. Mujin, so do not be impatient. From now on, take your time to memorize the contents of the booklet thoroughly. Disciple, calm your mind and steadily memorize the contents. I trust you. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After that, Mujin read and reread the booklet Hyungwang had given him in his room. Through the drawings and phrases written in the booklet, he repeatedly trained his imagination, imagining guiding the energy of the Great Restoration Pill to stimulate the meridians in the order written in the booklet. And after 3 days had passed, are you fully prepared? Yes, grandfather. Finally, it was time to absorb the Great Restoration Pill. When Hyungwang handed over the box containing the pill, Mujin took a deep breath to calm his nerves before accepting it. This is the Great Restoration Pill. He only briefly gazed at the pill revealed upon opening the box. Mujin then boldly put the Great Restoration Pill into his mouth. The moment his teeth crushed the pill, a massive surge of energy began to seep out as the perfect balance of the pill was disrupted. Despite the vastness of the energy, Mujin, who had previously experienced consuming the lesser version, the Lesser Restoration Pill, was not fazed. He confidently swallowed the partially chewed Great Restoration Pill. The energy is vast, yet there is no hint of malevolence. Indeed, it was fitting to be a symbol of Shaolin. Despite the immense energy, it didn't feel harmful to the body. Even someone untrained in martial arts would find their energy replenished by consuming it. Of course, the energy not absorbed would be wasted into the air. But Mujin had no intention of wasting any of that energy. Let's begin immediately. As he had done with the Lesser Restoration Pill, Mujin began to guide the energy of the Great Restoration Pill within his body. However, this time was different. The goal was not simply to increase his internal energy. He did not guide the energy according to the Great Vehicle Mind technique. Instead, as written in Hyungwang's booklet, he mixed the energy of the Great Restoration Pill with his own and directed it towards the meridians. Ugh! The massive energy of the Great Restoration Pill forcefully broke through the narrow pathways. The pain from this was considerable, but surprisingly, the forcibly opened and expanded meridians did not sustain any significant injuries. This was because despite its vast and heavy nature, the energy of the Great Restoration Pill fundamentally contained a protective quality. Phew! Let's start with the fingertips on the left hand. The order written in the booklet Hyungwang had given was quite peculiar. The energy of the Great Restoration Pill traveled through the esophagus to the stomach. Mujin's internal energy resided in his danjian. Naturally, he expected to stimulate the meridians in the central part of his body first. However, the booklet instructed him to guide the energy of the Great Restoration Pill to the extremities, his hands and feet, using his own internal energy. Instead of touching the smaller meridians, the instruction was to use the main meridians through which energy flowed best at the moment. The booklet instructed to utilize the massive energy moving through the main meridians to first clear the smaller meridians at the extremities and then gradually work towards the inner meridians of the body. Even though this method required repeatedly circulating internal energy from the danjian and stomach to the fingertips, taking a considerable amount of time, Mujin didn't question the reasoning behind it. And soon enough, he understood the reason. So this is why, after stimulating the meridians, the stagnant energy that had been blocking the meridians started to be expelled. Therefore, immediately after stimulating the meridians, this stagnant energy had to be expelled from the body. If left unchecked, it would block the meridians again. The problem arose when the stimulation started from the inside of the body, as the stagnant energy would accumulate continuously. For example, if he were to clear the path from the danjian to the left arm in one go, he would have to carry all the stagnant energy, blocking the meridians along the way to the fingertips. Without a massive amount of energy to push all the way to the fingertips, and without the ability to control that energy freely, it would be a very dangerous endeavor. Of course, this method had its drawbacks. In seeking safety, it took a long time. And as time passed, the energy of the Great Restoration Pill would be lost through his mouth and nose. However, Mujin didn't worry. By the time Mujin had stimulated all the meridians in his arms and legs, the energy of the Great Restoration Pill in his stomach had completely run out. Now, start absorbing the energy of the Great Restoration Pill through your nose. Mujin began to absorb the energy of the Great Restoration Pill that Hyungwang had held in place with his natural energy, just as he had done previously with the Lesser Restoration Pill. Using the energy absorbed through his nose, Mujin started stimulating the meridians in the central part of his body. Indeed, if I had started from the center, I might have fallen into chi deviation. Each time he stimulated the meridians, he experienced intense pain. If he had cleared a single path from the center at once, the pain would have been continuous. Meanwhile, the stagnant energy would have kept accumulating. At his current level, attempting such a feat would have likely resulted in 9 out of 10 cases of chi deviation. But thanks to Hyungwang's various arrangements, such misfortune was avoided. After using the last of the energy from the Great Restoration Pill to clear the final meridian, with a deep breath, Mujin opened his eyes. His pupils flashed with intense light for a moment. As Mujin took another deep breath, the light in his eyes quickly subsided. It seems you've achieved a significant breakthrough. Yes, grandfather. As Mujin bowed his head and responded, Hyungwang asked in a worried tone. You didn't get greedy, did you? No, I emptied everything out. Well done. The emptied state referred to the energy of the Great Restoration Pill. As the small meridians were unblocked, the energy of the Great Restoration Pill, mixed with rotten energies, became a type that could not be reabsorbed. If one became greedy, the small meridians could get blocked again, and in the worst case, one could fall into a state of chi deviation. After unblocking the small meridians and filtering out all the mixed rotten energies, the actual amount of the Great Restoration Pill's energy that Mujin absorbed was barely this much. It was just a little over half of the Lesser Restoration Pill he had previously absorbed. Considering that the energy contained in the Great Restoration Pill was easily 3 times that of the Lesser Restoration Pill, it was a significant loss. Anyway, my internal energy is more than sufficient for my age. The rest can be gathered through mental cultivation. For now, unblocking the small meridians is much more beneficial. Mujin consoled himself in this way, letting go of his attachment to the Great Restoration Pill. Watching Mujin, Hyungwang spoke with a gentle tone. Before beginning your serious training, how about washing yourself first? I'm sorry. The rotten energies that escaped while unblocking the small meridians had stuck to Mujin's kasaya, creating a foul stench. As Mujin stood up with an embarrassed expression and left the room, Hyungwang laughed softly. I wonder if this is how all mothers feel. It was like the feeling of changing a dirty diaper for a young grandchild. Since joining Shaolin, Hyungwang had never imagined he would experience such feelings, but they were not entirely unpleasant. When Mujin returned after washing up, Hyungwang spoke. Since you have activated the small meridians, now you will begin the training to overcome the wall. Overcoming the wall. Although it was an abstract expression, Mujin understood what it meant. It referred to reaching a level where one could emit chi to attack, beyond just performing martial arts physically. This typically involved techniques like sword chi, fist chi, or palm force. So, what kind of training should I do from now on? Mujin asked with a look of anticipation, to which Hyungwang responded with a light smile. You should train in the unique martial arts you demonstrated to this old man a few days ago at Kyeonryu, Sangdan. However, utilize all the small meridians you just unblocked. Can that really help me overcome the wall? In most martial arts novels, don't people usually have some great enlightenment before they can emit chi? Seeing Mujin's puzzled expression, Hyungwang chuckled and explained. Hee. The martial arts you're practicing have already reached the limit of what can be contained within your body. By infusing more internal energy through the small meridians, the chi that cannot stay confined within your body will be emitted. Is that how everyone overcomes the wall? Mujin asked, tilting his head in curiosity, and Hyungwang shook his head. Hee. No, that's not the case. If others trained in this way, their chi and blood would become twisted, or their muscles and bones would be severely damaged. Forcing too much internal energy can harm the chi and blood, and likewise, using martial arts with excessively strong internal energy can damage the muscles and bones. But why is that? It's because you Mujin can do it. Your body is so well developed that it can overpower masters who freely wield sword chi with sheer physical strength. And you have also unblocked your small meridians so that a much larger amount of internal energy can flow without any problems. Ah, Mujin exclaimed as if he had realized something, and Hyungwang, with a profound expression, continued. In fact, this method is more of a shortcut. Originally, you must gain enlightenment about chi to emit internal energy outside the body and manifest it according to your will. However, enlightenment about chi is so elusive that not even this old man can predict when and how someone will achieve it. In other words, instead of wasting time trying to gain that elusive enlightenment, they were just going to take a shortcut. For Mujin, who disliked complicated and difficult things, it was the perfect solution. But since this method only applied to himself, Mujin had a question. So, does that mean everyone else gains enlightenment about chi to overcome the wall? Yes and no. Mujin tilted his head at Hyungwang's seemingly zen-like answer, prompting Hyungwang to elaborate. Some do gain enlightenment about chi to overcome the wall, as you said. However, as I mentioned earlier, that is a very arduous process. Therefore, the shortcut method is to master ascending martial arts. Ascending martial arts? Indeed. Do you know how martial arts are generally categorized? Well, not exactly, grandfather. Although Mujin had read the first and second parts of martial arts novels several times, they mainly dealt with divine arts and unique techniques. He vaguely remembered something about the levels of martial arts, but couldn't recall the details. Normally, martial arts have their advantages and disadvantages, but the world tends to categorize them simply. First, the most basic martial arts, where one just gathers and moves internal energy, are called third-rate martial arts, introductory martial arts, or basic martial arts. The revolving fist technique I learned is one of those basic martial arts. Exactly. Furthermore, martial arts that use special techniques to amplify speed or power are collectively called intermediate martial arts, or sometimes divided into second-rate and first-rate martial arts, depending on their power and complexity. Mujin nodded inwardly at Hyungwang's explanation. That meant that the Shao Hong Quan and Autumn Wind Leg techniques he had learned as an introductory disciple in the Arhut faction were second-rate martial arts, and the techniques he learned after becoming a third-rank disciple were first-rate martial arts. And the secular disciples could only learn up to first-rate martial arts. Finally, going beyond that, there are martial arts that discuss emitting and utilizing chi externally, and these are known as ascending martial arts. Among these ascending martial arts, those that are particularly powerful and complex are called divine arts, like the 72 consummate arts of our Shaolin. Then how can people who haven't reached the level of emitting chi learn ascending martial arts? Think about it the other way around. All ascending martial arts fundamentally involve emitting chi. By understanding the essence of these martial arts and practicing how to use internal energy accordingly, one will naturally be able to emit chi eventually. So that's also a kind of shortcut. Mujin exclaimed in admiration, and Hyungwang nodded his head. Scaling the wall, 3. You got it right. Therefore, in our Shaolin, we also pass down first-class martial arts through the Arhut faction. And the children who reach the level of emitting techniques like fist winds or palm winds through first-class martial arts are taught the 72 consummate arts by their masters or teachers. By studying the 72 consummate arts, they're allowed to scale the wall through unconventional methods. And this was a method not only used in Shaolin, but also employed by other prestigious sects and the five great families. Because of the existence of such methods, these prestigious sects, which possessed multiple advanced martial arts, could always cultivate a large number of masters. The more advanced martial arts they had, the more disciples could become masters by learning advanced martial arts suited to their constitutions. Thinking this far, Mujin naturally wondered why he was taught strange methods by being fed the Great Restoration Pill and having his meridians stimulated instead of being taught the 72 consummate arts. And he soon found the answer to that question. They tailored it to suit my disposition. He had always said that he disliked complicated and intricate things. He believed that if the body was strong, the mind would be at ease. Grandfather Hyungwang also mentioned that others scale the wall by studying advanced martial arts. Even techniques that operate qi solely within the body were so complex that they made one want to throw away the martial arts manual. So just how complicated would the key formulas of advanced martial arts be? Scaling the wall through advanced martial arts meant that one needed at least the intellectual capacity to interpret and understand all the key formulas of those advanced martial arts. Thinking this far, Mujin could not help but feel deeply moved. I will do my best to train and show that I can scale the wall. Grandfather Hyungwang had thought up a special method that only he could use, tailored to his dislike for complexity. Beyond being his grandfather, he was truly the best teacher he could have. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After hearing the direction of his training, Mujin began his full-fledged training. First, you must get accustomed to sending qi through your small meridians. Slowly perform your martial arts and focus on the flow of your qi. Yes, grandfather. Responding to Hyungwang's words, Mujin assumed the basic stance of the revolving fist technique and began to move his body slowly. Just as he had absorbed the lesser restoration pill and received training from Haidam in the past. Of course, this time is different. I need to form a new habit. The moment I think of using martial arts, qi must flow not only through the main meridians, but also through the small meridians. As Mujin moved his body slowly, he visualized it in his mind. Qi starting from the Danjian, flowing through every tiny small meridian. Unlike before, when it only flowed through the main meridians, a much larger amount of qi flowed through at once. Naturally, a vast amount of true qi surged from the Danjian and spread to all four of Mujin's limbs. Whiz! Mujin's body moved very slowly, but every time he threw a punch, a fierce cracking sound exploded. Phew! This time, let's increase the speed a bit more. Having gotten somewhat accustomed to sending qi through his small meridians, Mujin increased the speed of his revolving fist technique. After becoming familiar with the revolving fist technique, he then checked each of the martial arts he had learned, such as the Xiaohong Quan and the Autumn Wind Leg, sending qi through the small meridians. As a result of repeating this training for 10 days, Mujin became accustomed to performing martial arts while sending qi through the small meridians. It seems you've adapted to some extent. Ha ha ha. Now, show me the martial arts you displayed at Kyeonryu, Sangdan last time. I will do so. Mujin took the basic stance and demonstrated his own martial arts, which he had refined by combining various martial arts techniques. It was a martial art where he simultaneously applied the key formulas of various techniques. Phew! Start slowly. Previously, he had fully embodied these techniques and executed them freely, but now he had to utilize the small meridians as well. Mujin's body moved slowly but continuously, and every time his striking bone technique struck the air, a gust of wind arose around it. The power of his martial arts went beyond merely fortifying his body and began to emit externally. Phew, a bit faster. However, Mujin, already immersed in a state of Muaji Kyung, paid no attention to the fist winds or palm winds that were occurring. He simply continued to perform martial arts repeatedly, increasing their speed and power. How long had he been swinging his striking bone technique? One more time. Completely accustomed to sending qi through the small meridians, Mujin demonstrated his martial arts with full force. Whiz, whiz. Each time his limbs extended, increasingly powerful winds were created. The last one, at the peak of his concentration, the chi, endlessly condensed by his martial arts, failed to remain in his fist and burst out. From Mujin's final punch, a faint golden energy shimmered like a mirage. It was fist chi. Ha ha ha. You finally reached the stage of emitting chi. Watching the mirage emanating from Mujin's fist, Hyungwang nodded with a satisfied expression. But this is merely the beginning. Yes, grandfather. Without needing Hyungwang's warning, Mujin knew this fact very well. Through his real-life battles and the fights he had witnessed, Mujin realized that not all masters who handled sword chi or fist chi were at the same level. For now, keep practicing martial arts and get used to the sensation of emitting chi. After you become familiar with that sensation, practice generating fist chi by adjusting the chi yourself instead of relying on the power of martial arts as you are now. I'll keep that in mind. Right after responding to Hyungwang, Mujin resumed his movements, practicing his martial arts once more. As if not wanting to forget the sensation of the energy he had just created. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later. You haven't left for another place in the meantime, have you? A woman with her face covered by a veil arrived at the entrance of Dongbonghayan. She looked at Sung Mountain behind Dongbonghayan. It seems too late to climb up now. The time for receiving visitors at the Shaolin Temple was from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. As it was already past 5 p.m., it was impossible to reach the Shaolin Temple today, even if she started climbing Sung Mountain now. Decided to spend the day here and climb Sung Mountain tomorrow morning, Jiggle Jeannie moved on. She rented an entire private room in a fairly clean-looking inn and took a short rest before getting up. Come to think of it, he might be there instead of Shaolin, right? With this thought, she left the inn and headed somewhere. Where she arrived was a large mansion with a signboard that read Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic. She came hoping Mujin might be at the Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic. Calming her slightly pounding heart, she entered the clinic. Welcome. She was greeted by a radiant, beautiful woman. Are you here for some discomfort? Jiggle Jean, he replied in a calm tone to the question of the brightly smiling woman. I'm not here for treatment. Then, for what reason is novice monk Mujin here right now? At Jiggle Jean, he's calm question. The bright woman's expression momentarily hardened. She quickly tried to regain her composure and forced a smile. Look at that. Having observed many political battles within the Jiggle family, Jiggle Jean, he couldn't be fooled. For what reason are you looking for monk Mujin? In response to her question, Jiggle Jean, he removed the veil, covering her face, and answered. I am someone who has promised a future with novice monk Mujin. Upon hearing Jiggle Jean-he's reply, the beautiful woman, Ryu Seohwa, turned stone-faced. Well, it was a promise for a future sparring match, but Jiggle Jean-he had no intention of revealing that she had omitted a word. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shaolin Temple at Sung Mountain, Hyungwang's residence. Since the day he first manifested energy, Mujin practiced martial arts with the striking bone technique whenever he had time. Perhaps thanks to that training, he had become completely accustomed to using his martial arts, utilizing all his strength, and each time he executed a full-force move, energy would burst forth. When he thrust his fist, fist energy would emerge. When he extended his palm, palm energy would follow. In addition, he could create energy with the golden locking hand technique or emit energy from his foot when he swung his leg. However, it was not yet perfect. It's still at the level where it only comes out when I focus all my concentration and use my full strength. He needed to reach the level where he could manifest it whenever he wanted. After that, he had to reach the level where it would come out at any time. And then, as Hyungwang had said, he had to reach the level where he could emit energy like fist energy or palm energy through the very sensation of his martial arts, regardless of the technique he was using. However, as the saying goes, even a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, so he aimed first to be able to utilize it whenever he wanted. It would be good to practice using it at the desired moment in actual combat. In that sense, sparring with an opponent of a similar level would be of great help. Should I request a sparring match with the senior brothers? As Mu-jin was thinking about this, Hyungwang's voice brought him back to reality. Mu-jin, it seems a guest has arrived. Mu-jin turned his head to look towards the entrance of the pavilion, but no one was immediately visible. After a few seconds, however, a woman with her face covered by a veil appeared at the entrance of the pavilion. Mu-jin could not fathom why this veiled woman had come here. Amipa, this is not a place for worship. If you're lost, I can guide you. Mu-jin said, bowing respectfully with his hands in a prayer position. The veiled woman responded, I am not here for worship. The woman raised her hand and removed the veil covering her face. Jiggle Jin he Siju. Recognizing her, Mu-jin wore a puzzled expression. What brings you here? At his question, a vein subtly popped on Jiggle Jin's forehead. Didn't you say you would always welcome a sparring match, Mu-jin? Oh, a sparring match. If it's a sparring match, you are always welcome, Jiggle Jin he Siju. At the mention of sparring, Mu-jin's face lit up brightly. He had been thinking about sparring since earlier, especially since Jiggle Jin he, who had already used sage techniques in their match 5 months ago, was the perfect opponent for his training. But for some reason, when Mu-jin cheerfully exclaimed, Jiggle Jin's expression turned cold. How can someone who so eagerly welcomes sparring return here without even informing me? Sensing something unusual in her words, Mu-jin asked, Do you mean to say, did you stop by Nanchang on your way here? To find me? No, I did not. Her cold expression wavered momentarily, revealing that she had indeed visited. Realizing that his best sparring partner might leave, Mu-jin quickly thought of the best reply. I apologize for not informing you in advance. After our last sparring match, I gained some insights and returned here to Songshan for serious training. You say you gained insights after our last sparring match? Yes. I was so eager to improve my skills for our next sparring match that I returned here. So, you returned here to prepare for another sparring match with me? Yes. Mu-jin, who had quickly fabricated his words, confidently spoke as if they were true, and he was sure of it after seeing her expression. It worked. Despite her cold demeanor, Jiggle Jin's lips were twitching as if holding back a smile. However, she then said something strange. So, you didn't return to see that woman? What? What woman are you talking about? When Mu-jin asked, looking confused, Jiggle Jin he hurriedly shouted. No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. As expected, it was an unrequited love for that woman. Just confirming that was a gain, Jiggle Jin he thought. But only for a brief moment. What am I thinking right now? That woman has nothing to do with this. I just came here to spar. When Jiggle Jin he suddenly shook her head violently, Mu-jin became slightly worried that they might not be able to spar. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. So let's spar. Spar. She seemed like a woman obsessed with sparring. But since Mu-jin also wanted to spar, it didn't really matter. To proceed with the sparring match, Mu-jin thought he should first introduce her to Hyungwang. Grandfather, this is Jiggle Jin Siju from the Jiggle family. As Mu-jin turned his head and spoke to Hyungwang, Jiggle Jin he also followed Mu-jin's gaze. Only then did she realize that there was not only Mu-jin, but also an old monk in the pavilion. Realizing she had made a fool of herself in front of a monk she had never met, her face turned bright red. It's Master Uncle Hyungwang. I am Jiggle Jin, Hyungwang Sunim. Pretending to be calm, Jiggle Jin he clasped her fists together and greeted, prompting Hyungwang to burst into a hearty laugh. Truly, the Lady Yosaju is full of energy. Grandfather, may I spar with Lady Jiggle Jin he instead of training? Since the Lady Yosaju's level seems similar to yours, Mu-jin, it'll be very beneficial. She, who had been slightly lowering her head in embarrassment, quickly regained her composure at Hyungwang's words. Similar level? Mu-jin novice and me. Although she had lost in the previous spar, her martial arts level was clearly superior. Is it an old monk's misunderstanding? No, Mu-jin novice certainly said he gained enlightenment after that spar. In that case, it meant that Mu-jin novice's skills had improved rapidly over the past 5 months. This is not the time to entertain random thoughts. Realizing this, she took a deep breath and looked at Mujin with a more composed mindset. Please teach me a lesson, Mujin novice. Seeing her already holding two steel fans, Mujin also took his stance and responded. Likewise, I ask for your guidance, Lady Jin. Right after Mujin's response. Unlike before, Jin he moved first. Her stepping technique towards Mujin was so light that it seemed she could leap to either side at any moment. When she closed the distance to about 1 jang, approximate 3 meters, she simultaneously leaped to the left and threw a fan in her right hand in a surprise attack. Whoosh! Seeing the movement of the fan, Mujin twisted his upper body to avoid it. Swoosh! In that brief moment, she closed the distance of 1 jang and was already swinging the other fan at Mujin. Amazingly, the fan she was swinging contained sage energy. Unlike their previous spar, she released sage energy in an instant without any prior preparation. I see. She hasn't been idle these past 5 months. Despite such thoughts crossing his mind, Mujin easily avoided the attack by stepping back. The reason was simple. Her skills have improved, but she is still slower than Ryu Seolho's bodyguard. Compared to the sword of the bodyguard he recently faced, her fan was still slow. Though the same could be said for me. Honestly, even if he fought the bodyguard again now, it would be difficult to win. The bodyguard was at a level where he could create sword energy without being confined to forms, while Mujin was just beginning to step into the level of manifesting energy. However, the experience from that time remained vividly in Mujin's mind. Whoosh! Mujin easily avoided the steel fans Jin alternately swung and threw, and he also effortlessly deflected attacks that lacked sage energy. While defensively engaging in the spar and observing for a moment, he concluded, although it doesn't take her long to create sage energy, she's still confined to basic forms. He realized that she was still at the level where she relied on martial arts to produce sage energy. Having already sparred with her 3 times, he remembered most of the forms she used. As she once again swung her steel fan imbued with sage energy, he thought. Now, anticipating her move, Mujin spread the internal energy originating from his danjian throughout his limbs. The energy, amplified by various martial arts techniques, traveled from his toes, through his waist, and into his fists. Bang! When Mujin's fist collided with the sage energy, a booming sound, rather than a cutting noise, echoed. Naturally, a ripple appeared in Jinhee's eyes, which had been swinging the steel fan. A fist technique. She noticed a faint golden shimmer emanating from Mujin's fist, blocking her sage energy. At just 15 years old, this was an unprecedented achievement, even within the vast Central Plains. Briefly astonished by Mujin's accomplishment, Jin he quickly realized she didn't have time for admiration. Right after Mujin's fist and her steel fan collided, the rebound force flung her right hand backward. In previous spars, she had only gained the upper hand by infusing her steel fans with internal energy or sage energy. Now, with sage energy neutralized by the fist technique, the difference in strength was evident. Jin he quickly stepped back, dispersing the impact. Here I come, Mujin shouted, chasing after Jin he, who had retreated. It was the first time Mujin, who had been defensive until now, switched to offense. Mujin's rapid and powerful strikes flew at her, sometimes feinting with a fist or palm to pressure her with trapping techniques or the golden locking hand technique. She evaded some attacks with quick footwork and deflected others with her steel fans. This is dangerous. As she found herself on the defensive, she hurriedly gathered her internal energy and swung her fan with sage energy. However, Mujin anticipated this and twisted his body to avoid the attack. As the spar continued, the tide of battle turned against her. He's reading my moves. Mujin skillfully drove her back. Whenever she used sage energy, he either dodged it easily or, seemingly anticipated it, countering with his fist energy or palm force to push her steel fan away. Each time, Her balance was significantly disturbed by the force pushing her. Nevertheless, the reason the sparring session hadn't ended was that Mujin wasn't relentlessly attacking as he had in previous bouts. Since there was no wager on this sparring match, Mujin considered it another form of training. Jigul Jinhee, being perceptive, also vaguely sensed Mujin's intention. In that case, me too. She resolved to use this sparring session to gain experience rather than force a victory over Mujin. Just as Mujin read her movements and techniques, she also tried to anticipate Mujin's next move. However, it wasn't as easy as she thought. His moves are straightforward, so why is this happening? After exchanging moves with Mujin dozens of times, she finally realized the reason. His moves are simple but fast, and although the moves themselves are simple, they are continuously connected. Mujin didn't use complex martial arts. Instead, he employed intuitive and fast attacks, mixing in punching and kicking techniques, trapping techniques, and the golden locking hand technique. Though simple, the variety of swift and powerful moves executed in ever-changing sequences made them nearly impossible to read. As her mind became entangled with her movements, she hastily created sage energy and swung her steel fan. Bang! Mujin deflected her steel fan with his fist energy, then took a step back and adopted a half stance. I believe this is enough for our sparring session, Jigul Jinhee assured him. Phew! Your skills have truly improved remarkably during this time, Mujin donged him. Jigul Jinhee, having expended a considerable amount of her internal energy and stamina, caught her breath with deep breaths as she spoke. Mujin replied with a gentle smile. Sparring with Jigul Jinhee Shurjunim has been a great help to me. Ba. It feels like I've been at a disadvantage since only Mujin Dongjanim's skills have advanced so much. She spoke in a slightly pouty tone, and Mujin smiled awkwardly. Jigul Jinhee then asked Mujin a question out of curiosity. In that case, could you answer a few questions for me, since I feel like I've been at a loss? A thought flashed through Mujin's mind. I might be able to gather information about the Jigul family this way. The Jigul family, like the Kian Ryu Sangdan, could become an enemy in the future. He had an instinctive feeling that he could gather information through Jigul Jinhee, who could be considered a direct descendant of the Jigul family. After organizing his thoughts, Mujin decided to agree to her request. If it's something I can answer, I will. Why didn't Mujin Dongjanim use any special techniques during the sparring? Did you think it wasn't necessary to use them? With a slightly wounded pride, she asked. Of course, from Mujin's perspective, it was an unfair situation. I did not use it. I couldn't use it. Pardon? What do you mean by that? I haven't learned Shaolin's 72 consummate arts. As Jigul Jinhee made a confused expression at Mujin's words, Hyangguang, who had been watching the sparring, spoke up. What Mujin says is true, Jigul benefactor. Then how could he already reach such a level? A mere 15-year-old child being able to emit chi and energy without relying on the power of ascendant martial arts was something she couldn't understand. Mujin found his own path instead of learning the consummate arts. Benefactor Yi. His own path. When Jigul Jinhee asked again, Hyangguang smiled gently and looked at Mujin. As Jigul Jinhee's gaze turned back to Mujin, Mujin answered with a slightly embarrassed tone. Ahem. I have a strong aversion to complex and difficult things, so I just combined a few of Shaolin's introductory and intermediate martial arts to create my own. That's impossible. That was the first thought that came to her mind after hearing Mujin's words. She knew how arduous it was to create martial arts. If it were some third-rate martial arts picked up from the streets, it might be believable. But creating martial arts capable of emitting chi and energy? The word that naturally came to Jigul Jinhee's mind for someone who could create such martial arts was Grandmaster. To think that such a young child had that level of talent. Coming from the Jigul family, she was even more shocked. After all, the Jigul family was one that constantly researched to create ascendant martial arts and divine techniques. But what truly surprised her wasn't Mujin's talent for creating ascendant martial arts, but his way of thinking. Because he felt complex and mysterious things didn't suit him, he didn't learn the famous 72 consummate arts of Shaolin and instead pioneered his own path. He's different from me. She suddenly felt insignificant. She, too, had reached her current level by deeply training in the black and white fan technique, the only ascendant martial art allowed to women. But she had never thought of honing it to the end. To me, the black and white fan technique was just a tool to gain recognition from the elders of the family. Her goal was to be acknowledged by the elders and to learn the divine techniques passed down to the direct line. She had never thought of developing the black and white fan technique into a divine technique herself. Yes, if I can't be taught divine techniques, just because I'm a woman, I'll just create my own divine technique. She might never have had such thoughts in the past. She had been a woman of the Jeagle family, solely pursuing rationality. But now, having witnessed someone who shattered the shell of what she considered common sense, her perspective had changed. She realized that it wasn't an impossible goal. Therefore, she willingly put aside her embarrassment and sought guidance from the one who had shattered her shell. Mujin, how were you able to integrate basic martial arts and intermediate martial arts together? No. How did you resolve the side effects when you combined martial arts? In response to her question, Mujin answered as if it were nothing special. You just need to train your body. Your body. When she asked again in confusion, Mujin gladly took off his robe and started demonstrating the striking bone technique in the air. At Mujin's sudden exposure, she screamed and covered her face with her palms, but she peeked through the gaps between her fingers to watch Mujin's movements. The first thing that caught her eye was Mujin's muscles, which seemed ready to burst with each move he made. Being a person with a sharp mind, it didn't take long for her to understand Mujin's point. Are you saying that you overcame it with external energy? Mujin stopped his movements and answered together with a bow. That's correct, Lady Jean. Isn't there a clear limit to external energy? The same goes for internal energy. As Jean, he still seemed unable to accept it. Mujin gave her a light smile and provided an example. Simply put, think of picking up something that has fallen on the ground, Lady Jean. If that item weighs about 600 grams, you can just bend over and pick it up with strength. But if that item weighs around 300 kilograms, what would you do? I would use my internal energy to lift it. Yes, but for me, without necessarily using internal energy, I can lift that weight with just my physical strength. Now, what if the item weighs 600 kilograms? Lady Jean, he might still be able to lift it, but the amount of internal energy required and the complexity of using that energy would be much higher. I suppose so. On the other hand, I can lift that item with about the same amount of internal energy, or even less, than you would use to lift a 300-kilogram item, because I have the basic physical strength. In other words, the more developed your body is, the less your mind has to work. Mujin was once again advocating for the superiority of physical strength. Jean, he, still wearing a puzzled expression, asked again. But, in the end, to build such strength, you need to invest time in external training, right? After all, compared to training in martial arts and internal energy, external training is less efficient. You are both right and wrong. Mujin, speaking in a cryptic manner, paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. Firstly, for you, Jean, he, it is far more efficient to combine external training with martial arts rather than focusing solely on martial arts. To put it simply, do you think it's faster for a novice to reach the stage of creating fan chi, or for someone who can already create fan chi to reach the stage of creating fan gang? She understood Mujin's point easily. It's the same in any field. The higher you go, the harder it becomes to reach the next level. On the other hand, those who are at a basic level can easily make progress with just a bit of training. I understand the first reason. What's the other reason? The second reason is that external training cannot be rushed and should not take too much time. Not take too much time. To be precise, you must not overdo it. To make it easy to understand, do you know how to build immunity to poison? Yes. By ingesting very small amounts of a weak poison and enduring it, you build up your immune system and gradually increase the poison's level. This is a method favored by the Sichuan Tang clan, right? Yes. And it's the same not just with poison, but also when your body is injured. The injured area heals and becomes stronger than it was before. This is also true for muscles. Building strength is actually about injuring the muscles slightly and then allowing them to heal and grow stronger. Since she was from the Jeagle family and had little interest in external training, Jeagle Jean, he found this new information fascinating. Then think about poison again. If you wanted to quickly achieve immunity to all poisons and hurriedly ingested large amounts, what would happen? You would die, of course. It's the same with muscles. You should only injure them to the extent that they can recover, and while they are recovering, you should avoid any further strain. So that's why you shouldn't overtrain or spend too much time on external training. Jeagle Jean, he clapped her hands in response to Mu Jean's spot-on analogy. You are absolutely right. And lastly, there's a third reason. It is the lack of an efficient training method. As I mentioned with the first two reasons, external training should neither be overdone nor should it consume too much time. Therefore, without an efficient training method, it is better to focus on cultivating internal energy in martial arts. In other words, Mu Jin Dongja, you're saying that you know such an efficient training method. Instead of answering her question directly, Mu Jin responded with a peculiar smile. That smile alone was enough of an answer. The moment she showed strong curiosity about Mu Jin's efficient training method. Well, I believe this is enough to compensate for the losses Jeagle Jean Isijinim has suffered. Mu Jin diverted the flow of the conversation. After all, he hadn't agreed to this exchange to spill all the information he had. Jeagle Jean, he, seemingly understanding Mu Jin's intention, displayed an intelligent smile and spoke. Then I suppose I must suffer another loss to hear about that training method. Is there anything you'd like to ask me, Mu Jin Dongja? Mu Jin took a moment to organize his thoughts in response to her question. It wouldn't do to ask for major internal information about the Jeagle family right now. There's an order to things. Asking about such matters in the first exchange could cause the other party to break off the deal. After a brief contemplation, a reasonably good first trade item came to Mu Jin's mind. I heard that the Jeagle family conducts research on a very diverse range of martial arts. That's true, but as a woman, I do not have access to all the martial arts. Mu Jin lightly smiled at her slightly cautious words. What he wanted this time was neither divine techniques nor ascending martial arts. Then, do you perhaps have any martial arts or skills among the external arts or miscellaneous techniques that enhance skin elasticity? Skin elasticity? There is such a technique? Jeagle Jean, he asked with a puzzled expression. There was indeed such a martial art, usually practiced by slightly older women within the family. What puzzled her was why Mu Jin was looking for such a technique. I have been researching something recently and thought that such a martial art might be helpful. Mu Jin made up an excuse for her perplexed expression. In fact, he asked just out of curiosity, thinking it would be nice to have, but not necessary if unavailable. He had deliberately brought up a light item to continue transactions with her in the future, and if he received it, he had someone in mind to gift it to. I see. If it's that, I can certainly provide it with my authority. It's not a highly significant martial art. Thank you, Jeagle Jean He Sijinim. Since it's late today, I'll teach you a few external training methods starting tomorrow. Ba. Thank you. I'll visit again tomorrow. I should get going now, Hyungwang Sunim. Ho ho ho. Have a safe descent. With that, Jeagle Jean He, who had made the first trade agreement, descended from Shaolin Temple. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. From that day on, Jeagle Jean He visited Hyungwang's quarters daily during the hours Shaolin Temple received visitors. Each time, Mu Jin sparred with her first. Although their levels were somewhat similar, the sparring allowed Mu Jin to become more adept at handling fist and palm force. But more importantly, it helped him identify the deficiencies in her martial arts. As far as I have observed, Jeagle Jean He Sijinim, you seem to be using these two moves separately. While it could be corrected through the flow of qi, increasing the strength and flexibility of your side muscles can sufficiently overcome this. Based on the flaws he found through sparring, Mu Jin taught her external training methods, specifically fitness-style exercises. And during the instruction, they engaged in small talk. Sometimes it was about martial arts, other times about the internal matters of the Jeagle family. However, he did not ask about the major confidential matters of the Jeagle family. Do you have many brothers or sisters? Jeagle Jinhee Sejanim? He asked personal questions like this and inferred internal matters from her answers. Why do you ask such things? Of course, at first, she reacted with a flushed face and resistance. During such moments, Mujin would guide her back to the exercises. Focusing on exercise would drain the energy needed for psychological warfare, and working out together made it easier to open up. This was something Mujin was very familiar with. A fitness trainer's job wasn't just about having a lot of exercise knowledge. They needed to be well-versed in teaching methods to convey that knowledge and possess the conversational skills and service mindset to keep engaging with clients. Sometimes, there were those who were reluctant to talk about their personal lives during personal training sessions. Mujin had encountered many people like Jeagle Jinhee multiple times. The simplest way to deal with this type was one thing: work them out hard. They often ended up sharing their personal stories just for a break. They would talk at length about a conversation they had with a friend the day before. All right, let's go for 15 reps this time. Make sure your posture is precise. If your posture is off, the effectiveness of the exercise decreases. It can also put unnecessary strain on your joints or ligaments. That's why Mujin made her work hard. Whenever her posture was even slightly off, instead of just telling her, he would gently touch her body to correct her stance. We've already clashed hundreds of times in sparring, so this should be fine, right? If it had been another woman, he would have been more cautious, but he thought this level of light contact was acceptable among martial artists. Of course, this was only Mujin's perspective. All right, don't be tense. Whenever Mujin's hand touched her, she flinched, so he cautioned her. Let's do 15 reps. Good. Maintain that posture. How does it feel? Do you feel a stimulus in your side? Huh, a stimulus. Talking while exercising disrupts your breathing. Don't speak and just focus on the stimulus. Focus on the stimulus. Every time he pushed her side and then lifted her, Mujin's arm would brush against her, causing Jeagle Jinhee's head to fill with blood. Could this be another of his handsome tactics? Perhaps it was because of the excessive stimulation. Even though they had only completed one set of 15 reps, her face was excessively red. It seems you applied too much force. Let's catch our breath and move on to the next exercise. As Mujin spoke, she composed her breathing and thought to herself, "Get a grip. I can't fall for the novice monk's handsome tactics, but now that I think about it, he's too dependable to call a novice monk, which means he's a monk now." Realizing that her breathing was quite rough, Mujin seized the moment and slyly asked another question. "Oh, so does Jeagle Jinhee have any close siblings?" Like someone caught thinking bad thoughts, she quickly raised her head and shouted urgently, "CL close siblings? I'm pretty close with my younger sisters." As she answered the personal question she had been trying to hide, Mujin thought to himself. Indeed, pushing her to exercise until it was tough was the right answer. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Even after that day, Jeagle Jinhee continued to climb Songshan regularly. Each time, Mujin would either spar with her or teach her exercises, and in between, they would have private conversations, during which her face would often turn red. Being with her like this really feels like I'm doing personal training with a female client. Mujin's memories from modern times randomly surfaced. Personal training with a female client. It was a cautious matter in many ways. Even without any ulterior motives, a single wrong touch could lead to trouble, and he had seen many young trainers get into accidents because they couldn't control their sexual desires. Come to think of it, that phrase hasn't come up yet. When conducting PT sessions with female clients, there was a magical sentence that he would hear every single time, especially when he instructed weight-focused exercises rather than cardio or stretching. While Mujin was momentarily lost in his memories, Jeagle Jinhee's voice brought him back to reality. "Mujin Donja, I have a question. Please go ahead, Jeagle Jinhee Sejanim. If I continue exercising like this, will I end up with a body like yours?" He had wondered why it hadn't come up yet. Still, considering she thought of my body, it's not too bad. There have been female clients who were terrified of becoming like Jang Miran or Ma Dong-suk just by lifting a 5 kilograms kettlebell a few times. So Mujin felt he should give himself credit for being considered a balanced, muscular figure. Huh. Don't worry, Jiggle Jean he him. To build a body like mine, you'd have to lift weights dozens of times heavier than what you're lifting now and engage in a much wider variety of exercises. Oh, it's more difficult than I thought. Unexpectedly, instead of feeling relieved, she seemed slightly disappointed. Do you want to build a body like mine? If it can help improve my martial arts skills. Mujin's eyes briefly sparkled with admiration at her words. Come to think of it, she's like an athlete in modern terms. I was treating her too much like an ignorant woman. She had come all the way to Shaolin Temple from Nanchang just to spar with him. This indicated her strong desire to improve. Seeing her sincerity, he felt the need to offer some genuine advice. Realistically, even with the same effort, women tend to build less muscle than men. For you, Jiggle Genie Sejanim, to build a body like mine, you need to train consistently and rigorously for a much longer period than I did. So, it's the difference between men and women. Mujin added, noticing her somewhat bitter expression. Additionally, unlike me, external energy is secondary for you. Your martial arts emphasize lightness and softness, don't they? Forcing your body to bulk up too much might actually hinder your martial arts. It would be best to train your body only to the extent that it enhances your lightness and softness. Jiggle Genie's expression became subtle at Mujin's words. After contemplating for a moment, she sighed and responded. Thank you for your comforting words, Mujin Donja. It's not comfort, just the truth. Ah, how about I teach you some movements to increase flexibility instead? Mujin decided to show her some yoga poses. Perhaps it was because she sensed Mujin's sincerity. Her eyes showed a small ripple of emotion. Thank you, Mujin Donja. Whenever you need help, just let me know, and I'll step forward. Unlike her usual brash demeanor, she responded in her originally graceful and modest manner. But she didn't know at this time that correcting yoga postures involved more physical contact than correcting weightlifting postures. All right, you need to lower your body more. As Mujin touched her body to correct her still awkward posture, her face turned bright red as she let out sounds that were either screams or moans. Jade Vidra Technique 1. About 15 days had passed since Jiggle Jean he started climbing up and down Mount Song. During this time, Mujin had taught her various exercises and had managed to gather some information about the Jiggle family. Although he hadn't heard any detailed internal secrets, he could roughly grasp the internal factions of the Jiggle family through her. The method was simple. He first listened to Jiggle Genie talk about the people she was close to within the family, and then he used this information to understand the relationships through private conversations. Who was close to whom, who was distant, or even hostile. After organizing these relationships, the general factions became clear. Comparing the faction information he heard from Jiggle Jean with what he remembered about the future of the Jiggle family from the novel, Mujin came to a realization. Maybe it's a situation similar to the Ryu Sangdan. Most of the people in the faction Jiggle Jean belonged to did not appear in the novel. Conversely, a few names from the opposing faction were familiar from the novel. In other words, Jiggle Jean and most of the people close to her would eventually lose the faction fight and disappear. The problem was how to use this information. I think it's time for me to return home. Winter will be here soon. She suddenly bid farewell, handing Mujin a book. This is the martial art you mentioned last time. It's not a high-security technique, so I have my family send a copy. Thank you, Jiggle Jean he assured you. Jiggle Jean he shook her head at Mujin's gratitude. I should be the one thanking you. In the martial world, just watching someone train can cost your life, but I even learned training methods from you. I feel bad for just handing over this minor technique. This alone will be a great help. There is no need to mention that he had taught her the training methods to gain information about the Jiggle family. Then I will return to my family and polish the training methods I learned from you. I thought about coming back when I gained confidence in my skills, but I don't think I can catch up that quickly. So, I'll see you in 2.5 years. In 2.5 years. Yes, that's when a martial arts tournament will be held. Oh, Mujin responded with a slightly surprised expression. Didn't you know the martial arts tournament would be held then? I expected it to be in a few years, but I didn't know it was exactly 2.5 years later. He had roughly guessed the timing through the ages of characters like Ryu Seohwa and Mu Jiayong from the novel. After all, the martial arts tournament was a very important turning point. The martial arts tournament, a festival where renowned sects and minor clans of the Orthodox faction gathered without discrimination. Although it didn't show the seasons, it was an event where invited masters demonstrated their martial arts and late bloomers competed in matches. And above all, finally, it's starting. It was the point where the story of the second part of the novel, Legend of the Evil Emperor, began. 2.5 years from now. From that time on, he would inevitably be busy. Conversely, it meant that he had to raise his level as much as possible during the remaining period. Then, I shall see you at the martial arts tournament, Jiggle Genie Shurju. When Mujin bowed and showed his respect, Jiggle Genie also took a dignified posture, as was her nature, and returned the bow. As she was about to leave after their farewell, Mujin added a few words. If anything happens, please don't hesitate to contact me. Regardless of the Jiggle family, you are my friend, and I will definitely come to help. It was Mujin's consideration for her, who might disappear in the faction fight. A friend indeed. For some reason, Jiggle Genie's expression seemed to carry a hint of regret. Shortly after Jiggle Genie left, Mujin looked at the book she had handed over at the last moment. Asterisk Jade Maiden Technique Asterisk. It was the book about a minor technique for enhancing skin elasticity that Mujin had requested on the first day. Mujin opened the book and began reading the training methods and key points of the Jade Maiden technique. Although he had obtained the martial art to gift it to someone, since the recipient was a novice, Mujin decided to read it first. This is also a type of external energy technique. More precisely, it was closer to the iron skin technique than the muscle training that Mujin practiced. It wasn't so much about training the skin as it was about managing it, using qi, energy, rather than modern methods. It seems to have some connection to the iron skin technique as well. While reading through the training methods and key points of the Jade Maiden technique, a hypothesis formed in Mujin's mind. After spending a few days memorizing the key points and skincare methods of the Jade Maiden technique, Mujin left Shaolin Temple and headed to Dungbonghyan. The person Mujin intended to gift the Jade Maiden technique to was in Dungbonghyan. Timing his journey deliberately, Mujin arrived in Dungbonghyan around noon and headed straight to the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. As he walked, many residents of Dungbonghyan recognized Mujin and greeted him enthusiastically, calling out his nickname, the Buddha-handed novice. Mujin responded with a polite bow to those who greeted him, and soon he arrived at the clinic. Mujin monk, Ryu Seohwa, who was taking a short break for lunch, greeted Mujin with surprise. Nice to see you, Seohwa Shurju. I came down specifically to see you, so I'm glad I found you without much trouble. You came down to see me? Ryu Seohwa's face reddened momentarily at Mujin's direct expression. Suddenly, as if something occurred to her, she turned her head slightly and asked Mujin, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Mujin Sunim. Have you, by any chance, had a woman visiting Shaolin Temple looking for you these past few days? Are you referring to Lady Jiggle Jean? If it's Jiggle Jean, she must be from the Jiggle family. Yes. At Mujin's concise answer, Ryu Seohwa asked in a slightly trembling voice. Then, what is your relationship with Jiggle Jean? Relationship? Yes. Ryu Seohwa's heart was pounding violently as she asked the question. Of course it's not true, right? It can't be true, but when Jiggle Jean he had claimed that she and Mujin had promised each other their future. Ryu Seohwa had momentarily frozen, but she soon realized it made no sense. After all, Mujin was a monk of Shaolin, where marriage was not permitted. But just as she and Ryu Jiguang were trying to make Mujin return to secular life, Jiggle Jean he might be doing the same. Or perhaps they had already agreed on it. This anxiety lingered in Ryu Seolwa. Mujin, on the other hand, fell into a brief contemplation instead of giving an immediate answer. How should I explain our relationship? A good sparring partner? A pitiful person with a high probability of dying within a few years? An excellent informant who provides information about the Jeagle family? As Mujin showed signs of hesitation, Ryu Seolwa's eyes began to waver with anxiety. We're just friends. After organizing his thoughts, Mujin answered simply. He didn't see the need to explain it complicatedly. FR friends. Yes. Since our martial arts levels are similar, we agreed to have friendly matches in the future. Ha ha ha. Ah. Ryu Seolwa blushed as she realized what Jeagle Jin he meant by their future promise. Half of her embarrassment came from asking unnecessary questions, and the other half from anger at Jeagle Jin he for deceiving her. With blood rushing to her head, she spoke to Mujin in a flustered manner. That's right. So what brings you here, Mujin Sunim? Oh, you said you came to see me, didn't you? What is it about? Please calm down, Lady Seolwa. I just came to give you this. When Mujin handed over the booklet he was holding, Ryu Seolwa's heart pounded even more fiercely. See, could it be? Did he write me a love letter in a booklet this time? She recalled the love letter Mujin had given her before. But contrary to her expectations, the booklet was titled Okanai Gong. It looked like a martial arts manual to anyone who saw it. Why are you giving me a martial arts manual? Mujin smiled warmly and replied to her question. This martial art called Okanai Gong is simple to learn and is more of a miscellaneous technique than a martial art. Its effect is said to enhance skin elasticity, which can be very beneficial for women. Ha ha! Ryu Seolwa had lost nearly 50 gun, 30 kilograms, in just 5 months. Anyone who had experienced such rapid weight loss would know that it came with certain unavoidable side effects, namely stretch marks and sagging skin. Even men were embarrassed by these side effects, so it would be difficult for a woman like Ryu Seolwa, in this conservative era, to speak of it to anyone. Hence, Mujin had expressed it indirectly. Ah! Ryu Seolwa suddenly realized this and marveled internally. See, could Mujin Dongjin know about that? She feared he might know, but she concluded it couldn't be since she had never shown her bare skin to him. Yes, that must be it. He's just concerned about my skin. But wait, why would Mujin Sunim care about my skin? Could it be he wants me to become even more beautiful? Lost in her own imagination for a moment, Ryu Seolwa asked in a slightly trembling voice. Did you find this martial art for me? Yes. Since I caused you some trouble last time, I wanted to repay you. When she had been seriously injured at the Kyeonryu Sangdan, Ryu Seolwa had taken great care of him. Remembering this, Mujin had requested Okanai Gong from Jeagle Jin he. Had Jeagle Jin he known about this, she would never have given it up. At Mujin's mention of repayment, Ryu Seolwa waved her hand. There's no need for this. Mujin Sunim and grandfather Hyungwang saved my family. How could this be considered repayment for such a small thing? Actually, it was your grandfather who saved you, and I was merely injured elsewhere. Besides, grandfather has already settled accounts with Sangdanju, so I must repay my own debt, don't you think? But, seeing her still slightly uncomfortable, Mujin smiled and spoke. If receiving this solely for that event makes you uncomfortable, how about considering it a trade instead? I'll sell you this manual, and in return, I'd like to receive some help from you in the future. Help in the future. Mujin subtly raised his right index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Yes, I'll need Lady Seolwa's help. It must remain a secret from everyone else, especially from the other Shaolin disciples. As for Ryu Seolwa, who received this proposal, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Her mind was in turmoil at Mujin's suggestion of a secret meeting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a satisfying deal with Ryu Seolwa, Mujin returned to Shaolin Temple. Before handing over Okanai Gong to Ryu Seolwa, he had copied it and brought along the iron skin manual borrowed from the sutra repository. He then went to see Hyungwang. Grandfather, I have something to ask you. Ho ho ho. Speak freely. In response to Hyung Wang's question, Mujin presented the two manuals he had brought. Grandfather, is it possible to combine these two martial arts? It was a thought that had occurred to him while reading Okanai Gong. What if he combined these two external techniques into one? Combining them is possible, but it would depend on what you hope to achieve by merging them. As you may already know, my body has reached its limit in withstanding the force of martial arts. To create greater power, I'll need to master more complex techniques to control recoil and incorporate them into my martial arts. To be precise, his body had reached its limit in maintaining its form while building muscle. He could still grow stronger if he forced it, but overly developed muscles would hinder his movements. Hyung Wang was also aware of this, and he planned to teach Mujin some complex techniques to control recoil once he became accustomed to the flow of qi. Then, by chance, while reading Okanai Gong, a thought had crossed Mujin's mind. This technique, Okanai Gong, is an external martial art that enhances skin elasticity and has a training method somewhat similar to iron skin. By combining these two external martial arts, I hope to enhance both the strength and elasticity of the skin. This isn't to protect against external attacks, but to prevent internal expansion. To prevent internal expansion, are you saying it's to compress your muscles? Yes, grandfather. The idea was that by combining the two, he could compress his muscles through his skin. If he could compress his muscles, it would prevent them from becoming so bulky that they hinder his martial arts. This way, Mujin could focus on muscle growth without any worries. Jade Vidra technique, too. In truth, Mujin, who had been wary of his muscles becoming hypertrophied, had been focusing on maintaining his current condition rather than building up his body for several months. Specifically, he increased the number of repetitions without increasing the weight, thereby enhancing muscle endurance instead of muscle strength. However, even this practice, though less than increasing muscle strength, still resulted in his muscles growing slightly. Eventually, Mujin reached a point where he could no longer arbitrarily increase the number of repetitions. Therefore, if he could only compress his muscles by combining the Jade Maiden technique with the Iron Skin technique, there would be no need to learn unnecessarily complex key points. Mujin still preferred to rely on his body rather than his head. Hyung Wang, who read Mujin's thoughts, quietly admired him inwardly. Ho ho ho. I didn't expect Mujin to come up with such a method. Ba. He had thought it was about time to teach Mujin the complex key points, but he didn't expect him to find such a method. This method seems to suit Mujin better at the moment. Having organized his thoughts to that point, Hyung Wang took the two books Mujin handed him and began to examine them. How long had Hyung Wang been reading the key points and training methods of the two books? As he looked into Mujin's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, Hyung Wang opened his mouth. With just these two martial arts, it seems it won't be possible to achieve the capability you desire, Mujin. Is that so? Just as Mujin's anticipation was about to turn into disappointment, Hyung Wang added more words. But don't worry. It seems entirely possible if we add a few more things. I shall visit the sutra repository today. Thank you, grandfather. As Hyung Wang stood up, Mujin expressed his gratitude with a bow. If Hyung Wang said he could make it, he could make it. Mujin had no doubt about Hyung Wang's words. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A few days later, having spent time going back and forth to the sutra repository or flipping through the books he had brought from there, Hyung Wang handed a book to Mujin. Jade Vidra Technique. With the key points of the Iron Skin Technique, which strengthens the skin, and the Jade Maiden Technique, which increases skin elasticity, it is possible to compress the muscles. However, this only torments the muscles instead of compressing them. Moreover, forcibly compressed muscles could damage the bones. Therefore, by adding techniques that support the bones and external techniques that nourish the muscles, I have created a martial art that compresses the muscles while preserving the bones and maintaining the muscles' original strength. Thank you. As expected of you, grandfather. As Mujin exclaimed with an expression of deep emotion, Hyung Wang smiled contentedly and added an explanation. Originally, Techniques like the bone-supporting technique and external techniques that nourish muscles and bones require constant infusion of inner energy. However, since the iron skin technique and the jade maiden technique have key points for absorbing energy through the skin, I have combined them. Therefore, if you train diligently in this, you won't need to expend inner energy to maintain compressed muscles. However, it is not perfect. Was there a side effect? Mujin looked at Hyungwang with such a concern, and Hyungwang spoke with a stern expression. The efficacy of this Jade Vajra technique is merely to strengthen and compress the bones and muscles. No matter how much you train in this, it won't make you stronger. Only if you continue to grow muscles to the point where you can compress them with this Jade Vajra technique will it be useful. At Hyungwang's warning, Mujin let out a sigh of relief instead. Mujin had been managing and building muscles for 10 years. That was his specialty. You don't need to worry about that. I will enhance my skills with the Jade Vajra technique that my grandfather created. As if to confirm Mujin's confidence, Hyungwang smiled warmly and explained the essential points of the Jade Vajra technique to Mujin. It's similar to iron skin in terms of training methods, but the essential points are much more complex. Iron skin. In fact, it was like a double-edged sword to Mujin. The original reason Mujin decided to learn iron skin was due to the expectation that he might reach a state where he could breathe through his skin. It was a second-best option chosen because he wasn't confident in mastering the complicated ascension mind techniques. However, with the small and great restoration pills, Mujin already had an internal energy far surpassing his peers. Though it wasn't an ascension martial art, he had reached a level where active cultivation with the great vehicle mind technique was possible. In other words, the need to breathe through the skin had significantly diminished. Of course, he had benefited greatly from iron skin until now. To be honest, it was more like a tool for fighting weak opponents. The weapons wielded by ordinary people could not injure Mujin's body. However, when faced with a weapon wielded by someone using internal energy, he would still get scratches. If a weapon was imbued with internal power, it could pierce through Mujin's iron skin, and something like sword energy or saber energy would cut through it like paper. After the martial arts tournament, Mujin's opponents were all masters who had reached the state of emitting internal energy. Just as he was considering quitting iron skin training, he began to learn the Jade Vajra technique. Of course, the core principles of various martial arts had been extracted to create it, making it the most complex martial art Mujin had learned so far. At least it's not a martial art that needs to be used during fights. The training method was simple, so it wasn't a big problem. Though the essential points were complex, it was just a matter of stimulating the skin while following the essential points to infuse the skin with the natural energy. It felt like an advanced version of iron skin. I should thank Master Uncle Biabge. Even though he had considered iron skin as a double-edged sword, he was now grateful to Biabgang, who had recommended it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. By the time Mujin had completely mastered the essential points of the Jade Vajra technique, winter arrived at Mount Song. However, the cold could not hinder Mujin's training. Every dawn, waking up around 5 a.m., Mujin started with close-range spear technique to warm up lightly before diving into serious muscle training. He, having spent several months merely maintaining his physique, Mujin was delighted at the prospect of building muscle again. He wondered if this was how Sun Wukong felt when he was freed from the Five Elements Mountain. Cool. This texture, this weight. Moreover, new iron weights had been brought into Hyungwang's pavilion. While Hyungwang was practicing the Jade Vajra technique, Mujin, who had returned from Dongbong Haiyan, had requested Ryu Seohwa to specially make them. Indeed, it seemed it wasn't too difficult to order such tools from the lady of the Qianryu, Sangdan. In fact, it was possible thanks to Ryu Jiguang's wholehearted support, who was willing to help with anything to entice Mujin. I'm glad I taught her the Jade Maiden technique. Mujin believed it was solely because of the Jade Maiden technique. On a cold winter day, Mujin began squatting with around 150 gun, 90 kilograms, to warm up his body lightly. He repeatedly added much heavier plates to the newly acquired, much sturdier steel bar, continuing his exercise. Starting with the close-range spear technique, he tormented his muscles with much heavier weights for a full siege. After finishing his morning meal, he practiced the Jade Vajra technique. Sitting down, he stimulated various parts of his skin with his palms or a wooden stick, absorbing natural energy according to the essential points. Of course, a miraculous compression of muscles in just one day didn't occur, but Mujin found the process immensely enjoyable. After practicing the Jade Vajra technique for about a siege, he commenced serious martial arts training. He refined techniques and movements, recalling sparring sessions with Jigul Jinhee and duels with the bodyguards, intensifying his chi expulsion training. Afterward, he ate his lunch and then meditated in a cross-legged position, utilizing his internal energy technique. It was a time to reflect on awkward parts of his martial arts execution throughout the day or recall the sensations felt when expelling chi. After digesting his lunch through meditation, he resumed his martial arts training, recalling what he had realized during meditation. Following dinner, he spent time on rehabilitation therapy to take care of Haiyangwang's body. Although Haiyangwang had recovered to the point of being able to move on his own, consistent care was essential due to his age. "Grandfather, are you feeling better today?" "Haha, thanks to you, there's no pain anymore." Well, it might also be because he simply enjoyed taking care of his grandfather and conversing with him. During rehabilitation therapy, he also had casual conversations with Haiyangwang and received advice on the frustrations he felt during his training earlier that day. After about a siege of therapy, he ended the day with another siege of physical training. A rigorous training schedule packed into siege intervals, lifting hundreds of gun worth of iron weights continuously for 2 seigens and martial arts training for another 2 seigens. Except for Haiyangwang's rehabilitation therapy and meditation, Mujin engaged in 8 hours of exercise each day, a truly murderous training regimen. Naturally, repeating such intense training every day would inevitably cause the human body to break down. Thus, Mujin took a day off after 4 days of this brutal training to recover his overly strained muscles and bones. For a more perfect rest, on his rest days, Mujin would leave Songshan and head to Dungbong Hayan. The person who welcomed Mujin was none other than Ryu Seolwa. "No Shaolin disciples are allowed in this room without my permission, so you can relax," she said. Ryu Seolwa blushed at the thought of being alone in a secret space with Mujin. "Chomp, chomp, gulp. Thank you, Lady Seolwa. Chomp, chomp, gulp." Mujin, responding courteously, was too busy savoring the feast of delicacies before him. This was the significant favor that no one else should know about, a nutritious meal filled with meat. With an apologetic heart to his muscles and bones that he had tormented for 4 days, Mujin devoured the food at an astonishing pace. "I've already ordered lunch and dinner, so feel free to enjoy them as well," Ryu Seolwa said. To an observer, it might have seemed a bit vulgar how Mujin ate, but for some reason, Ryu Seolwa thought he ate endearingly and wholesomely. "Ooh, that was delicious." Having finally finished the mountain of delicacies, Mujin took a deep breath, prompting Ryu Seolwa to subtly ask, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Her newfound courage stemmed from the time they spent alone, hoping Mujin might spare some time for her. Tomorrow, I plan to focus on my lower body." It was too indirect an expression for someone obsessed with training to understand. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A month passed since Mujin had begun his rigorous training in earnest. In the afternoon, as winter settled in and cold winds blew, Mujin was calming his breath and reflecting on himself. The sparring sessions with Jigul Jinhee that had lasted for 15 days, and the subsequent solo training Mujin had repeatedly engaged in, had finally allowed him to reach a level where he could release his chi or inner force at will. Thus, Mujin pondered how he should proceed. At first glance, releasing chi might seem the same for everyone, but in reality, it was far from it. Mujin knew this very well because he had witnessed the life and death duel between Haiguan and the Pedo Bangju. I need to think about the most suitable way to utilize my chi, he thought. For example, the Plum Blossom 24 Techniques of the Wasen sect, which use sword chi to deceive the opponent's eyes, or Shaolin's flicking finger technique, which expelled chi at a tremendous speed. Chi-emitting martial arts were much more complex and varied than the physical martial arts. Illusions and flexibility are not for me, Mujin realized. These styles were completely different from the path he had walked so far. Moreover, the techniques of illusion and flexibility required handling chi in a much more complicated manner, which was definitely not to Mujin's taste. In that case, let's stick to the method I've been using so far, he concluded. A straightforward combat style that maximized the overwhelming strength of his physical body. He needed to figure out how to utilize his chi to enhance this approach. As Mujin pondered deeply, an idea struck him. Do I really need to use chi as an offensive means? He recalled the most challenging opponent he had faced, the bodyguard. Why had that opponent, whom he had easily overpowered in close combat, been so difficult? It was due to the speed of the bodyguard's sword and the sword chi imbued within it. Instead of emitting chi from a distance or using it flamboyantly, let's use it to protect my body. I will penetrate the enemy's defenses with a chi barrier and the Jade Vajra technique's defensive power. After training his body to the extreme with the Jade Vajra technique, if he could just get close to the opponent, then victory will be mine, he resolved. With that thought, Mujin raised his internal energy and began to move his body. Whoosh! Each time Mujin struck the air with the striking bone technique, Jiamnam Kun technique, or golden locking hand technique, a golden glow shimmered at the impact points. Just like Jigul Jinhe had demonstrated before, his strides had become instantaneous without any delay in releasing chi. However, as if he was not satisfied with that, Mujin continued to execute his techniques. Swish! At some point, the chi emanating from Mujin's body began to change shape. The fist chi that had merely emanated like a heat haze near his fist started to move, slowly encircling his fists. Like a glove. Mountain-shattering divine steps, 1. Over 100 days had passed since Mujin began his training. Flowers had begun to bloom on Songsan. Although the spring was often interrupted by cold snaps, it was clear that spring had arrived. Who? In the hall of Hyungwang, where the snow had disappeared and flowers had begun to bloom, Mujin opened his eyes with a deep breath. Is this a plateau? As with any field, there were periods of rapid improvement and periods of stagnation and stability. Mujin felt he had recently hit a plateau. Despite significant achievements from intense training throughout the winter, Mujin felt as though he had hit a wall a few days ago. Furthermore, it wasn't just his martial arts that had stagnated. The weight of the iron he lifted had also stopped increasing recently. The steep growth curve he had maintained throughout the winter had leveled off, but Mujin wasn't impatient. I've experienced this many times. As a fitness trainer, he had gone through this several times. If he rushed to increase the weight during such times, he would end up getting injured. For a while, he would just endure this period by exercising with the same weight until one day, he would experience another steep growth curve. Who? Mujin, who had reminded himself of this, calmed himself with another deep breath. Maybe I should go check on those guys for the first time in a while. Perhaps because he had regained his composure, thoughts of the children he once trained with began to surface. They were the nephews he had trained with during his novice days and whom he had considered his future insurance and thus paid attention to. Over the past year, he had been so focused on handling matters related to the Kyeonryu, Sangdan, and honing his own martial arts that he had hardly paid attention to them. I wonder how much they've improved. Mujin was quite curious about how much his nephews had grown over the past year. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a year of being preoccupied with the Kyeonryu, Sangdan, Mujin finally returned to the Arhut faction. The scenery of the Arhut faction, which he had not seen for a year, felt quite peculiar to Mujin. Quite a lot has changed. There were chairs, steel bars, iron rods, and weight plates everywhere, along with various other exercise equipment Mujin had requested, now filling the training grounds several times over. In the corners were punching bags and sandbags, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a neighborhood gym run by a boxing enthusiast. Looks good. Of course, one needs this much to exercise properly. As he thought this, Mujin observed the third-class disciples who were working up a sweat. Huh? Mujin, Muyul, who noticed him first, greeted Mujin and moved. The boy, who had been playing on an iron bar over 4 meters high, descended the rope as if he were falling. He's like a monkey. While Mujin had this thought, Mugung and Mujiang, who had noticed Mujin belatedly due to Muyul's voice, also approached him. How have you been? Mugung, who now boasted an enormous build, seemed to have completely passed through his growth period. Have you been well? And Mujiang, who finally seemed to have overcome his stuttering, greeted Mujin quite naturally, though his voice was still soft. Hello, Mujin. Finally, Muyul, who had come down from the iron bar, greeted Mujin with an ever-bright smile. It's been a while, everyone. Mujin, who greeted them cheerfully, immediately approached Muyul and hugged him tightly. Hee, did you miss me a lot? Muyul laughed brightly at Mujin's enthusiastic greeting. Oh, his core muscles are like rocks. In truth, Mujin was assessing Muyul's physical condition. Pretending to pat his back while hugging him, Mujin was feeling the density and strength of Muyul's muscles. Since he mainly uses agile and peculiar movements, core muscles are crucial. He's developed them well. How about the other parts? Thinking this to himself, Mujin visually inspected and lightly tapped Muyul's limbs. You've been working out hard, huh? Muyul hadn't just been exercising a lot. While his major muscles like the pectorals and thighs were well developed, his so-called minor muscles and core muscles were particularly well developed. It was the perfect physique for Muyul, who was known for his animalistic movements. After checking Muyul's body, Mujin then approached Mugong. Don't hug me. It's gross. You're so picky. Instead of hugging, Mujin circled around the large-framed Mugong, tapping his limbs and torso. You've really grown enormous. Whether his growth period had ended or not, Mugung appeared to be about 189 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders, thick pectorals, and abs. And though less noticeable due to his large frame, his thigh muscles and core muscles around the waist were also well developed. Despite his size and muscles making him appear less agile, his body exuded a force that felt like it could send someone flying with just a brush. As Mujin approached Mugung, who had finished his inspection, Mugung subtly took a step back. This is how people who work out greet each other. You have to touch them directly to check not just the shape but the condition of their muscles. Mujin said this, and then forcibly hugged Mugung, patting his back and limbs. As expected, Mugung has developed his body evenly. Unlike Muyul or Mugung, whose martial arts were biased in one direction, Mugung didn't need to develop his body for any specific martial art. This guy was a genius in martial arts. How many more martial arts have you learned in the past year? About 23? All at the level of the 7 stars, or higher? Yeah, Mujin clicked his tongue at that number. Of course, considering he was still in the Arhut faction, those 23 wouldn't be part of the 72 consummate arts. But still, 23 in a year means he learned almost one every 15 days. If he keeps this up, he might exhaust all the Shaolin martial arts. Given his age, it was an absurd number. After briefly assessing the condition of the trio's muscles, Mujin asked the question that had been on his mind since earlier. By the way, what's up with your and Muyul's hair? Master shaved it for us. Master said it would be fun like this. The two showed quite contrasting reactions, and while their hairstyles were similar, they were also quite different. Is that a crane on your head? Yeah, Master drew it for me, because I've completely mastered the crane fist. He said he'd change it to a snake once I've mastered all the serpent techniques. When Mujin pointed to Muyul's head and asked, Muyul proudly answered. Instead of shaving his head completely, Muyul had a bizarre hairstyle with his hair cut very short like a chestnut burr, with a crane design shaved into it. It's not like he's an elementary school student getting a well-done stamp. Thinking about it, stamping well done on a child's head would be child abuse. But seeing how proud Muyul was, it seemed ridiculous to blame Hygieology, Muyul's master. Mujin even thought that Hygieology might be accommodating Mu Yul's mental age. Hang in there, Master Hygieology. Mujin silently cheered for Hygieology and then turned to Mugong. So what's with your hair? It's supposed to be a lotus flower. Did Master Uncle Haiguan say that? Yeah. Mujin felt a bit sorry for Mugong, who had slumped shoulders. Why a lotus flower? Master said he likes lotuses. Oh no. He said it symbolizes the flower that Buddha rides on. It represents supporting Shaolin disciples in following the path of Buddha. Did Master Uncle Haiguan tell you to say that? Yeah. So, in reality, Master Uncle just likes lotuses and drew it on your head? Yeah. As expected, getting involved with a crazy person makes life this tiresome. Feeling grateful that he wasn't one of Haiguan's disciples, Mujin asked, but did the other elders allow such hairstyles? At that question, Mugong and Mujiang looked at Mujin with expressions of disbelief. Understanding the meaning behind their expressions, Mujin asked again in a hesitant tone, Is it because of me? Isn't it obvious? Mugong, sounding somehow more blunt than before, replied, Since you negotiated with the head of the jurisdiction department a year ago, the rules changed. It was decided that as long as it signified cutting ties with the secular world and was kept short, it didn't matter. Mugong pointed at Mujin's head as he spoke. A short Mohican haircut with the sides cut short like a chestnut burr, leaving only a little hair on top, and a swastika, symbol shaved into it, symbolizing Buddha's teachings. This hairstyle had become synonymous with Mujin. Pointing at Mujin's head, Mugong then pointed at Mu Yul and Mujiang. After that, kids started expressing the consummate arts they were practicing or drawing pictures related to Shaolin or Buddha. Mugong pointed out several children in the training ground who had similarly short hair. Among them, some had relatively normal-looking hairstyles. What's that one supposed to be? They say it's to honor Dharma Master. There was even a child who had left the hair on the sides and back, but shaved the front and top to a shine. Wow, that's a bit extreme. It looked so severe that anyone who saw it might think it was extreme alopecia, not a monk. But not everyone is growing their hair, it seems. It depends on the master's inclination. Mugong answered bluntly, but there was a hint of regret in his eyes. Did you want a hairstyle like that too? Ahem, I never thought about it. Mugong answered, pretending to be solemn, but it was clear he was envious. Crazy guys. What's there to be envious about? To be honest, the swastika symbol was just an excuse. It was a reason he came up with because he didn't like being bald. Mujin was full of thoughts of growing his hair to cover the symbol once he left Shaolin. This isn't the time to be thinking about this. Shaking off the distraction caused by the kids' bizarre hairstyles, Mujin got to the main point. Anyway, enough about the hair. How about a sparring session to see how much you've improved over the past year? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mujin took turns sparring with Mu Yul, Mugong, and Mujiang for a while. Why did their techniques feel so weak? Mujin's expression turned serious. Their skills had indeed improved compared to a year ago. Mu Yul had somewhat mastered the snake techniques within a year, utilizing techniques inspired by the forms of the crane and snake, displaying his characteristic free-spirited movements. Mugong relied on his size and strength, delivering honest and heavy blows. Mujiang demonstrated a continuous array of techniques, combining the martial arts he had learned over the past year. However, in conclusion, their progress was insufficient compared to his own growth. In simple terms, although their repertoire of techniques had increased, the speed and power behind those techniques had not improved significantly. Their strikes were so weak that Mujin found himself just defending, and yet they would bounce off him. Even Mugong, who was larger than Mujin. Have they been neglecting their training? They seemed quite sturdy when I checked earlier. Pondering the issue for a moment, Mujin soon realized the major difference between himself and the three. They lack internal energy. Mujin had consumed a lesser restoration pill a year ago and a great restoration pill 4 months ago. Though most of the energy from the great restoration pill was used for activating his meridians, even the remaining energy was beyond what the three, who had not even taken a lesser restoration pill, could compare to. At this rate, it's hopeless. Mujin realized things were slightly off track. Of course, the three were quite talented, and with Shaolin's excellent internal techniques, they might be able to accumulate internal energy equivalent to a lesser restoration pill after 6 to 7 years of training. With 2 to 3 more years of training, they might reach the state of enhanced energy circulation. From that point, if they cultivated Shaolin's 72 consummate arts for about 10 years, they might reach a level comparable to Haiguan. So, roughly 20 years later. Who can wait that long? Serious incidents were looming 2.5 years from now. Keeping them idle for 20 years would be pointless. Damn it, come to think of it, even the blood successor in the novel accumulated internal energy using the qi absorption technique. If things go on like this, Mu Jiang will be weaker than the blood successor in the novel, even with external training. This meant various aspects of Mu Jin's plan could be compromised. There was only one solution. I need to give them elixirs. Having reached this conclusion, Mu Jin recalled how he had obtained his elixirs. He received the lesser restoration pill as a treatment fee from Ryu Jiguang after treating both Ryu Jiguang and Yun Jiehe. The Great Restoration Pill, as he later learned, was acquired by convincing the head monk after Ryu Jiguang extracted money from his grandfather during his 70th birthday celebration. Thus, there was only one conclusion. Money. I need to earn money. To feed his nephews, it was time for the uncle to step up. Mountain-crushing divine steps, too. It's not possible. What? But grandfather. Mu Jin, who had hinted at his current situation and the solution he thought of to Haiguang, was immediately rejected. I understand your feelings, but now is the most important time for training. Mu Jin was momentarily at a loss for words at Haiguang's fundamental stance. Seeing this, Haiguang continued. No matter how close Luoyang is, even if we open a clinic branch there, it is over 100 li, about 50 kilometers from here to Luoyang. It's impossible to commute back and forth, so can you really train properly there? It would probably be difficult. Mu Jin nodded with a disappointed expression, and Haiguang smiled mysteriously. So, if you want to open a clinic branch in Luoyang, shouldn't you be able to make a round trip from here to Luoyang in at least one shurchen? When Mu Jin made a face that said he didn't understand, Haiguang added more. From here to Luoyang. You need to train your body so you can make the round trip of over 100 li within one shurchen. That is my condition. This old man also knows what kind of martial arts you're practicing. But no matter how excellent your defensive techniques are, if you're slower than your opponent, what use is it? Finally, understanding Haiguang's intention, Mu Jin asked with an admiring expression, Then, grandfather, will you teach me the body technique? I will do so. Mu Jin was overjoyed for a moment at Haiguang's words. But then, something suddenly came to mind, and he slyly asked Haiguang, By any chance, does this body technique training require a lot of internal energy? Not necessarily. Then, would it be okay for the other kids to train in the body technique with me? Since things had come to this, Mu Jin decided to involve his 3 nephews, the cause of the trouble. After all, why should only the uncles suffer alone? The next day, in the courtyard in front of Haiguang's quarters, Haiguang and the 4 masters of the Muji sect were gathered. Mu Yao was as bright as ever. Mu Jin was in a calm mood, while Mu Gung and Mu Jiang seemed somewhat nervous. Both Mu Gung and Mu Jiang had been sternly lectured by Master Uncle Haizhong in preparation for training with Haiguang. Being a great elder of the Shaolin, even the smallest mistake was not tolerated. In fact, Mu Yao had heard the same lecture, but Mu Yao, wasn't one to take such precautions to heart. Watching the 4 masters of the Muji sect show various expressions and reactions, Haiguang spoke with a gentle smile. Did you all hear about the training we will be doing from today? Yes, we heard it will be body technique training. I forgot. Immediately after each answered Haiguang's question, the other 3 looked at Mu Yao with incredulous expressions. It's fine. You're truly a pure child. However, Haiguang didn't seem to mind and continued his explanation. As you said, from today, we will be training in body techniques. Does that mean we will be learning new martial arts? Mu Gung asked with a slightly expectant expression, but Hein Guang shook his head. How could all four of you, who are different, learn the same martial art? What you will be learning from today is not a martial art, but the body technique itself. At Hein Guang's cryptic words, all four tilted their heads in confusion. Finding their expressions endearing, Hein Guang softly laughed and then asked Mu Gung, who stood firmly like a model student, "What do you think the body technique is?" "I understand it to be a martial art that allows one to run fast." "Ah, you know it well. Then, how can one move quickly?" When Mu Gung didn't answer easily, Hein Guang's gaze moved to the side. "By moving your legs faster." And Mu Yul, who met his gaze, gave a very simple answer. "Haha, that is one way, but it's far from the essence of the body technique." Gently smiling at Mu Yul, Hein Guang then looked at Mu Jiang. In this sense, Mu Jiang was more similar to Hein Guang himself than Mu Jin was, showing the mysterious nature of human connections. Haha, I too am entangled in this web of mysterious connections. Having briefly entertained these trivial thoughts, Hein Guang continued his explanation with a gentle smile. As Mu Jin said, the body technique means a method to lighten the body. It is a martial art that increases speed, but there is a trap. A trap? Yes. Think about it. If you throw a light bird feather with all your strength, does that feather move quickly? Ah! Even Mu Yul exclaimed in understanding at Hein Guang's explanation. Mu Yul recalled his past experience of throwing a crane feather that had fallen in the yard during his crane fish training. But if you look closely, because it is light, the speed at the moment it is thrown is very fast. It's just that it cannot resist the force of the wind because it is light. Then how can one move even faster? Very advanced body techniques, such as the Kunlun Sect's Cloud Dragonate styles, discuss methods to reverse the flow of the wind or create gaps in obstructing wind, but that is too advanced for you. First, you'll learn the basics. And the basics of body techniques, contrary to their name, involve making the body heavy. At Hein Guang's words, all except Mu Yul seem to grasp the concept to some extent. When you kick off the ground, you make your body light to increase explosive power, and when you move, you make your body heavy to resist the force of the wind. Hein Guang responded to Mu Gung's question. That is just the beginning. The essence lies in the shift of balance. In each moment, you can make your body heavy and then light again. Or you can alter the weight distribution at each position of your body to produce explosive speed or create ever-changing movements. After explaining up to that point, Hein Guang swept his gaze over the four with a gentle look and said, if you grasp the essence of this body technique, you will be able to apply it to any lightness skill or stepping technique. So, the first thing you need to learn today is the method to change your body's weight. It's called 1,000 Gene Drop. After giving a brief outline of the steps they would need to master, Hein Guang then explained the method and principles of the technique known as 1,000 Gene Drop. Now, take your stances and practice 1,000 Gene Drop. As soon as Hein Guang gave the instruction, the three of them, except for Mu Yul, took their stances and tried to operate their internal energy while recalling the key points Hein Guang had taught them. Mu Yul quickly raised his hand. Master Uncle, I'm sorry, but I forgot the key points. It's all right. This old man will teach you slowly. Having heard about Mu Yul's characteristics from Mu Jin, Hein Guang smiled gently and carefully went over the key points again with Mu Yul. He may not be brilliant, but he has a wild, instinctive talent. Hein Guang had heard that although Mu Yul was slow to understand and master the key points due to his lack of aptitude, once he ingrained them into his body, he had the talent to apply them freely. While instructing Mu Yul on the basics, Hein Guang used his natural energy to keep track of the other three children's training progress. As expected, these two are the fastest. Even though he had only just explained the principles of the 1,000 Gene Drop, Mu Jiang and Mu Jin were already awkwardly attempting to perform it. Mu Jiang, with his exceptional understanding, had grasped the principles completely, while Mu Jin, already at the stage of Qi sense, demonstrated the essentials with his advanced perception. Even the dirt floor of the yard, where Mujin stood, was gradually being crushed or pressed down. Although Mujin had not yet fully mastered the celestial weight, his power was extraordinary due to his possession of much more internal energy than Mu Jiang. Following the lead of Mu Jiang and Mu Jin, Haiyangwang observed Mu Geng with natural energy. Haidam's disciple is not bad either. While not a prodigy, he at least had the talent to be considered a top student. Moreover, despite the fact that the two prodigies were surpassing him, he steadfastly focused on his own training. At such a young age, it was common to feel impatient and jealous of those more talented than oneself. Yet he did not. Haidam has taught him well. Haiyangwang could easily surmise that it was thanks to Haidam's unique and steadfast training in the immovable heart technique. These children will become the pillars of Shaolin in the future. A smile had naturally formed on Haiyangwang's lips as he taught the Muji factions for. About a month had passed since the training with the celestial weight began. One day, Haiyangwang and the Muji factions were together on the outskirts of Shaolin Temple, halfway up Mount Song. Since you have all adapted to the techniques of the celestial weight, we will now begin practical application training. As he spoke, Haiyangwang pointed to a peak of Mount Song visible through the bushes. From now on, use your learned Qigong to retrieve this from the tree at the top of that peak. In Haiyangwang's hand was a wooden tablet. In Mu Jin, since you have more internal energy than the others, I have hidden your tablet further away. Do you see the slightly higher peak behind that one? Yes, grandfather, Mu Jin replied, looking at the peak slightly higher behind the one Haiyangwang pointed to. Then start now. As soon as Haiyangwang's words fell, the Muji factions moved towards their goal. Especially notable was Mu Jin's speed, significantly faster due to his much higher level of internal energy compared to the others. Haha! Watching the children run, Haiyangwang laughed heartily and his body floated lightly into the air. Utilizing natural energy, Haiyangwang soared into the sky, following the running children and observing them. The children, who started running quickly from the beginning, soon encountered difficulties. Though they had started from a fairly wide, open area, as they progressed, dense bushes and trees began to block their path in view. Let's see how they handle this. Haiyangwang had intentionally chosen this forest path over an open or wide area. The Qigong technique is not simply about moving quickly. It was a martial art, a skill ultimately meant for combat. Running while avoiding trees, bushes, and animals that suddenly appeared along the way. That was training in Qigong that closely resembled actual combat. Surprisingly, the child who excelled the most in this combat-like Qigong training was none other than Mu Yul. In terms of sheer speed, Mu Jin, with his overwhelmingly superior internal energy and physical prowess, was far ahead. Truly an animalistic movement. Mu Yul displayed agility and bizarre movements that even amazed Haiyangwang. To avoid a tree directly in front of him, he leaped to the left. However, there was another large tree in his path on the left side. But instead of abruptly twisting his body or stopping to avoid this second tree, Mu Yul, "Wohei," with a strange laugh that could have been joy or surprise, he kicked out with his leg. Pop! Using the rebound force from kicking the large tree trunk, he propelled himself to the right. Then, grabbing a branch that obscured his view as he moved forward, he swung himself like he was enjoying a horizontal bar, using the branch's elasticity to launch his body. He was the child who took the longest to master the celestial weight technique. In fact, the reason they had trained the celestial weight technique for a whole month was entirely because of Mu Yul. However, once he mastered the essentials, he used them more freely than anyone else. Like a monkey, he grabbed branches to spring his body or ran along the branches. Sometimes he came down to the ground, running on the flat terrain, then alternately kicking the large trees on either side to propel himself forward. Considering the branches did not break, it was clear he was freely controlling the celestial weight technique. Trailing closely behind Mu Yul was Mu Jiang. Unlike Mu Yul, who exhibited animalistic movements, Mu Jiang was integrating the techniques of the 1,000-pound fall into the various stepping techniques he had mastered. He's getting faster and faster. Mu Jiang was applying the various stepping techniques and light footwork he had learned, regardless of the type of martial arts, according to the situation. In the midst of this, he was continuously calculating in his mind, blending the techniques of the 1,000-pound fall with countless stepping techniques and light footwork, showing that the term genius was well-deserved. In the end, the one who fell farthest behind was Mu Gong. Due to his large build, Mu Gong found it very difficult to run in this obstacle-filled environment. Watching this for a moment, Hyung Wang decided to give Mu Gong some advice. Remember the center of your body. Mu Gong flinched involuntarily at the sudden voice piercing into his mind. It's the voice of Grand Master Hyung Wang. Realizing the owner of the voice, Mu Gong regained his composure. Once again, Hyung Wang's wisdom was conveyed into Mu Gong's mind. Remember the center of your body and widen your field of vision. Do not fear the obstacles. As long as you don't touch them, there will be no problems. Just avoid them with minimal movement. This advice was perfect for the large-built Mu Gong. It also aligned with Mu Gong's direction. Instead of flashy and variable movements, avoiding obstacles with minimal movement was indeed the essence of the mystery of stillness in motion. With the training you've received from Haidam, you should be able to do it. As Mu Gong had been consistently training in the unmoving heart technique, he would be able to exhibit minimal movement with precision. Indeed, perhaps thanks to Hyung Wang's advice, Mu Gong seemed to have realized something. The frustration-filled expression on Mu Gong's face as he tried to avoid obstacles with his large build turned into one of seriousness. Swish! Thud! Of course, it wasn't perfect from the start. As Mu Gong tried to avoid obstacles with minimal movement, the obstacles brushed against various parts of his body, and sometimes he even collided with them outright. However, finding a direction and moving forward was entirely different from merely getting frustrated without a direction. Even though his body was accumulating small wounds, Mu Gong continued to move forward with a calm expression. The number of obstacles touching his body gradually decreased. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at that moment, Mu Jin, with his overwhelming internal energy and physical strength, had run to a position invisible to the other children. Running toward the target point, Mu Jin organized his thoughts about light footwork in his mind. To be precise, he was thinking about the light footwork that suited the path he was taking. Grandfather said, "No matter how strong I am, it's useless if I can't get close to my opponent." Thus, his movement technique did not need to be unpredictable or flashy. Instead, it had to be so fast that his opponent could never escape. All right, I'll go all out. That's why Mu Jin began to utilize the celestial weight technique solely to enhance his speed. Naturally, countless branches and bushes appeared, blocking his path. Mere bushes and branches couldn't wound Mu Jin's body. Ignoring everything that blocked him, Mu Jin sprinted forward at his highest speed in a straight line. His movement truly embodied the word unstoppable. Behind Mu Jin, deep footprints and countless fallen branches and bushes were scattered like corpses. A massive tree appeared in front of Mu Jin as if to test the movement technique he had thought of. "I won't lose." As if considering this a test, Mu Jin focused his energy and ran with full force. Mu Jin, without slowing down, reached the vicinity of the massive tree. With a shout, Mu Jin leaped, and his flying kick struck the massive tree. Boom! A hole exploded in the center of the massive tree, as if a thunderbolt had struck it. Defeating his challenge, Mu Jin continued to sprint forward without slowing down. The massive tree, having lost its balance from the impact, fell to the side with a thunderous crash. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boom, boom, thud. The continuous loud noises made the three children chasing after Mu Jin flinch. Soon, they were greeted by a forest in utter chaos. Branches and bushes scattered on the ground like corpses. Deep footprints. All these things became new obstacles for the three children. Thanks to the loud noises they had just heard and the numerous traces, Hyung Wang realized what Mu Jin had thought of. Ha ha ha. Hyun smiled for a moment, seeing Mu Jin find the answer on his own, even though he had only pointed the direction. But when he saw the massive tree half destroyed and lying on the ground, Hyun flinched without realizing it. If this continues, the forests of Mount Songshan won't survive. Thinking that his great-grandson might turn Mount Songshan into a wasteland, Hyun quickly moved. Using the power of nature, Hyun flew swiftly through the air and soon reached the location where Mu Jin was visible. Ha ha ha! And Hyun couldn't help but let out a dry laugh at the sight of the savage destruction before him. A path had been created there. As he looked at the path Mu Jin had created with his body, a path that should rightfully be called Mu Jin's path, Hyun thought. I need to stop him. At this rate, Mount Songshan would truly become a wasteland. However, he couldn't simply stop Mu Jin's Qigong training just to protect the bushes. After all, the movement technique Mu Jin was currently using was the most suitable for his great-grandson. Therefore, Hyun came up with a plan. Mu Jin. Startled by Hyun voice suddenly sounding in his mind, Mu Jin flinched for a moment. Is this Haiguang Simeon? Knowing that Hyun could easily perform such a technique, Mu Jin tried to resume running forward calmly. But then, Hyun voice continued. You're creating a movement technique very suitable for yourself. However, the current technique has one flaw. A flaw. Assuming that Hyun would explain, Mu Jin asked back into the empty air, and soon Hyun Haiguang Simyo was heard again. That's right. While it's good to charge in at high speed, ignoring the opponent's attacks, this technique is only useful when the opponent stands still or moves backward. You mean there's a gap in my lateral movement? Exactly right. So, from now on, how about training to move quickly left and right while dodging the bushes and trees? Think of it not as dodging, but as chasing the enemy. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. Mu Jin saluted in the direction of the unseen Hyun and, after organizing his thoughts for a moment, began moving again. Not dodging, but chasing the enemy. Mu Jin sprinted forward at a tremendous speed once more, envisioning an imaginary enemy every time a large tree loomed ahead. He imagined the enemy leaping to the left or right of the massive tree. Pop! Then, just before colliding with the giant tree, Mu Jin sharply twisted his body using his leg strength and the celestial weight technique. Bang! The ground Mu Jin stepped on exploded like a bomb, and his body flew to the left without losing much speed. Due to his tremendous speed and relentless body, some branches and bushes were crushed again, while at least the big trees are intact. Hyun thought that this level of damage was acceptable. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. About a month had passed since the Qigong training that involved running through Mount Songshan's forest began. It seems the Qigong training has reached a satisfactory level. Returning with the wooden target in a much shorter time than on the first day, Hyun chuckled and spoke. Now, everyone had skillfully integrated the celestial weight technique into their own Qigong or stepping techniques. And above all else, if we proceed any further, Songshan will not remain intact. Mu Jin had to be stopped from further destroying the mountain forest. Compared to the first day, the number of bushes and trees he had destroyed had significantly decreased. Ignoring small obstacles, Mu Jin focused solely on speed with his simple yet forceful Qigong. Thanks to Hyun advice, he could make sharp turns. Though his Qigong was still so crude that he ignored bushes and branches as he ran, it was Mu Jin's unique Qigong. It was inevitable given that his martial art, named Mountain-Shattering Divine Step, was so powerful it could destroy mountains if mastered. The moment a complex and intricate maneuver was added, the current explosive power would be halved. Even the name Mountain Shattering seemed to exceed the usual scope of Qigong. Hyun, watching Mu Jin with a peculiar expression, turned his gaze to the other three children. They are all achieving more than I expected. When Mu Jin first proposed training with the other children, Hyun had a simple reason for accepting. It was just a choice for after I am gone. Hyun knew that Mu Jin's nature didn't suit Shaolin. Thus, he feared that if he left, Mu Jin would drift away from Shaolin. He might even leave Shaolin entirely. So, he readily accepted Mu Jin's wish to train with the other third-generation disciples. Just as he remained on Earth out of force, he hoped Mu Jin would stay in Shaolin because of his bond with the other children. But that was just the initial reason for accepting the proposal. Teaching the 4 children, those thoughts had long since vanished. Even without Mu Jin, the other 3 children were talented enough to be called prodigies, making teaching them enjoyable. I must hope that those 4 will become the future of Shaolin. Amitabha. He hoped Shaolin would soon forget his absence when he was gone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Having created a Qigong method perfectly suited for himself called Mountain-Shattering Divine Step, Mu Jin moved on to his next plan. It was a plan to open a new clinic branch to make money. For this, Mu Jin frequented Hyeonshin, the abbot of Shaolin Chubidang, which managed the funds, the external affairs office, and even the Qianryu Merchant Guild, with which he was working on medical matters. He also met with Ryu Jiguang. As a result, Mu Jin managed to open a new clinic in Luoyang as he had wanted. Naturally, the news also reached Ryu Seowa. Master Mu Jin, is it true that you are opening a new clinic in Luoyang? Ryu Seowa, who had come to visit as usual after 4 days, stuffed her mouth with a hearty meal and subtly asked Mu Jin. In response to her question, Mu Jin finished chewing and swallowing his food before speaking. Since it is a business with the Qianryu Merchant Guild, I thought it was time to open a new branch. Then, may I join you there? Are you saying that, Benefactor Seowa? A hint of puzzlement appeared in Mu Jin's eyes at her words. If you do that, there will be no one to care for the female patients who come here. That is true. Actually, because of that, I have a request for you, Master Mu Jin. If it is a request I can fulfill, I will do so. Thanks to Ryu Seowa, Mu Jin had been secretly eating nourishing food without the Shaolin disciples' knowledge, so he was willing to accept most requests. As Mu Jin stared at her intently, Ryu Seowa tried to calm her trembling heart. Her heart was pounding not only because she was having a private conversation with Mu Jin, but also because she was about to reveal her ambitions for the first time in her life to someone. I was thinking of managing all the future clinics, including those in Dongbon County and the new one in Luoyang. She had lived her life depending on others with her infinitely lowered self-esteem, and now she had to confess her aspirations to the man she admired the most. Though she tried to keep her head up, she couldn't bring herself to look Mu Jin directly in the eye, her face turning red as she shyly lowered her gaze. Watching her for a moment, she's changed a lot. Mu Jin, realizing she was starting to break out of her shell, couldn't help but smile warmly. He thought it might be due to her steady exercise, which had slightly restored her self-esteem. As her former fitness center manager and the one who had taught her to exercise, it was a sight that warmed his heart. Unfinished match 1. It doesn't seem like a bad idea. If it's Lady Seowa, she can certainly manage it. Thank you. Was it thanks to Mu Jin's praise? Her face turned even redder, but she slightly lifted her head, which had been about to bow, and looked at Mu Jin. If I do this, I can get closer to Monk Mu Jin, right? However, separate from Mu Jin's satisfaction, there was a bigger reason why she became so proactive. Ryu Seowa had originally harbored such thoughts. Since Mu Jin was a disciple of Shaolin, she believed she was the only woman who could bring him back to secular life. She thought that the kind of temptation that would make Mu Jin abandon the name of Shaolin and martial arts could only be provided by herself and Qianryu Sangdan. Therefore, she anticipated that Mu Jin would either marry her or continue living as a monk. But her positive outlook was shattered with the appearance of Jigul Jinhee. Jigul Jinhee's Jigul family was known as one of the 5 great clans, on par with the Qianryu Sangdan. Moreover, Jigul Jinhee was considered a talented woman even within her clan. Ryu Seowa felt a sense of crisis, thinking that at this rate, Mu Jin could be taken away by her. Hence, she decided to act more assertively. But Mu Jin, unaware of her circumstances, was simply pleased. Feeling like he was looking at a young niece taking her first steps, Mu Jin felt the need to help her stand on her own. So, do you need my help to open and manage the new clinics? Yes. The clinic in Nanchang that we opened last time and the new one we will open in Luoyang are both unable to accept female patients. Since Lady Xiaohua is the only one who knows my treatment methods, Mujin easily understood her intention. However, understanding her intention did not mean all problems were solved. I can teach my treatment methods to other women, but the head of the Sangdan will likely oppose it. There's a risk that the women who learn the treatment methods might betray Qianryu, Sangdan, and reveal them to other Sangdan. How should this problem be resolved? As Mujin was pondering a solution to help her, Ryu Xiaohua cautiously opened her mouth. I've already thought about that. There's a simple way. We can hire women who have no need to betray us. Women who have no need to betray us. As Mujin tilted his head, unable to think of anyone, Ryu Xiaohua added an explanation. The women from families that have a positive relationship with our Qianryu Sangdan. Not the women working in the Sangdan, but the ones from families who serve the imperial court? Yes, Monk Mujin. Would such women be willing to work in clinics? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In response to Mujin's question, Ryu Xiaohua answered confidently. It will be a favorable condition for them. As you know, Monk Mujin, the exercises done at the clinic are very beneficial for beauty. And women from such families are naturally interested in beauty. To be precise, it was more beneficial for body shape than for the face. This was something Ryu Xiaohua herself felt the most strongly. And secondly, it's advantageous for forming connections. While working at the Dongbanghain Clinic, I've become acquainted with the daughters and mistresses of the influential families there, interacting with them daily. Therefore, if they manage the clinics in other counties, they will also be able to become acquainted with the high-ranking women there. If that happened, it could create a link between families living in distant regions. In other words, even as women, they could gain some influence within their families. Mujin, with his extensive social experience, easily understood the meaning behind her words. They say you can't hide your true nature. Who would have thought that Ryu Xiaohua had such a keen mind? Realizing that her hidden potential was blooming, Mujin gladly clapped his hands and praised her. It's truly a perfect plan. I don't think the Singdanjanim will refuse Lady Xiaohua's plan. Is it really a good plan? Yes. Then, is it okay to teach your treatment methods to other women? Well, as Mujin was about to respond affirmatively, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. She had just mentioned that she intended to manage all the clinics that would be opened in the future. Inspired by her words, Mujin concealed his excitement and spoke. Before I do that, I have one condition. One condition? Yes. What is it? With a mix of tension and anticipation, Ryu Xiaohua asked. She was hoping he might make a personal request to her. I would like you to bring exercise equipment into the existing and new clinics. She still hadn't fully grasped Mujin's nature. If you mean rehabilitation equipment, we're already planning to include them. Are you referring to other types of exercise equipment? Yes. I'm talking about the kinds of equipment I once requested from you, those meant for strengthening the body. She hadn't realized yet that Mujin was obsessed with muscles. What if Ryu Xiaohua was given full authority over the clinics and started expanding them throughout the Central Plains, and each of these clinics was equipped with exercise equipment for Mujin to train his muscles? Just as fitness enthusiasts from the modern era book hotels with gyms when they travel, Mujin could train his muscles at these clinics whenever he traveled to a new region. Mujin had been worried about that point the most while foolishly building up his muscles with the help of the Jade Vajra technique. 2 years from now, after the martial arts competition, he would likely be traveling across various parts of the continent. If that happened, the muscles he had worked so hard to build would inevitably start to diminish. Building muscles required not only effort, but also consistent exercise to maintain them. From that perspective, the condition Mujin had set was the best condition that could instantly eliminate his worries about muscle loss. Of course, that was only from Mujin's standpoint. Ryu Xiaohua, who had never imagined such a condition, responded in a reluctant tone. If it's under those conditions, it might be possible. Upon hearing her answer, Mujin grabbed both of Ryu Xiaohua's hands with a genuinely grateful expression and expressed his thanks. Thank you, Xiaohua Shijunim. Ryu Seolhwa's face blushed once again for some reason. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a preparation period of about a month, the opening day of the clinic in Luoyang approached. Then I'll be off, grandfather. And as promised, Mujin had to commute on foot from Shaolin Temple to Luoyang. It's been a while since I last trained in Qinggong. How did we end up in this? Alongside Mujin were 8 second-class disciples and the deputy head of Chubadang. They were the ones who would manage the Luoyang clinic with Mujin and were also there to prevent any risks Mujin might encounter, like losing his way or having an accident on the journey to Luoyang. However, given Mujin's current state, the risk of causing an accident was even greater. In the early morning, Mujin and the Shaolin disciples departed from Shaolin Temple and reached Luoyang after a half-sijin, about an hour of running. The distance between Shaolin Temple and Luoyang was roughly 120 li, about 60 kilometers. They covered that distance in just half a sijin, and the days in Luoyang were very similar to the time spent in Nanchang. Mujin taught rehabilitation exercises, acupressure techniques, and close-range spear techniques to the secular Shaolin sect established in Luoyang and helped tend to visitors with them. In the afternoon, he would use Qinggong to return to Shaolin Temple, where he trained his muscles after dinner. Thus, Mujin spent his days practicing martial arts and physical training in the early mornings and evenings, training in Qinggong during his commute, and teaching treatment methods in Luoyang. Meanwhile, quite a distance from Songshan, in Wudong Mountain of Hubei Province, the Wudong sect, known alongside Shaolin as the pillar of orthodox sects and currently called the supreme sect of the world, was located in this renowned mountain. In the very depths of this mountain, there was a small, tranquil pavilion that seemed like an immortal might live there. Today, some very special news reached the owner of the pavilion, who had been living a life almost completely disconnected from the world. The Shaolin saint monk has been resurrected? Are you saying that Hyungwang has recovered his body? Yes, senior uncle. The old man, sitting cross-legged on a platform, which was placed there to enjoy the view of the clouds and mountains below, stroked his long white beard a few times with his eyes closed, looking like an immortal. Having made up his mind, the old man opened his eyes wide and stood up from the platform. Are you going, senior uncle Yunhyo? It seems I must settle an old score. As he spoke, Yunhyo Jinren stretched out his hand, and the Songmun antique sword at his pavilion flew through the air into the old man's hand. Yunhyo Jinren, one of the 3 swords under heaven and known as the Taiji Sword Immortal, he awakened from his long seclusion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 months had passed since the clinic in Luoyang had opened. During those 2 months, Mujin had consistently practiced Qinggong while commuting between Shaolin and Luoyang. In the first few days, just traveling the 120 li, about 60 kilometers, was exhausting, but after his stamina and internal energy usage improved, he started attempting various techniques. He alternated between running slowly and at maximum speed, trying to enhance the momentary acceleration of the mountain god steps. Following Hyungwang's advice, he also trained by sprinting as if chasing a fleeing enemy, while simultaneously practicing dodging to the left and right. However, no matter how much Qinggong training he did during his commute between Luoyang and Shaolin, the time he spent in Luoyang felt like a waste to Mujin. For someone who needed to start moving in earnest after the martial arts competition, spending time caring for patients in the clinic was quite frustrating. Even though Mujin enjoyed caring for the elderly and was investing in giving the miraculous medicine to the 3 undefeated warriors, it was still troubling. Fortunately, on the day marking the 2nd month, a savior came to Mujin. Sorry for being late, Monk Mujin. Mujin responded with a bow to her, who greeted him with a bright smile. Not at all, Shijunim Seolhwa. The reason she came late to Luoyang was to receive a handover from Ryu Jiguang regarding the clinic business and, most importantly, to train a successor to manage the clinic in Dongbonghain. Mujin warmly welcomed Ryu Seolhwa, who had come to visit after 2 months. Then I'll leave the Luoyang branch in your capable hands, Shijunim Seolhwa. Yes, I look forward to working with you, Monk Mujin. Look forward to working with me? What do you mean by that? Weren't we supposed to receive patients together now? Since Shurjunim Seolwa is here, I thought I would return to Shaolin. At Mujin's words, her bright smile froze. Though her mouth smiled, her eyes shook violently for some reason. If this was the plan, there was no need to rush here. It was Ryu Seolwa's silent outcry. Are you saying, Monk Mujin, that you won't come to Luoyang at all now? Hearing the slight tremor in her voice, Mujin fell into a brief contemplation. With her, I'm not in Dungbong Haiyan. Even if I go there, I won't be able to eat any nourishing food, right? To eat nourishing food, he needed Ryu Seolwa. Reaching that thought, Mujin answered with a bright smile. As I did in Dungbong Haiyan, I will visit every 5 days Shurjunim Seolwa. Mujin, who had improved his Qinggong, could now run to Luoyang in less than half a sijin, so he could easily make the trip for the sake of nourishing food. With Mujin's bright answer, Ryu Seolwa thought, right, I couldn't see him for 2 months. It's better to see him once every 5 days than not at all. She was indeed a very positive person. Unfinished duel, too. Mujin, who had returned to Shaolin, resumed his rigorous martial arts training at Hyungwang's residence. A few days later, a first-class disciple from the Ji Guest Hall visited Hyungwang's quarters. Master Uncle Hyungwang, a guest has arrived from Wudong. Along with the guest were 2 individuals, one old and one young. The elder had the appearance of an immortal, while the youth had a clear and fresh impression. As if familiar with the elder, Hyungwang greeted them warmly with a gentle smile. Haha, it's been a long time, Taoist Malco. At Hyungwang's unexpected greeting, a vein stood out on the old man's forehead. The youth beside him seemed startled and unsure of how to react. You seem to have changed while we were apart, you bald monk. The old man, refusing to be outdone, responded, but Hyungwang simply laughed it off. Haha, judging by the atmosphere, it doesn't seem like you came just to chat. We need to settle the match we couldn't finish because you were bedridden. At the old man's words, Hyungwang stroked his beard for a moment. It seems if we had the match here, the pavilion wouldn't survive. Shall we move to another location? From the way you speak, it seems the rumors weren't false. After a brief exchange of words and a stare-off between Hyungwang and the old man, Mujin, follow me. Yes, grandfather. Rising from his seat, Hyungwang beckoned Mujin to join them. With Hyungwang leading the way, the old man and the youth followed without a word. As they walked along with Hyungwang, Mujin, now skilled enough in chi manipulation to use sound transmission, asked a question that had been nagging at him. Grandfather, who is that old man to be challenging you to a match? He is Yunhyo Jinren from Wudong, known as Malco. At Hyungwang's answer, Mujin couldn't help but be astonished. The only relief was that he did not make the mistake of turning around. Yunhyo Jinren, a name mentioned multiple times in the novel as one of the 3 swords of the world. People have a penchant for ranking things, and this habit extends to the world of martial arts novels as well. Typically, if there was a singularly outstanding master, they would be called the supreme martial artist, but such cases were rare. Therefore, people usually selected the 10 most renowned masters and discussed them as the 10 great masters of the world. However, in their era, there were 3 exceptionally distinguished masters among those 10, all skilled with the sword, and they were referred to as the 3 swords of the world. The Taiji, sword immortal of Wudong. The Namgung, sword emperor of the Namgung family. The heavenly sword emperor of the Pajayam sect. In the current martial arts world, the 3 strongest individuals stood at the top, with the 7 kings below them. But why would one of the 3 swords of the world, known as the Taiji Sword Immortal, seek out Hyungwang? Grandfather, were you originally acquainted with the Taiji Sword Immortal? We merely discussed martial arts a few times in our younger days. After answering up to that point with Haigwang Simyan, Hyungwang suddenly spoke up. And there's no need to use telepathy, Mujin. If it's that old Taoist, he could easily eavesdrop on our telepathic conversation. Ahem. The Yunhyo Jinren, who had indeed been eavesdropping on Mujin's telepathic conversation, gave an awkward cough. But even in that moment, he was thinking something else in his mind. The young monk's voice was heard, but not Hyungwang's. A method he couldn't hear. There's no doubt he used Hyungwang's Simeon. If he used Hyungwang's Simeon to that extent, it was highly likely that the rumors about Hyungwang recovering his martial arts were true. After that, the four of them walked along the mountain path of Songshan in awkward silence. This place seems suitable. Before long, they arrived at a suitably spacious mountain mid-slope. Hyungwang, who had been walking ahead, turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at Yunhyo Jinren. "Shall we begin?" At Hyungwang's question, Yunhyo Jinren pondered briefly before opening his mouth. "Before that, I'd like to hear your answer. Have you truly recovered? I won't be lacking in facing the old Taoist." "Ha ha ha." As if making up his mind to Hyungwang's reply, Yunhyo Jinren drew out the Songmun antique sword and spoke to the young man beside him. "It could be dangerous, so step back a little and watch." "Yes, great master." Hyungwang also glanced at Mujin, who was beside him, and Mujin tactfully stepped back, perhaps because the stage was all set. "Let's begin." As soon as Yunhyo Jinren spoke, he swung his sword. No, he must have swung it, for Mujin's eyes couldn't properly follow Yunhyo Jinren's movement. At some point, Yunhyo Jinren's Songmun antique sword had traced from right to left. The sword energy, leaving a faint trajectory in the air, burst forth right in front of Hyungwang. And similarly, at some point, a barrier formed of natural energy had manifested in front of Hyungwang. "Huh." Yunhyo Jinren let out a short laugh, surprised at the barrier that had formed without even sensing the energy gathering for it. "Then, try blocking this one as well." With that shout, Yunhyo Jinren's sword began to draw countless circles in the air. Countless sword energies poured out from the circles his sword had drawn in the air, only to be blocked by Hyungwang's barrier and dissipate without exception. Boom! However, among the sword energies that burst forth without any trouble, there were some that created particularly loud explosions. Sword force. It was only then that Mujin realized those were not mere sword energies, but sword force. To shoot out so many sword energies and mix in sword force intermittently. The past duel between Haiguan and Peido Bangju naturally came to Mujin's mind. Both Haiguan and Peido Bangju had reached the level where they could create strong force, but did not use it recklessly. This was because there would inevitably be a gap created while generating strong force. But Yunhyo Jinren, not only did he create sword force, as if pulling out sword energies, but he also mixed them to enhance the effect. Indeed, the sword force was such a powerful attack that even a barrier formed from natural energy had difficulty blocking it. Hyungwang, letting out a hollow laugh, moved his feet for the first time. "Ha!" Avoiding the sword energies and sword force sent by Yunhyo Jinren, Hyungwang assumed the most basic stance of the Shaolin martial arts, the fundamental straight punch posture. At the same time, massive natural energy was drawn into Hyungwang's fist. From the point of Hyungwang's fist, which was thrust so quickly that Mujin's eyes couldn't follow, a vast amount of energy burst forth. It was not strong force. Calling it fist energy would be laughable. If one had to describe it, it was a tidal wave of energy. A flood of energy surged forward, seeming to engulf Yunhyo Jinren. Despite the overwhelming scene, Yunhyo Jinren's eyes remained calm. Just as before, Yunhyo Jinren began drawing countless circles in the air with his Songmun antique sword. And at the moment when the vast tidal wave of energy touched Yunhyo Jinren's seemingly tiny Songmun antique sword, there was neither a massive explosion nor any explosive noise. The Songmun antique sword did not block the path of the tidal wave. Instead, it guided the wave by drawing countless circles directing it forward. Swish! Under Yunhyo Jinren's guidance, the tidal wave of energy twisted and turned, colliding and neutralizing itself, disappearing completely. "Ah, it seems your skills have greatly improved since I last saw you, old Taoist. You too, bald monk. I heard you had recovered, but it seems you've even surpassed your previous limits." After exchanging a single blow, Hyungwang and Yunhyo Jinren conversed with peculiar expressions. Today, we can finally settle the promised duel. Huh, isn't it strange to talk about a duel now, after losing 5 times already? Old Taoist, the one who wins in the end is the true victor. Saying so, Yunheo Jinren, with veins bulging on his forehead, resumed his stance. Yunheo Jinren, known as one of the 3 swords of the world, had not made a name for himself in his youth. To be precise, he had always been the eternal second. From his childhood, Yunheo Jinren was called a prodigy born of Wudong, but soon after, Hyungwang, 3 years younger than him, began to make a name for himself. Naturally, the 2 prodigies had to clash eventually, and during their youth, Hyungwang's nickname was the greatest prodigy in the world, so every time, it was Yunheo Jinren who ended up defeated. Starting from their youth, over the span of 10 years, Yunheo Jinren was defeated by Hyungwang 5 times. After the last duel, he made a promise. I acknowledge that you are superior now, but Wudong's martial arts are not weak. I will refine my skills for 10 years and then challenge you again. Hyungwang had accepted Yunheo Jinren's outcry with his characteristic compassionate smile. But before the promised 10 years had passed, news arrived for Yunheo Jinren, who was secluded and training endlessly on Wudong Mountain. It was the news that Hyungwang had become a cripple. Hearing that the man who had been his most formidable rival and the wall he could not surpass for over a decade had fallen, Yunheo Jinren felt emptiness rather than joy. The world is indeed futile. On the day he realized that no matter how hard humans tried and became strong, they couldn't resist the flow of the world. Yunheo Jinren comprehended the true meaning of the Taiji sword technique, which he had been practicing only with his 5 senses. And when he emerged from his 10-year seclusion, as promised to Hyungwang, he was just past 40, and the world bestowed upon him the title of one of the 10 great masters of the world. Nearly 30 years had passed since that day. Now, he was known as one of the 3 swords of the world. I will show you what I have gained in my later years. Try blocking this as well. Yunheo Jinren threw the Songmun antique sword, which he had been holding, into the air. Wish. The Songmun antique sword, which had soared into the air, suddenly stopped and flew towards Hyungwang. The Chi control sword technique. It was a miraculous skill that seemed to come out of ancient tales. The Songmun antique sword, flying through the air at an incredible speed, reached right in front of Hyungwang. But Hyungwang had already formed a barrier, and soon, the Songmun antique sword collided with the barrier, creating a loud explosion. A sword force had been overlaid on the sword tip of the Songmun antique sword, which was floating in the air through the Chi control sword technique. Even after that, the Songmun antique sword glided smoothly through the air, drawing circles as if Yunheo Jinren himself was wielding it. It was the Taiji sword technique performed with the Chi control sword technique. However, Hyungwang calmly blocked it with his barrier or struck it down with natural energy-enhanced striking bone technique. Focusing on the spar to not miss a single move, Mujin saw Yunheo Jinren's figure. He has reached the level of hand-controlled sword, the realm of using one's hands to perform the Chi control sword technique. Yunheo Jinren was raising his left index and middle fingers as if they were a sword, moving them here and there to perform the Taiji sword technique. Matching his finger movements, the Songmun antique sword danced towards Hyungwang. But as Hyungwang blocked all the sword techniques, perhaps feeling frustrated, Yunheo Jinren suddenly let out a shout and extended his right hand. His right hand reached out to the young Taoist standing beside him, and the young Taoist sword flew straight into Yunheo Jinren's hand. Surprisingly, Yunheo Jinren, while performing the Chi control sword technique with his left hand, at the same time, swung the sword in his right hand, scattering sword energy and sword force. It seems you've mastered the Liangyi divine technique as well. It was Wudong's secret technique, which allowed one to divide their mind in 2. Watching Yunheo Jinren and Hyungwang's duel, with Yunheo Jinren using the Liangyi divine technique, Mujin thought, what is this, a battle of monsters? Yunheo Jinren sometimes used the Songmun antique sword to pressure Hyungwang from a distance, unleashing sword energy and sword aura. Other times, he moved directly, attacking from the left and right with the Songmun antique sword, or surrounding and assaulting from the front and back. Thanks to the combined capabilities of the Liangyi divine technique and sword control technique, Yun Hyojinren was performing a perfect combination technique alone. However, even with such relentless ferocity, he could not bring Hyun Guang down. Hyun Guang used natural qi to block or deflect Yun Hyojinren's attacks, occasionally evading the Songmun antique sword and directing natural qi at Yun Hyojinren. Sword energy, sword aura, sword control technique, qi blast, natural qi, and more. The ultimate techniques used by the two elders continued to fill the air, making it hard to tell if this was reality or a dream. It felt like watching a battle between immortals. Watching their duel, one couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Could I ever reach that level? When watching Haiguan and the Peidobanja fight, Mu Jin felt he might reach that level if he worked hard enough. But today's duel was on an entirely different level. However, I must reach it. No, even if I can't, I must at least pave the way for others to reach it. Mu Jin repeatedly reminded himself. This was not about whether it could be done. It was a matter of necessity. The reason was clear. One of the three swords of the world was deeply connected to the hidden forces. This meant that they would inevitably clash in the future. While Mu Jin focused on the duel, thinking about the future, time passed. And as with any duel, no matter how evenly matched, a winner would eventually emerge. Who? Yun Hyojinren, who had been filling the air with countless sword energies and auras, retrieved the Songmun antique sword with his sword control technique and took a deep breath. Although Mu Jin did not notice, Yun Hyojinren's arm was trembling very slightly. Suppressing the symptom with effort, Yun Hyojinren spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, natural qi, its limits are nowhere in sight. With those words, Mu Jin realized why Yun Hyojinren had suddenly stopped moving. He's exhausted his internal energy. Indeed, no matter how abundant his internal energy, it would be strange if anything was left after using such massive amounts of sword aura and sword control technique so recklessly. On the other hand, since Hyun Guang was using natural qi, his usable energy could be considered limitless. Understanding the meaning behind Yun Hyojinren's words, Hyun Guang responded with a gentle smile. He. It is merely that what I understood with my mind has touched my heart. Your nonchalant attitude, then and now, still gets on people's nerves, you damned monk. What can I do when it's the truth? At Hyun Guang's words, Yun Hyojinren clicked his tongue lightly and asked, Then, has your body recovered because you have surpassed the barrier? The reason my body is healed is thanks to our Mu Jin here. Hyun Guang, pointing to Mu Jin who had been watching the duel from the back, gave a lengthy speech about Mu Jin's healing methods, almost as if boasting about his grandchild. Hearing Hyun Guang's praise, Yun Hyojinren's eyes surprisingly showed astonishment. A healing and training method that corrects damaged muscles and bones and develops them into the desired form. If what he said was true, it would indeed be knowledge that could bring about significant changes in the martial arts world. Even someone like Yun Hyojinren, one of the three swords of the world, coveted that knowledge, so there was no need to say more. KHM. As Yun Hyojinren struggled to ignore the aching pain in his wrist and organize his thoughts, Hyun Guang unexpectedly made a suggestion. It seems you have some discomfort. How about showing it to Mu Jin? You knew. There's a saying, those who suffer together understand each other. A person who has experienced pain knows the feelings of another in pain. With a light laugh, Hyun Guang turned to look at Mu Jin. Mu Jin, why don't you take a look at Master Yun Hyo's condition? Yes, grandfather. Mu Jin responded to Hyun Guang and cautiously approached Yun Hyojinren. As Yun Hyojinren watched Mu Jin with a complicated expression, he handed the sword he was holding back to the young master and extended his right hand forward. My right hand isn't in good condition. Can you treat it? Let me check it first. Mu Jin replied and started to press around Yun Hyojinren's wrist little by little. How does it feel when I press here? It's difficult to diagnose accurately if you endure the pain. These martial artists seem to consider enduring pain as a virtue and Yunhyo Jinren was also stubbornly enduring the pain. Do you perhaps feel a tingling numbness along with the pain at the fingertips? Yes. Looking at Yunhyo Jinren, who answered as if admitting to a weakness, Mu Jin sighed inwardly. It's carpal tunnel syndrome. Carpal tunnel syndrome, also known as wrist tunnel syndrome. After a few words of conversation and pressing here and there, it seemed certain. Now, extend your arm forward like me. Fold your thumb in first, and then grasp your thumb with the remaining 4 fingers. Following Mu Jin's instructions, Yunhyo Jinren moved his hand, and Mu Jin added more instructions. In that state, move your wrist to bend your hand downward. As Yunhyo Jinren bent his hand downward following Mu Jin's instructions, Mu Jin did not miss the cold sweat on Yunhyo Jinren's forehead and the momentarily furrowed eyebrows. Wow, tendinitis in the wrist too. How did he even wield a sword with a wrist like that? What Mu Jin performed was the most commonly used self-diagnostic method for wrist tendinitis, known as the Finkelstein test. How is it? When Mu Jin, who had been performing strange actions with his hand, closed his mouth, Yunhyo Jinren asked in a calm tone, "The condition is very serious. You mean it can't be cured?" "It can be cured, but it will take some time. Honestly, seeing your wrist reminds me of when I first met grandfather Hyungwang." "Huh? Are you saying you can fix this wrist?" Yunhyo Jinren asked in a slightly skeptical tone. "Well, he did say that he healed that friend Hyungwang, who was rumored to have become a cripple." Yunhyo Jinren quickly concluded that there was no need to doubt Mu Jin's words. He knew how crippled Hyungwang had become just from the rumors at the time. Shaolin had tried to cure Hyungwang even if it meant uprooting its foundation, but they eventually gave up after 5 years. This boy had succeeded in a treatment that even Shaolin had given up on. Reaching this point in his thoughts, Yunhyo Jinren spoke in a composed tone. "Then, can you treat this old man's hand?" "No. Can you teach me the treatment method?" "If you do, I will grant you one favor, anything within my power." It was an incredibly generous offer. However, Yunhyo Jinren's reason for proposing such conditions was not simply for the sake of his wrist. "If I can learn the treatment method, Wudong can make significant progress." In fact, the symptoms Yunhyo Jinren was experiencing were not unique to him alone. The majority of Wudong's swordsmen, regardless of age, faced this issue. Wudong swordsmanship was fundamentally based on the principle of softness. Commonly known as softness overcoming hardness, this principle, while seemingly excellent, had one major flaw. To reach the level where strong forces were redirected through the technique of softness, the wrist had to be excessively strained. Rather than directly clashing, redirecting powerful forces softly placed enormous stress on the wrist if the technique was lacking. Especially during their early years as third-class disciples when their internal energy was still insufficient, the burden was even greater. Eventually, by the time they perfected the technique through such strenuous processes, 9 out of 10 would have damaged wrists. Despite their damaged wrists, Wudong swordsmen could freely wield their soft swordsmanship because, ironically, anyone who had perfected the technique to that level had considerable internal energy. To compensate for the damaged wrist muscles, he wielded the sword using the power of his internal energy. In fact, Yunhyo Jinren had also sparred with Hyungwang using that method, and, at the end of the duel, intense pain started to rise from his wrist as his internal energy depleted. However, whether Yunhyo Jinren knew the true intentions or not, Mu Jin responded in a calm tone. "I can help with the treatment, but teaching the method might be difficult. It's due to a contract with Kyeonryu Sangdan." Kyeonryu Sangdan? Are you referring to the Kyeonryu Sangdan, known as one of the 5 great merchant groups? Shaolin, which practically severed ties with the mundane world, had entered into a contract with a merchant group? Likewise, Yunhyo Jinren, who had also severed ties with the mundane world, couldn't easily understand Mu Jin's words. To Yunhyo Jinren's question, Mu Jin briefly explained the contract between Shaolin and Kyeonryu Sangdan and the musculoskeletal treatment clinic. "I understand that you cannot teach the method. Then, can you perhaps teach me a training method to strengthen the wrist?" If you do, as promised earlier, I will fulfill any request you have within my ability. At Yunhyo Jinren's words, Mu-jin sensed some unease. Why is he so obsessed? He had already reached the peak of martial arts, and he was an old man. What was he missing that made him cling to the treatment method or the training method despite being offered treatment? Since guessing alone wouldn't provide any answers, Mu-jin just asked outright. I don't understand why the Taiji Sword Immortal, who has already reached such heights, is placing such great conditions on my modest training method. Yunhyo Jinren pondered for a moment at Mu-jin's question. Most Wudong swordsmen suffered from wrist pain, which could be considered a weakness of Wudong. Would it be right to reveal such a weakness of Wudong to this young monk? In his contemplation, Yunhyo Jinren glanced at Hyungwang, once his greatest rival and the wall he had to overcome, but now a crippled friend. Turning back, Yunhyo Jinren looked at Mu-jin, the young monk who had cured his completely crippled friend with mysterious medical skills. Hyungwang, his old rival, wasn't someone who would lie, so there was no reason to doubt the treatment method or training method of this boy. Having reached this conclusion, Yunhyo Jinren looked at the young Taoist who had been silently watching the situation unfold. The young prodigy who would shoulder the future of Wudong after his departure. What does it matter about our current weakness? If I can learn the training method, there will be no match for Wudong when this boy matures. Having sorted out his thoughts, Yunhyo Jinren turned his gaze back to Mu-jin and spoke. In truth, I am not the only one suffering from this condition. Our Wudong swordsmanship is so profound that it can only be mastered through rigorous training. And many who undergo this rigorous training end up damaging their wrists. Only then did Mu-jin grasp the situation. This is a bigger deal than I thought. Initially, he thought it was just about treating Yunhyo Jinren's wrist. He intended to just help with the treatment and be done with it. How can I take advantage of this? If it meant granting a favor to the entire Wudong, the calculations changed. After a moment of deliberation, Mu-jin calmly opened his mouth. If that is the case, I will gladly teach you. But before that, may I ask a question? Speak. You said you would grant any request within your ability. Could you punish Hyok Jingang? Hyok Jingang, known as the Breaker of Swords, also had the moniker of the Heavenly Sword Emperor and was one of the 3 swords of the world, just like the Taiji Sword Immortal. He was deeply involved with hidden forces and was someone who must be eliminated. Thus, Mu-jin thought of using a stratagem to kill with a borrowed knife. It is not possible. Yunhyo Jinren replied immediately, as if there was no room for hesitation, and added a further explanation. To be precise, it is possible to fight him, but that would result in too much bloodshed in Jianghu. I would wield my sword to save someone, but I cannot wield a sword that would spill so much blood. At Yunhyo Jinren's excuse, which was not really an excuse, Mu-jin merely nodded, thinking, as expected. Hyok Jingang was the leader of an organization called the Pajayam sect, and Pajayam sect was one of the 7 pillars of the demonic faction, known as the 7 Pillars. The organization that these 7 pillars had formed an alliance with was called the Demonic Alliance, and Hyok Jingang was not only the leader of Pajayam sect, but also the leader of the Demonic Alliance. In other words, if Yunhyo Jinren were to fight Hyok Jingang, it could directly lead to a great war between the righteous and demonic factions. Knowing these circumstances, Mu-jin had only asked out of a just-in-case mindset. In fact, if a war between the righteous and demonic factions broke out, it would be fortunate. The worst-case scenario would be if only Wudong suffered complete destruction. Despite the existence of the Demonic Alliance and the powerful entities known as the 7 Pillars within the demonic faction, the righteous faction held a significant advantage. There were as many as 15 entities in the righteous faction comparable to the 7 Pillars, including the 9 great sects and the 5 great families. However, because the balance of power was so skewed, the righteous faction rarely united easily. They were constantly engaged in underhanded deals and power struggles to gain more significant advantages over one another. This behavior was especially pronounced since most of the large righteous factions were located close to each other. If Yunheo Jinren were to attack the demonic alliance and confront Hyok Jin Gang, there was a high chance that the Jiggle family, which shared Hubei province with Wudong, would support the demonic alliance from behind. Outwardly, they would pretend to criticize the demonic alliance while doing so. Therefore, to deal with Hyok Jin Gang, at least one of three conditions had to be met. Unite the righteous faction as one. Create a single force capable of opposing the demonic alliance. Or make the demonic alliance collapse from within. Should I rather use Wudong to keep the Jiggle family in check? Not immediately, but certainly, someday an incident related to the hidden forces within the Jiggle family would occur. If history were to follow its original course, Jiggle Jean he would also lose her life due to that incident. I have built some rapport with her, so maybe I could intervene before the incident happens? If Jiggle Jean he provided information in advance, it might be possible to resolve the incident through Wudong. When Mu Jin was deeply contemplating that complicated matter, Yunheo Jinren asked him a question. By the way, why is a disciple of Shaolin, like you, trying to make such a cruel request? A request for an assassination. It was something unbefitting a Shaolin disciple. In response to Yunheo Jinren's question, Mu Jin gave an answer he had prepared in advance. I have a personal grudge against the Pajayam sect from my time in the secular world. Anyway, they were a demonic faction, so there would be many who held grudges against them. It was a convenient excuse to deflect the reason. I see, that's how it is. Suddenly, Hyun Guang joined the conversation. What does he mean by that's how it is? Mu Jin looked at Hyun Guang, trying hard to hide his bewildered feelings. I heard from senior brother Bang Jian. He said that your family was exterminated, Mu Jin. The first-class disciple who found you as an orphan on the streets brought you into Shaolin, and now it seems the ones who destroyed your family were from the Pajayam sect. That's right. Does this really work out this way? Mu Jin thought to himself, but he responded, trying to appear calm. Fortunately, Mu Jin's acting seemed to work, as not only Hyun Guang, but also Yunheo Jinren and the young Taoist priest next to him looked at him with sympathetic expressions. How could I, this old man, understand the resentment of losing one's family? Even though you joined Shaolin, I wouldn't force you to calm that feeling. So don't worry, Mu Jin. Ba. Stay strong. Ba. With the comforting words from the old master, Yunheo Jinren's bitter expression, and the young Taoist priest's encouragement, Mu Jin felt strangely uncomfortable. Ahem. I'm much better now. I just asked on a whim. I couldn't think of anything to request right away. The grudge must have been so great that you couldn't think of another wish. Don't worry. Even if I don't intervene, that person has accumulated countless grudges. As they say, the net of heaven is vast and wide, but nothing escapes it. Someday, that person will be punished. The net of heaven is vast and wide, but nothing escapes it. It meant that someday, Hyok Jin Gang would receive divine retribution. No, I don't actually have a personal grudge. There was no way he could reveal the truth now. Mu Jin felt the need to change the subject. Then, I'll make the request later. For now, can we proceed with the treatment first? Oh, I must have made you very uncomfortable. Please go ahead. Perhaps due to the pitiful story Mu Jin shared, Yunheo Jinren extended his arm with a much friendlier attitude. Mu Jin began with acupressure as usual, then used simple close-range spear techniques to loosen the wrist and surrounding muscles. Please remember the movements I show you now and practice them slowly once or twice a day. Then, Mu Jin turned his head to look at Hyun Guang. Grandfather, please only perform heat therapy. In addition to tenosynovitis, Yunheo Jinren also had carpal tunnel syndrome, and the symptoms were quite severe. Rehabilitation therapy would have been counterproductive, so Mu Jin decided to proceed with acupressure, close-range spear techniques, and heat therapy only. If only we had paraffin. Paraffin, the most commonly used tool for wrist treatment, was not something he could easily acquire. While Hyun Guang emitted heat onto Yunheo Jinren's wrist, Mu Jin, who had prepared paper and ink, began to write something down on the paper. Living with the medical staff at the musculoskeletal treatment clinic, he had learned about medicinal herbs effective for inflammation and noted them down. Lastly, Wrap this cloth around your wrist like this. It's best to put down the sword until the pain completely subsides. If you absolutely can't put it down, just hold it without swinging it. Saying this, Mujin wrapped Yunhyo Jinren's wrist and hand with the cloth, almost like a wrist guard. If you loosen your wrist once a day with close-range spear techniques, receive heat therapy, and take these medicinal herbs, you will gradually see improvement, provided you don't overexert yourself. Mujin added more words after completing the prescription. This process will take quite some time. Do you plan to stay at Shaolin or in Dongbong Haiyan? Yunhyo Jinren, who seemed to ponder Mujin's question for a moment, carefully asked, "If possible, could you accompany me to Wudong?" Wudong, yes. As I mentioned earlier, there are several patients in Wudong, not just myself. So, if it's all right with you, I would like you to come to Wudong with me. If you agree to come with me, I will never forget this favor. Hearing Yunhyo Jinren's urgent words, Mujin glanced subtly at Hyungwang. Wudong's martial arts are also excellent, so experiencing them firsthand would be good. When Hyungwang indirectly expressed his approval, Yunhyo Jinren stroked his beard and spoke. You mean to disguise it as an exchange visit rather than a treatment trip? Thank you for your consideration. Only after hearing Yunhyo Jinren's words did Mujin grasp Hyungwang's hidden intention. If the rumor spread that Mujin went to Wudong for treatment, it would inevitably lead to talks about problems in Wudong. To prevent such issues in advance, they proposed the excuse of an exchange visit. Why bother with a false pretense? Mujin is in the midst of honing his skills, so he genuinely needs the exchange. Don't worry, Taoist Mao Ko. Don't worry. I'm more than happy to welcome martial arts exchanges, given the favor I'm receiving. With Yunhyo Jinren's curt speech, Hyungwang laughed heartily and added, "In that case, we need some time to arrange an official exchange visit. Wudong must also prepare to receive guests. I'll return to Wudong tomorrow and report this matter to the head of our sect." Thus, the martial arts exchange between Shaolin and Wudong was established. In reality, it was Mujin's treatment expedition. That evening, at Hyungwang's residence, Yunhyo Jinren and Hyungwang sat facing each other. Would you like a drink too, Taoist Mao Ko? As Hyungwang laughed heartily and offered a drink of the Xiao Hong wine gifted by Haiguan, Yunhyo Jinren let out a dry laugh. Truly, you've become a real drunkard since I last saw you. Taoist Yunhyo, who spoke so nonchalantly, also extended his cup as if it were natural, accepting and drinking the Xiao Hong liquor. The two elders alternated drinking the Xiao Hong liquor for a while without saying a word. And perhaps because he was slightly intoxicated, Taoist Yunhyo clicked his tongue once and began to speak. Click! I thought that damn monk was just lying around, but it seems he picked up and raised a strange kid from somewhere. It's the same for both of us. Taoist Mao Ko also brought a peculiar child. Didn't you intend to show that child the duel? Click! And weren't you, too, planning to show the duel to that boy Mujin? In response to Taoist Yunhyo's question, Hyungwang tilted his cup instead of giving a direct answer. Watching him for a moment, Taoist Yunhyo asked, "So, is that boy Mujin continuing your teachings?" As always, this monk merely pointed out the direction. Taoist Yunhyo could grasp the underlying meaning in Hyungwang's usual nonchalant response. A child who can realize it on his own just by being pointed in the right direction. Listening to Hyungwang's laughter, Taoist Yunhyo recalled Mujin's appearance from today. Given that Taoist Yunhyo had already reached an exalted state, he could roughly gauge Mujin's level through his gait, each of his movements, his aura, and his developed muscles. Even with those alone, Mujin had already far surpassed the level of his peers. However, that was equally true for his own grand disciple. Reading the pride on Taoist Yunhyo's face, Hyungwang lightly laughed and asked, "What kind of child is that young Taoist?" If I were to describe Chong Su with one word, sword fool would be the most fitting. Sword fool, a fool for the sword. It did not mean a fool who could not master the sword. It meant a fool who knew nothing but the sword. Come to think of it, we're in similar situations. I also do not so much teach that child martial arts as I point out the direction of life, so that the child won't use the sword for nefarious purposes. The obsession of a sword fool towards the sword could lead them to become a sword immortal if they went in the right direction, but if they grew in the wrong direction, they could become a sword demon. Indeed, a sword fool. That explains why he was so mesmerized by Taoist Mao Keo's sword. While exchanging techniques with Taoist Yun Hyo, Hyun Wang had also been observing the young Taoist named Chong Su. He had noticed the look of ecstasy on Chong Su's face as he watched Taoist Yun Hyo's swordsmanship. Taoist Yun Hyo had also been watching Mu Jin closely. That boy Mu Jin is quite unique. Despite facing an overwhelmingly high level, he didn't get intimidated. At first, he seemed surprised, but there was a determined look in his eyes. That's precisely why I bothered to show him the duel. Ha ha ha. Hyun Wang's laughter was filled with pride and affection for Mu Jin. As he observed Hyun Wang for a moment, Taoist Yun Hyo recalled the various behaviors Hyun Wang had displayed throughout the day. Naturally, Taoist Yun Hyo came to a crucial realization. It seems you haven't changed, but have done it intentionally. Despite gaining great enlightenment, you chose to remain in a mortal world. In his youth, Hyun Wang had been a figure who embodied the term Buddhist. That same person was now calling him Taoist Mao Keo and engaging in bizarre behaviors such as drinking alcohol, which had puzzled him. Taoist Yun Hyo realized that these were deliberate actions by Hyun Wang. What attachment made you forego such a precious opportunity? If it's Taoist Mao Keo, you can surely guess. Disciples and the sect. Because he had similar concerns, Taoist Yun Hyo could easily deduce it. Then, how much time do you have left? Roughly 5 years, I'd say. I'll visit you often then. Ahaha. There's no need. Our remaining time isn't that long. It would only increase the lingering regrets. Would you even have lingering regrets for me? Taoist Yun Hyo smiled faintly at the remark, and the two quietly sipped their drinks, as if there was no need to continue the conversation. By the way, Mu Jin's chi is quite remarkable. Did you perhaps give him a great restoration pill? Ahaha. It happened by chance. Click. No matter how much you dote on your grandson, giving him a great restoration pill already. Didn't you also give a supreme pill to that boy, Chong Su? Taoist Mao Keo. Chong Su has the talent to deserve it. Mu Jin is no different. Then, as grandfathers typically do, they began to boast about their grandsons. Oomph. Do you know how smart my Chong Su is? Didn't you just call him a fool a moment ago? I said sword fool, not a fool. Click, click. If he's learning from such a foolish Taoist Mao Keo, that child's future is also clear. Oomph. Just wait and see. That boy Mu Jin won't be able to match Chong Su. Aha. There's nothing more disgraceful than entrusting what you couldn't achieve to your grandson. Shall we have a rematch now? What's the point of a rematch? We're both old now. Besides, Mu Jin will win anyway, so I'll leave it to him. Ha ha ha. They were truly indulgent grandfathers. Mudang Journey 1. After spending a day at Hyun Wang's residence, Yun Hyo Jinren and the young Taoist left Shaolin early the next morning. Take care. Taoist Mao Keo. Just you wait, you damned monk. Having shared drinks the previous night, it seemed the relationship between the two had somehow worsened. After bidding farewell to Yun Hyo Jinren, Hyun Wang turned to Mu Jin and spoke. Then this old man will go and talk with senior brother Bang Jian. You continue your training. Yes, grandfather. With a gentle smile to Mu Jin, Hyun Wang turned and headed towards the head monk's office. Oh, welcome, senior brother. With a slightly trembling voice, Abbot Hyun Cheon, who had prior dealings with the Great Restoration Pills, greeted Hyun Wang. I heard the Taiji Sword Immortal has been here. He left just a while ago. Haha. In fact, I've come because I made a promise to that Taoist Mao Keo. The Taoist Mao Keo, you say? Who would dare call the Taiji Sword Immortal by that name? But thinking about it, Hyun Wang was indeed capable of such familiarity. He was once evaluated to be superior to Yun Hyo Jinren, and had even attained enlightenment close to Buddhahood, although he seemed to have become somewhat eccentric after that enlightenment. Regaining his composure, Abbot Hyun Cheon inquired about the nature of the promise. May I ask what the promise was? At the abbot's question, Hyun Gwang explained the promise made the previous day. Mujin needed to go to Wudong to treat their sword masters. The pretext for this was to propose a martial arts exchange. An exchange with Wudong? It doesn't sound like a bad idea. Wudong was currently hailed as the supreme sect of the world, outshining many other martial sections. A martial arts exchange with Wudong wouldn't be a loss for Shaolin either. Moreover, the fact that Mujin would be in their debt was indeed pleasing news for Shaolin. Then, we need to decide who will participate in this exchange. Naturally, Mujin should be included. Actually, I came here with some thoughts on that matter, senior brother. Who do you have in mind, senior brother? Since it's a martial arts exchange, it will be beneficial for the younger disciples to gain insight into Wudong's techniques, don't you think? Along with Mujin, how about including Muyul, Mugong, and Mujiang? Having the 4 second-class disciples participate would be ideal. All 3 are outstanding even among the Muja division, so it's not a bad idea. I'm relieved to hear that you agree, senior brother. Saying this, Hyun Gwang suddenly extended his palm forward. Somehow familiar with this gesture, Abbot Hyun Cheon involuntarily flinched and looked at the outstretched palm. Why are you extending your palm? Isn't it obvious? I'm asking you to hand it over. Hand it over? What do you mean? Since Muyul, Mugong, and Mujiang are going to visit Wudong, naturally, they should be given lesser restoration pills before they go, right? What does visiting Wudong have to do with lesser restoration pills? What do you mean, senior brother Bang Jian? Even if it's just an exchange, our Shaolin disciples might lose their spirit in front of the Wudong disciples, right? Moreover, the Wudong's Taoists fight with swords shamelessly, so at the very least, we should enhance their internal energy before sending them. Hearing this, even Abbot Hyun Cheon, who would usually oppose such ideas, nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Even if it's an exchange, we can't have Shaolin disciples losing their spirit. Abbot Hyun Cheon had always blamed himself for the reputation of Shaolin falling below that of Wudong. Therefore, he strongly wished that the young disciples would not be defeated by Wudong. It seems we finally understand each other, senior brother Bang Jian. Thanks to Mujin, we have income from the clinic, so there's no issue in making new lesser restoration pills, right? Indeed, Mujin is undoubtedly the greatest blessing in our martial arts world. Umitba. The 2 old monks, now in agreement, shared a hearty laugh. *****. 10 days later, Shaolin disciples, fully prepared to depart for Wudong, gathered at the mountain gate. Mujin greeted the Muji trio who had arrived earlier and were waiting. Have you all absorbed the lesser restoration pills? Muyul replied cheerfully and Mugong curtly, each in their usual manner. Master helped us. Well, more or less. Mujiang, looking as if he had reached enlightenment, replied nonchalantly. Master Haiguan helped me. Master Haiguan? That's unusual. He said he would personally kill me if I went astray while absorbing the pill. So I managed to survive through sheer desperation. Feeling that it would be dangerous to dig deeper, Mujin averted his gaze. His eyes landed on Abbot Hyun Cheon, the eldest of Shaolin. Wudong, along with our Shaolin, is called the pinnacle of the martial world. You will see and learn many things. Make sure to uphold our Shaolin's name, follow the rules, and have a good time. Mujin chuckled at Abbot Hyun Cheon's advice, which felt like a principal's speech at a school. It seemed that things were the same everywhere in the world. When Abbot Hyun Cheon's long speech ended, the first-class disciple, who was to lead the exchange, stepped forward. Then, let's depart now, Abbot Bang Jian. Travel safely, High Geology Sagil. High Geology, Muyul's master uncle, was appointed as the representative for this exchange as the vice head of the External Affairs Department. With the farewell of Abbot Hyun Cheon, Mujin and the Shaolin disciples descended from Mount Song to Dungbong Haiyan, where several workers from Qianryu, Sangdan greeted them. We've been waiting for you. Are you saying that Qianryu, Sangdan has been waiting for us? Yes. Actually, there was a request from Monk Mujin, so we have prepared accordingly. At the workers' words, Hygeology and the disciples looked at Mu Jin with puzzled expressions. Instead of answering immediately, Mu Jin approached the carriage's position behind the workers. When he lifted the curtains covering the entrance of one carriage, there were numerous iron weights inside. Since it's a long journey for the exchange, I thought it would be good to prepare these, as we can't neglect training even during a journey. Can we? These were various exercise equipment prepared by Mu Jin, who was concerned about muscle loss. Even though a change in plans might inconvenience the representative, Mu Jin didn't worry. Hygeology, as Mu Jin experienced, was a man with a passionate heart. Wasn't he the one who even brought a crane and performed artistic acts, claiming he would teach Muyol crane fist? Absolutely. Worrying about training at all times is indeed what a true Shaolin disciple should do. As expected, the passionate man Hygeology exclaimed with an inspired look as he saw the carriage Mu Jin had prepared. Since it's come to this, it might be good to continue training even on the way to Wudong. Do you mean to use the exercise equipment along the way? That's a given. Additionally, if we pull the carriages ourselves, it will also serve as exercise, won't it? At Hygeology's words, the Shaolin disciples looked back and forth between Hygeology and the carriages with bewildered expressions. The exercise equipment Mu Jin used weighed hundreds of pounds each. To withstand such weight, the carriages were made of steel plates. They were so heavy that at least 4 horses would be needed to pull one. Besides these, there were 2 more carriages carrying lighter exercise equipment for other disciples, and 2 empty carriages that were meant for the Shaolin disciples to ride in. It seems the empty carriages won't be necessary. If we pull the 3 carriages loaded with equipment ourselves, it will not only train our bodies but also greatly help our Qigong practice. Ha ha ha. With Hygeology's continued words, the Shaolin disciples' faces filled with distress. Wow, this sounds fun, Master. Except for the ever-cheerful Muyol, of course. Naturally, the Shaolin disciples' gazes turned towards Mu Jin, the root cause of this situation. Understanding their feelings, Mu Jin stepped forward and said, Master Uncle Hygeology, while pushing the carriages will indeed be great for full-body exercise, doing so repeatedly every day risks damaging our muscles. At Mu Jin's words, the Shaolin disciples' eyes filled with anticipation. Then what should we do? It would be best to pull and train for 2 days, then rest for a day to focus on recovery and Qi conducting technique. At Mu Jin's subsequent suggestion, everyone let out a deep sigh. Whether it turned out good or bad, they were going to pull the carriages. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the end, it was decided that they would pull the 3 carriages loaded with various iron weights. Mu Yol, Mu Gung, and Mu Jiang took positions in front of the 3 carriages. Mu Jin, Hygeology, and the accompanying second-class disciples were ready to run alongside. To ensure efficient training, they planned to take turns pulling the carriages. Let's get going. As soon as Hygeology's shout rang out, Mu Yol, who was in charge of the left carriage, surged forward. Whoa! He seemed to think pulling the carriage instead of a horse was some kind of game. With a cheerful expression, Mu Yol pulled the carriage. Drawing on the strength he had built up, the celestial weight technique he learned from Hyungwang, and the chi he absorbed from the lesser restoration pill a few days ago, Mu Yol ran like a madman. Mu Jin, who was leisurely keeping pace with the other 2 carriages, asked Hygeology beside him, Master Uncle, is that really the direction of Mount Wudong? Probably not. Shouldn't we stop him? Pointing to the now dusty carriage Mu Yol was pulling, Mu Jin asked, and Hygeology burst into hearty laughter. Haha, when training, one sometimes takes the wrong path. Going there and coming back is also training. Feeling a slight headache, Mu Jin sighed deeply. I'll go after him then. Do that. With Hygeology's permission, Mu Jin chased after Mu Yol, who was heading in the wrong direction. Who? Mu Gung, pulling the carriage with a calm face as if possessed by an ox, was training diligently. However, his expression was merely the result of the immovable mind technique he learned while enduring Master Haidam's training. His eyes, however, were burning with a competitive spirit. I can't lose in strength. Even though he was training in a movable mind under high dam, Mu Gung was a boy who joined Shaolin with the desire to become the best. Since his days as an initiate disciple, over the span of 4 years, Mu Gung had encountered many Shaolin disciples and understood how difficult it was. Setting aside Mu Jin, who defied common sense, there were times when the timid Mu Jiang displayed more mastery of martial arts than himself, causing Mu Gung to struggle with impatience. Mu Yul's talent was also exceptional, but his frequent bizarre actions didn't particularly arouse envy. One day, when his fists wavered from impatience, his master Uncle Hai Dam, usually so reticent, opened his mouth to give him advice. The doctrine of manly Wujong was that even if one became the best in just one field, one could become the best in the world. From that moment, Mu Gung gave up on learning flashy martial arts. Instead, he delved deeply into the essence of Shaolin's orthodox techniques. Therefore, in the realm of strength, Mu Gung did not want to lose to anyone. As he grew, Mu Gung reached over 6 chiak 3 chi in height, with a robust physique. His muscles bulged, and veins stood out as he exerted his strength. Screech. The carriage, loaded with the heaviest weights from Mu Jin's exercise equipment, began to pick up speed. Meanwhile, Mu Jiang, moving at the slowest pace, looked at Mu Gung's carriage ahead with a puzzled expression. We have to go a long way. Why are they both moving so recklessly? From a start, pulling the carriages all the way to Wudong instead of riding them was a foolish endeavor. But since pulling the carriages was already decided, the important thing for the long journey was efficient movement. When I push, the wheels gain momentum but then slow down again due to friction. Carefully pulling his carriage, Mu Jiang gradually adapted to the recoil created by pulling it. By intricately using the various stepping techniques and the celestial weight technique he had mastered, he developed a unique Qin Gong method suited for pulling the heavily loaded carriage. As time passed, and the Qin Gong method for pulling the carriage became more refined, Mu Jiang's speed also gradually increased. Mu Dang practiced, too. Mu Jin ran off to catch up with Mu Yul's carriage, which was speeding down the wrong path. Crash! The carriage, which had been moving at full speed, came to a sudden halt with a loud noise. Naturally, due to inertia, some of the exercise equipment inside the carriage burst out through the entrance. Good grief! Mu Jin quickly used the fast ascent step to leap into the air and grab the exercise equipment that was flying around. These were iron weights that ranged from tens to hundreds of gun. If he caught such weights with his bare hands, his bones would likely shatter, but Mu Jin, who had reached the state of the Jade Vajra technique, didn't even get a scratch. Mu Jin, who swiftly gathered the airborne exercise equipment, asked Mu Yul, who was lying on the ground, "Why are you taking a nap there?" "Hee, I've run out of internal energy." "Who told you to sprint at full speed?" "Good grief." Mu Jin sighed and opened his mouth after holding his head for a moment at Mu Yul's reply. "Just get in the carriage. I'll pull it." "Okay." Mu Yul, who responded brightly, got up and staggered onto the carriage. Confirming this, Mu Jin began moving in the direction the Shaolin disciples had gone, utilizing the fast ascent step to its fullest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Mu Gung was showing off his strength, running forward, Mu Jiang, who had been left behind, was now running alongside him. "Hey, yeah." From a distance, Mu Yul's bright voice began to be heard. No way. Did he already return after running so recklessly? For a moment, Mu Gung and Mu Jiang were amazed at how deep Mu Yul's internal energy and Qin Gong training were. Soon, they would face the truth. Go! Mu Jin's carriage. Mu Yul, who was hopping around like a monkey on the carriage, and Mu Jin, who was pulling the carriage at an incredible speed, came into view. Why isn't Mu Jin saying anything to Mu Yul? It seemed strange that Mu Jin, who was being treated like a horse by Mu Yul, wasn't reprimanding him. While Mu Gung and Mu Jiang felt puzzled, Mu Jin, who had been running at an incredible speed, adjusted the carriage's speed to match theirs. Is he controlling his strength? Thinking that, they realized something else odd. Despite having slowed down, veins bulged on Mu Jin's forehead. Not only his forehead, but also all the muscles visible through his casa seemed ready to burst. Realizing this, Mu Gung and Mu Jiang soon understood what Mu Jin was doing. No way. Is he reducing his internal energy and using maximum muscle strength to push? Why would he do something so ridiculous? The answer is obvious. To build muscle. Mu Jin truly considered pulling the carriage as muscle training. Only then did Mu Gung and Mu Jiang understand why Mu Jin wasn't angry with Mu Yo. The more difficult the exercise, the more it would help in muscle training. Lunatic, muscle monster. Mu Gung and Mu Jiang had similar, yet different thoughts as they realized the truth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hubei Province, Wudong Mountain. At the mid-slope of the tall Wudong Mountain, where various peaks boasted their elegance. The entrance of the Wudong sect, where one shows respect to Wudong by laying down their swords. Hagyamji. Surely, they should have arrived today, at the latest according to the schedule. Did something happen on their way here? Two young men, dressed in the distinctive robes of the Wudong sect, exchanged brief words. Teacher, they seem to be coming, senior brother. A slightly younger-looking youth pointed towards the foot of the mountain. Indeed, looking where the youth was pointing, a group clad in crimson kasaya was climbing the mountain. They appeared to be Shaolin disciples. But what on earth are they carrying? It was the Shaolin disciples carrying three enormous objects up the mountain together. They look like carriages, senior brother. So why on earth are they dragging carriages up here? And a carriage is called a carriage because it is pulled by horses. But can you call it carriage if people are carrying it? While the two Wudong senior brothers were puzzled by this, the men in crimson kasaya drew closer to Hagyamji. Soon, the Shaolin disciples, whether it was a carriage or a human cart, placed the enormous objects on the ground at Hagyamji. Bang! Even though they placed them down gently, the sound of the ground at Hagyamji being crushed startled the two senior brothers. Facing the startled senior brothers, Hagyamji awkwardly took a bow and apologized. I apologize for causing a disturbance. Ba. I try to be as careful as possible, but because of the weight, this happened. What on earth is in that thing for it to be so heavy? As you can see, it's a carriage. So why are people carrying the carriage? This question would soon be answered. Wudong Mountain was steep, making it impossible for horses to pull carriages up. But the question still lingered. Then why not just carry the luggage individually? Why bring the whole carriage? What on earth is inside that you had to carry the entire carriage up here? Haha, we carried it up as training. Since the items inside are so varied, it was inconvenient to carry them one by one. As Hagyamji said this, he lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing various metal objects. Of course, the two Wudong disciples had no idea what these various metal objects were for. Are these new weapons created by Shaolin? They might have brought new weapons from martial arts exchange. They misunderstood the various metal objects as weapons. While the two were lost in their strange thoughts, Hagyamji spoke up again. Oh, I apologize for the late introduction. I am Hagyamji, the first disciple of Shaolin. I have come to exchange martial arts as agreed with Wudong. You are the renowned invincible master. I am Myung Wu, the second disciple of Wudong. I am Myung Shin, the second disciple of Wudong. I will notify the others inside. After a brief greeting, Myung Shin moved to relay the message. Soon after, several key figures from Wudong, including the headmaster Yun Song, appeared at Hagyamji to welcome the Shaolin disciples. I am Yun Song, the headmaster of Wudong. Thank you for visiting us. I am Hagyamji, the first disciple of Shaolin. It is an honor to meet you, headmaster. After exchanging simple greetings, Yun Song, observing the appearance of the Shaolin disciples, added in a puzzled tone, "Did something happen on your way here?" The Shaolin disciples were in a terrible state. Their crimson casas were covered in dirt and sweat was continuously pouring off their bodies. In response to Yun Song's question, Hagyamji stepped forward and answered, we thought it would be a waste to just travel from Shaolin to Wudong, so we combined our journey with training. Yun Song let out a peculiar sigh at Hagyamji's explanation. As expected of Shaolin, Though Shaolin had lost its title as the greatest sect due to not producing any top-tier masters like the Three Swords of the World or the Seven Kings in recent times, those with keen insight in the martial world knew the truth. Even if Shaolin didn't have any absolute masters, it was the place with the most experts. With 1,000 years of tradition and the 72 consummate arts still preserved. Now that I look closely, their clothes are dirty, but their chi is uniformly strong. The Shaolin disciples behind Hygieology appear to be second or third-class disciples in age, but their gazes and auras were weighty. Especially, the muscles peeking through their casses exuded a powerful energy. Yin Song could know that these muscles were forcibly built from pulling carts all the way from Shaolin to Wudong. Since you must be tired from training during your long journey, why don't you rest at your lodgings today? Thank you for your consideration, Headmaster. But before that, may we move our luggage a bit? It was only then that Yin Song noticed the massive heaps behind the Shaolin disciples, unsure if they were carts or wagons. Those must be the carts Myung Shin mentioned. Realizing that carrying those up Wudong Mountain was part of their training, Yin Song spoke. It is customary to leave weapons at Hagyeomji before entering, but I will allow it for the sake of martial arts exchange. Weapons? What do you mean? We haven't brought any weapons. If those iron masses in the carts aren't weapons, then what are they? They're training tools. Since we will be staying in Wudong for a while, we brought them along. As Hygieology gestured with his eyes, Mu Jin and some other Shaolin disciples began taking out the iron masses from the carts. Huff, huff. They started lifting weights right in front of the Wudong disciples. Yin Song began to feel a headache coming on. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Right after resolving the trivial misunderstanding, the Shaolin disciples followed the Wudong disciples' guidance, heading towards the accommodations provided by Wudong while carrying carts loaded with exercise equipment. Seeing their miserable state, Yun Song Jinren recommended they rest for a day. The Shaolin disciples gladly accepted Yun Song Jinren's consideration, organized their exercise equipment, and prepared themselves by bathing and cleansing. And the next morning, I apologize for causing a disturbance yesterday. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hygieology, first-class disciple of Shaolin. The Shaolin disciples exchanged formal greetings with the Wudong disciples who had welcomed them. Hee. It is an honor to meet the invincible Five Fists in person. My nickname is nothing compared to the name of the Wudong Grandmaster, like a firefly before the sun. After expressing modesty appropriately, the Wudong Grandmaster and Hygieology got to the main topic. Have you heard the main purpose of this martial arts exchange? Yes, I have heard from Bang Jian Sian Singham. Then, could you show us that wrist training method first? The Wudong Grandmaster directly addressed the main topic. I will do so. Mu Jin stepped forward with confidence. Standing proudly before hundreds of Wudong disciples, Mu Jin began to speak. I will demonstrate, so please follow along slowly. However, if your wrists are in poor condition, it's better to receive treatment first. At Mu Jin's words, the Wudong elders, including the senior disciple Yunjibei, stepped back, and the second and third-class disciples stepped forward. Most of the first-class disciples and Yunjibei had damaged wrists. Once it was roughly decided who would come forward to learn, Mu Jin began his demonstration slowly. We will start with the close-range spear technique. This exercise relaxes tense or stiff muscles. Doing this close-range spear technique before and after exercise is highly effective in preventing injuries. Just as he had taught beginner disciples in the past, Mu Jin explained the basics step by step. After loosening your wrists, we will move on to the actual training. Having taught various wrist relaxation techniques, Mu Jin began the main exercise. Today, I will first show you a simple exercise to strengthen your wrists using a sword. Could you lend me a spare wooden sword or any sword? At Mu Jin's request, one of the first-class disciples watching from the back handed him a wooden sword from the training hall. Originally, this exercise uses dumbbells, but they might find using a sword more comfortable. Mu Jin, who had momentarily thought of unrelated matters while looking at the wooden sword, assumed his stance and began to speak. Place your forearm on a desk or stone slab like this, and rotate the hand holding the sword. Once you get used to it, you can use heavier objects. As Mujin began explaining and demonstrating several exercises, the Wudong first-class disciples and Yunjibei, watching from the back, wore various expressions. He is very accustomed to teaching someone. He is an unusual kid. Some looked at Mujin with interest. Can this really be effective? Since Yunhyo Jinren strongly insisted, we couldn't stop him. Due to Yunhyo Jinren's insistence, some could not voice their skepticism, but their eyes were filled with negativity. Can such training alone truly strengthen the wrist? Eventually, one elder who was doubtful of Mujin's training method voiced his question. Mujin tilted his head and replied to the elder's question. As with all training, it takes time to see if it is effective. That may be true, but at the elder's reluctant answer, Mujin smiled lightly and said, "Or would you prefer to verify it through comparison?" Comparison? What kind of comparison? We could compare the wrist strength of those who have trained with this method and those who haven't among the Wudong disciples. At Mujin's suggestion, the elder who had stepped forward and those who had shown doubtful reactions all nodded. So, how do you plan to test wrist strength? Mujin, smiling brightly like Muyol, asked back. Have you ever heard of arm wrestling by Suin? Arm wrestling? It's a contest where two people grasp each other's hands over a table and apply force until one person's hand touches the table first, thereby losing. It's a battle of wrist and arm strength, as well as technique. Mujin explained arm wrestling briefly and added with a bright smile. If the disciples of Wudong who are most confident in their wrist strength could step forward, I will take you on. At Mujin's confident words, there was a commotion among the Wudong disciples. They were discussing who would step forward. Yunhyo Jinren, who in a way was the origin of this whole situation, was silently observing everything. Originally, Yunhyo Jinren had intended to intervene when his junior, elder Yunpyong, raised doubts about Mujin's training methods. However, Mujin handled the situation with a composure beyond his years, so Yunhyo Jinren decided to watch the situation unfold. It's obvious that training conducted after verifying its effectiveness is more productive than forcing it. The only concern left was whether this young monk could truly prove his methods. Come to think of it, it's quite remarkable. Despite this child, who is merely a third-class disciple, stepping forward alone, none of the Shaolin disciples seem worried. For some reason, the atmosphere among the Shaolin disciples was very relaxed, and this was perfectly natural. Mujin never loses. If it's just a test of strength, then they can't use internal energy, right? If it's a fight without internal energy, isn't he the best in the world? Mujin had been spreading his muscle training methods in Shaolin since his days as an initiate, and 4 years had already passed since then. Not only initiates and third-class disciples, but even second-class and first-class disciples have been training their muscles using Mujin's methods. And they all knew very well how ridiculously heavy the weights Mujin used for training were. But the Wudong disciples, who didn't know this, ended up voluntarily sending out a sacrificial lamb. I am Myong Huan, a second-class disciple of Wudong. As the man in his early 30s proudly stepped forward, Mujin tilted his head in curiosity. It's supposed to be a contest of strength, but why did they send out a weakling? For a moment, he wondered if that guy was being bullied in Wudong. But after quickly observing the Wudong disciples closely, Mujin soon realized something. There isn't anyone like Mu Gung here. Leaving aside those who had built their bodies through sheer hard work like himself, there are usually those who boast natural strength like Mu Gung. But for some reason, the Wudong disciples all had reasonably balanced or slightly slender physiques. Could it be because of their martial arts? Wudong's martial arts mostly place significance on the subtle mysteries of internal energy, so they seem to give higher scores to children with graceful movements rather than those with superior strength. Although Mujin had expected to win, he found himself smiling slightly at the thought that it might be easier than he initially thought, and then he took his place in front of the table. If you place your elbows like this and start with your hands clasped, we begin. If you lift your elbows or your hand touches the table, you lose. And we only compete using the strength of our arms and wrists. That's correct. After hearing Mu Jin's explanation, Myung-hwan stood across from him and placed his elbow on the table. Then, right after they clasped hands, begin. As soon as Yun Song-jinren's shout fell, the veins on Myung-hwan's arm bulged. But why was it? Despite using so much force that his muscles trembled, Mu Jin's forearm remained as immobile as a rock. Is that all? Instead, Mu Jin asked Myung-hwan in a tone of disbelief. Seeing Myung-hwan's face turning red and his arm trembling, it was clear that he was exerting his full strength. This is worse than I thought. From Mu Jin's perspective, it felt like the effort wasn't even reaching his muscles. This isn't even exercise. Feeling like he was bullying a child, Mu Jin casually swung his arm, causing Myung-hwan's arm to topple over. Thud! Because Myung-hwan, who had stepped up as their representative, lost so miserably, a moment of silence fell over the training grounds. Mu Jin shrugged his shoulders and asked the visibly flustered Wudong disciples, "If you're not convinced, would anyone else like to try?" At Mu Jin's question, the Wudong disciples exchanged glances briefly. A new volunteer stepped forward. The two soon clasped hands over the table. What? His hand feels like it's made of iron. While the new volunteer was internally shocked by the feeling of Mu Jin's hand. Come to think of it, this arm wrestling was meant to show the effects of wrist training, right? Mu Jin said leisurely, and instead of pushing his arm over, he slowly started to tilt his wrist forward. As Mu Jin tilted his wrist forward, the opponent's wrist naturally bent backward. Ugh! As the opponent groaned in pain from his bent wrist, Mu Jin, feeling like he was needlessly bullying him, casually swung his arm, causing the opponent's hand to hit the table. Thud! Is there anyone else who'd like to try? Having easily defeated two people in a row, no one from Wudong stepped forward in response to Mu Jin's question. Thus, Yun Song-jinren, who had been observing the situation, finally spoke up. It seems that this sufficiently proves the effectiveness of the training. It was clear to Yun Song-jinren that there was no one in Wudong who could match Mu Jin in arm wrestling. Considering the proof of training was sufficient, he stepped forward, thinking there was no need to further hurt the pride of the main disciples. Losing in an arm wrestling match, which isn't even martial arts, isn't something to dwell on. Moreover, if you train under Mu Jin Daoan, you too can sufficiently strengthen your wrists. Instead of dwelling on this, strive to improve yourselves. Yes, master. Yes, grandmaster. Whether it was due to the abilities Mu Jin demonstrated or Yun Song-jinren's encouragement, the Wudong disciples began to learn the training methods Mu Jin had taught with more enthusiasm. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Right after the unexpected arm wrestling match and wrist training session, Wudong and Shaolin began their official martial arts exchange. Of course, this martial arts exchange didn't involve revealing the absolute techniques of each sect to one another. Since it's the first day, we'll start by teaching you our most iconic martial art, Taiji Quan. Each sect taught one martial art per day, starting from beginner level and gradually advancing. Even as time passed, they would only exchange up to first-rate martial arts. They wouldn't exchange advanced martial arts, ultimate techniques, or divine techniques. However, the martial arts of each sect reflected their unique characteristics. Even beginner or second-rate martial arts were sufficient to experience the essence valued by each sect. The martial arts taught by Wudong generally embodied the principle of yielding to overcome, counterattacking with softness. The martial arts Shaolin taught Wudong were deeply embedded with the principle of strength, overcoming opponents with a single powerful strike. Naturally, the principles of stillness and movement and the strong versus yielding to overcome with softness were fundamentally different. In fact, they were almost the exact opposites. Understanding and executing these two principles simultaneously was nearly impossible. Except, perhaps, for a genius like Mu Jiang. I wonder if I could deflect Master Uncle's attacks with this. Despite it being a beginner martial art, Mu Jiang, who had quickly learned Taiji Quan, muttered to himself. It seemed he always envisioned sparring with Haiguan whenever he learned martial arts. In any case, while it seemed that Wudong's martial arts wouldn't be helpful to most Shaolin disciples, the reality was different. To counter someone using a soft sword, it might be better to adjust the direction slightly to deflect their attacks. Rather than that, wouldn't it be better to increase the power to the point where deflection is impossible? The fact that they were opposites meant there was a sort of counterbalance relationship. In other words, if they became familiar with the principle of yielding to overcome, it could be very helpful when facing someone using a similar martial art in the future. The same applied to Wudong. Disciples of both sects actively tried to learn each other's martial arts and incorporate them into their own. Specifically, after understanding the opponent's principles, they endeavored to adapt their own martial arts to counter or break them. Observing the enthusiastic efforts of the third and second-class disciples from both sects, Yun Songjinren made a peculiar expression. That child's talent is truly astonishing. The child Yun Songjinren was watching was Mu Jiayong. With just a few demonstrations, he had naturally executed Taiji Quan and was now seamlessly blending the principle of yielding to overcome from Taiji Quan with Shaolin striking bone technique. Despite alternating between martial arts based on entirely different principles, he did so without any awkwardness. This was truly a sign of a genius. However, the more extraordinary Mu Jiayong's talent seemed, the more Yun Songjinren's mind was clouded with confusion. With such a talented child, why did that old monk choose this boy Mu Jin as the grand disciple? Of course, Mu Jin also had unique qualities. His method for treating Hyungwang, who had become a cripple, his systematic training regimen for developing muscles and bones, and his confident demeanor in leading situations even in front of hundreds of Wudong disciples. Clearly, he was a child who would greatly benefit Shaolin. However, he does not seem to have the innate talent to inherit that old monk's true legacy. From the perspective of martial arts talent alone, Mu Jiayong seemed superior. After all, Mu Jiayong had learned Taiji Quan more quickly and was adept at mixing it with Shaolin martial arts, whereas Mu Jin had only mimicked Taiji Quan moderately before stopping. Currently, Mu Jin had the advantage in internal energy and physical development, but Yun Songjinren judged that Mu Jiayong's potential was higher. I need to find out what that old monk saw in him. With that thought, Yun Songjinren approached the disciples of both sects, who were passionately exchanging martial arts. While teaching each other's martial arts is good, it would be better to directly experience them through sparring. What do you think, Akwon Mujik Dawan? Are you suggesting we hold a match? In response to Yun Songjinren's sudden proposal, Hygeology asked back. Yes, since this is a friendly exchange, it would be good for the younger disciples to have sparring matches. Yun Songjinren, wearing a smile like that of an immortal, looked at Mu Jin. What do you think? It would be a valuable experience to directly face Wudong's martial arts. Having little interest in the principle of yielding to overcome and having already experienced Jigal Jinhe's superior black and white fan technique, Mu Jin found sparring to be a more interesting prospect. When Mu Jin showed an active stance, Yun Songjinren nodded and looked somewhere. There was a person who could verify why Hyungwang had chosen Mu Jin over Mu Jiayong and determine the extent of the boy's potential. Chong Su stepped forward. Chong Su Dojang, a genius regarded alongside Namgung Jinxion of the Namgung family as the greatest prodigy of the world. Specifically, he was the one inheriting Yun Songjinren's legacy among the three swords of the world. Most importantly, he possessed a talent of a similar magnitude to Mu Jiayong. Their talent might be similar, but in terms of experience, there's no comparison. Chong Su had been learning martial arts for 7 years. Rumor had it that both Mu Jiayong and Mu Jin had been training for only about 4 years. Moreover, Chong Su had even absorbed Wudong's Techiangdan, comparable to Shaolin's Great Restoration pills. Despite similar talents, it was nearly impossible for Mu Jiayong to catch up to Chong Su. Whatever the old monk was thinking when he chose that boy, it's unlikely that Mu Jin can defeat Chong Su. Yun Songjinren recalled a conversation he had with Hyungwang a month ago. The old monk had assured him that the Chong Su he had raised would not be a match for Mu Jin. Let's see whose judgment was correct. This was a duel between the greatest talents of Wudong and Shaolin, continuing the legacy of their respective sects. The Shaolin disciples showed interest at the call of Yunhyo Jinren. Qing Shui Dojang, ha. Today we get to see the famous Wudong Sword Dragon's sword. Even Shaolin disciples had heard of Qing Shui Dojang, as its fame had spread across the continent. However, the Shaolin disciples weren't particularly worried about Mu Jin. They were more curious. Mu Jin was showing the most remarkable growth in Shaolin. They were curious about how his level compared to that of the Wudong Sword Dragon. On the other hand, the eyes of the Wudong disciples were filled with confidence. The arm wrestling match in the morning had been decided by pure strength, but in terms of martial arts, they were certain that Qing Shui would win. Whether they couldn't read the subtly contrasting atmosphere or didn't care, Qing Shui Dojang stepped forward with a bright expression. Do I fight the Taoist in front of me? That's right. At Yunhyo Jinren's answer, Qing Shui Dojang clasped his fists and bowed to Mu Jin. I am Qing Shui, the third disciple of Wudong. Ba. I am Mu Jin, the third disciple of Shaolin. Ba. Mu Jin, who responded appropriately, had a glint in his eyes. The name Qing Shui appeared often in novels. Well, the role is pretty insignificant, though. Qing Shui Dojang was somewhat of a tragic character. Despite his strength, his presence was too small. That was because the rival of the protagonist of the second part was another genius from a different sect, Namgang Jinshin. And Qing Shui Dojang often ended up being the eternal second-in-command of the sect. Not that there was a huge difference between Namgang Jinshin and Qing Shui Dojang, but it was said to be about 1 or 2 levels. Yet, that made it even more interesting. He's a perfect opponent to check my current level. As Mu Jin, intrigued by this fact, took his stance, Qing Shui Dojang drew his sword and asked, how many moves should I let you make first? Having lived a life without peers, Qing Shui Dojang naturally asked, assuming it was obvious to yield some moves to someone. Mu Jin merely chuckled. Since it's an exchange of martial arts today, you can go first. Oh, now that you mention it, you're right. Qing Shui Dojang's pure-hearted demeanor made Mu Jin think of someone. Mu Yo. That thought was soon replaced when Qing Shui Dojang started to move his sword. Qing Shui Dojang, who had been all smiles, began to wield his sword with a look of rapture. He turns into Mu Jiang when he wields his sword. His sword drew a mysterious trajectory through the air, creating circles in the void. Some of the Wudong disciples watching exclaimed with surprise, Qing Shui Sahyang, why are you using a real sword? Despite it being a friendly match, Qing Shui Dojang had drawn his usual Songmun sword without thinking. To the few disciples who had shouted in surprise, the other Wudong disciples replied calmly, don't worry. With Qing Shui's skill, he can subdue his opponent without a single injury, even with a real sword. However, their calmness didn't last long. It wasn't because Qing Shui Dojang, fully immersed in his sword, swung a real sword at Mu Jin amidst the noise. Clang! Despite Qing Shui's real sword, the moment it clashed with Mu Jin's fist, a metallic sound rang out. How can there be a metallic sound when flesh and a real sword collide? While the Wudong disciples watching were shocked, Mu Jin, who had exchanged the first move, showed a peculiar expression. He parries it as if it's natural. Normally, anyone would try to cut with a real sword if a fist was presented, not parry it. With growing interest, Mu Jin continued to exchange fists, palms, and kicks with Qing Shui's sword. Oh! Each time, Mu Jin felt as if his attacks were slightly off target, as if testing his durability. He gradually increased his internal energy. As the speed and power of Mu Jin's attacks increased, at some point, the situation reversed, with Mu Jin attacking and Qing Shui defending. However, the Wudong disciples and Yunhyo Jinren watching the duel showed no signs of panic. From the beginning, the Wudong sword was not meant to kill, but to save lives. It was a martial art focused on countering and subduing with the intent of preserving life. As expected, Qing Shui Dojang, who deflected Mu Jin's punches, palms, and kicks, showed no sign of panic on his face. Rather than panicking, he seemed entranced by his sword, with a dreamy expression as if he were drunk. So he's like Mu Jiang, huh? Mu Jin wasn't sure if he would become bloodthirsty like Mu Jiang when deeply immersed, but he seemed quite peculiar. Well then, can you block this too? Curious, Mu Jin threw a punch towards Qing Shui Dojang's sword, just as he had been doing, but this time a golden aura began to envelop his fist. Fist energy! The Wudong disciples exclaimed in shock, recognizing the golden aura. The monk Mu Jin was only 16. How many at that age could wield fist energy in the vast Central Plains? However, they were merely surprised at Mu Jin's level. They still believed in Qing Shui Dojang's victory. After all, Qing Shui's sword, which was meeting Mu Jin's fist enveloped in fist energy, now began to emit sword energy. Instead of being startled by Mu Jin's fist energy, Qing Shui Dojang shouted with a delighted expression, "Ha ha, you can use fist energy." His voice suggested he was finally excited about the fight. In reality, Qing Shui Dojang's sword, now emitting sword energy, moved even more gracefully. The sword's trajectory, combined with the sword energy, created countless Taiji symbols in the air. And each time the Taiji symbols headed towards Mu Jin, he shattered them with his fists or feet. His hands and feet were now enveloped in a golden aura like gloves and shoes. Mu Jin had already reached a level where he could release energy without regard for specific techniques. What in the world? Huh? Everyone watching the duel between Qing Shui Dojang and Mu Jin was either shocked or dumbfounded. Is this really a duel between third disciples? They can release energy so freely. It was because these two third disciples, not even 20 years old, were showing skills that surpassed those of the second disciples from most prestigious sects. He's holding his own against Qing Shui. No wonder he's called the Wudong Sword Dragon. While the disciples of Wudong and Shaolin were each amazed by the levels of Qing Shui and Mu Jin, Yunheo Jinren felt an inexplicable, peculiar sensation. It wasn't because of Mu Jin's outstanding level for his age. As someone whose level was among the top on the continent, Yunheo Jinren had already roughly gauged the level Mu Jin had achieved. Yunheo Jinren had already figured out that Mu Jin had absorbed the Great Restoration pills. Nevertheless, the reason Yunheo Jinren insisted on facilitating the duel between Qing Shui and Mu Jin wasn't solely due to the boastful claims of the boastful monk. No matter how exceptional they are for their age, both Qing Shui and that boy are still too young to be called late bloomers. Therefore, what mattered was not their current level, but their potential. He truly wanted to assess Mu Jin's potential. He wondered if there was something the boastful monk had discovered that he himself had missed. But no matter how I look at it, I can't sense any mysteriousness in his movements. Rather than being mysterious, his movements were extremely simple. They were simple, but had the advantages of being fast and powerful. And this puzzlement deepened as the duel continued. Why, despite using fist energy, is he not employing any ultimate techniques? Amazingly, as the duel progressed, Mu Jin's punches, palms, and kicks increased in speed and power. He still didn't use any ultimate or complex martial arts techniques. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Unaware that Yunheo Jinren was watching the duel with puzzlement, the duel between Qing Shui Dojang and Mu Jin was gradually reaching its climax. Qing Shui Dojang's sword, which deflected Mu Jin's relentless attacks, continued to draw large and small circles. He's really enjoying himself. Completely absorbed in his sword, Qing Shui Dojang wielded his sword with a rapturous expression. Thinking he had sufficiently gauged Qing Shui's level, Mu Jin executed the extremely aggressive fast ascent step. Boom! In an instant, as if a bomb had exploded on the ground, a thunderous noise echoed. Mu Jin, who had been exchanging blows with Qing Shui Dojang from a distance of about 3 meters, suddenly closed the distance and was now right in front of Qing Shui Dojang. Mu Jin's fist flew towards Qing Shui Dojang's body with overwhelming momentum. Despite the sudden crisis, Qing Shui Dojang still entranced by his sword, swung his blade. He began to draw a Taiji symbol with sword energy in the path of Mu Jin's incoming fist. Immediately after, an enormous explosive sound erupted as Mu Jin's fist collided with Qing Shui Dojang's Taiji symbol. Boom! Despite his genius talent, Qing Shui Dojang tried to deflect Mu Jin's power. Try to deflect this too. With his fist and the sword in contact, Mu Jin added the celestial weight technique to his strength. Unable to withstand the immense force of that strike, Qing Shui Dojang's arm was pushed back. No, unable to offset the power, his entire body was pushed back along with his arm. Even amidst this, Qing Shui Dojang, still entranced, tried to steady himself and wield his sword again. It's over. Mu Jin's left fist was already stopped right in front of Qing Shui Dojang's face. Finally snapping out of his trance, Qing Shui Dojang looked at Mu Jin's fist in front of him with a bewildered expression for a moment. Oh, thank you for the match. Realizing belatedly that he had lost, he stepped back and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Only then did the Wudong disciples understand that Qing Shui had lost, and many sighs emerged from them. I learned a great deal today. Ha ha ha. Unlike the reactions of the Wudong disciples, Qing Shui Dojang, unfazed by his defeat, laughed heartily, not at all behaving like a young man hailed as a genius. May I request another duel in the future? Facing your fists, Master Mu Jin has sparked many insights in my mind. Ha ha ha. He seemed completely oblivious to the atmosphere among the Wudong disciples behind him. No, it appeared he was more interested in refining his sword skills than in the outcome of the match. Is this guy only thinking about his sword? Understanding the type of person Qing Shui was, Mu Jin smiled lightly and replied, I'll be staying in Wudong for a while, so it would be great if we could spar often. As Qing Shui Dojang showed a bright smile at Mu Jin's words. That was an excellent duel. Yunheo Jinren subtly joined their conversation. But after watching the duel, I have something I'd like to ask you, Taoist Mu Jin. Please ask away. May I know the names of the martial arts you are practicing? Although Mu Jin wondered why Yunheo Jinren was asking such a question, he didn't mind and answered. Jade Vajra technique, fast ascent step, and a few Shaolin martial arts. Most of Mu Jin's martial arts were ones that no one would recognize by name. They were unique techniques he had created with the help of Hyungwang and several other Shaolin elders. Naturally, Yunheo Jinren, who had never heard of such martial arts, tilted his head in curiosity and asked, Does Shaolin have such martial arts? They did not. Then, are you saying Hyungwang created those martial arts for you? It's true that I learned them with my grandfather's help. After hearing Mu Jin's answer, a phrase suddenly came to Yunheo Jinren's mind. I merely pointed him in the right direction. This was what Hyungwang had said while explaining Mu Jin, which meant, so, when Hyungwang pointed him in the right direction, this boy created martial arts suited to himself. Finally, Yunheo Jinren understood why Mu Jin hadn't properly learned the Taiji sword. He didn't consider it necessary for his path. If it were any other child, Yunheo Jinren might have thought it was the childish arrogance of youth, but Mu Jin was different. To have created martial arts that brought him to this level and to have defeated Qing Shui, Yunheo Jinren realized why Hyungwang had chosen this boy. He's a vessel that only that boastful monk could nurture. At merely 16 years old, Mu Jin wasn't just a child learning what others had taught him. He was a warrior progressing toward his own completion. A black ink stick makes you black one. After the martial arts exchange between the Shaolin and Wudong disciples was over, it was nearing evening. Mu Jin and a few second-class disciples were heading towards Jasogong under the guidance of Wudong's first-class disciple. Upon reaching the main hall of Jasogong, several elderly Wudong elders, including Yunheo Jinren and Wudong's head, Yunsong Jinren, were already present. The expressions of the Wudong Yunjibei members, who were waiting for Mu Jin and the Shaolin's second-class disciples, were varied. Taking the lead for the gathered senior brothers, Yunheo Jinren spoke first. Their disciples experiencing symptoms similar to mine. Could you take a look at them? I will do so. The reason why Mujin carefully visited Jasogong in the evening was to treat the Wudong swordsman, which was the original purpose of his Wudong trip. First, please extend your affected arms. As he spoke, Mujin walked around the hall, examining each of the elderly swordsmen one by one. Some had carpal tunnel syndrome, others had tendinitis. Some, like Yun Hyo Junrin, were suffering from both conditions. There were those with mild symptoms and those with severe ones, so Mujin provided appropriate close-range spear techniques and acupressure methods suited to each individual. To those who have completed their checkup, please provide heat therapy. We shall do so. At Mujin's words, the second-class disciples who had accompanied him to Jasogong began to administer heat therapy using heat energy. After completing the heat therapy, he wrapped cloth around their wrists like wrist guards and prescribed medicine, just as he did for Yun Hyo Junrin. After taking care of dozens of patients over the course of about an hour, Mujin and the Shaolin second-class disciples were about to leave Jasogong. Mujin Do. Chong Shui Dojang greeted Mujin with a bright face and drew his sword. Looking at Chong Shui Dojang's Songmun sword, which gleamed sharply in the moonlight, Mujin thought, is he really as crazy as Mu Jiang? The sight of him drawing his sword with a smile in the moonlight looked exactly like that of a maniacal assassin. However, contrary to Mujin's thoughts, Chong Shui Dojang spoke in a cheerful tone while drawing his sword. I've been waiting to challenge you to a spar once again, Mujin Do. Ha ha. Unlike Mu Jiang, he's crazy about swords. Thinking to himself, Mujin responded to Chong Shui Dojang in a kind tone. I cannot. Why not? It's time for my lower body workout. Excuse me? Chong Shui Dojang, unable to understand Mujin's words, asked again, but Mujin didn't care. Not even a day can pass without exercise. No way. Mujin, who had been busy with martial arts exchanges, sparring, and wrist treatments since the morning, hadn't done his weight training yet. Rejecting Chong Shui Dojang's proposal, Mujin returned to the quarters provided by Wudong for the Shaolin disciples. Chong Shui Dojang followed behind Mujin with a face like a puppy. I clearly declined, so why are you following me? Ha, I'm just curious. After briefly looking at Chong Shui Dojang, Mujin decided to ignore him. It wasn't as if he could chase away a Wudong disciple while at Wudong. Eventually, upon reaching the quarters, Mujin lightly warmed up his body and approached the exercise equipment he had prearranged in the yard. Various weights, boasting substantial sizes, were lined up. Without wasting any more time, Mujin began lifting the weights in earnest, torturing his lower body. As Mujin lifted various weights in different postures for a long time, Chong Shui Dojang, who was silently watching like a puppy, approached the weight Mujin had just used. Like a puppy encountering a new toy, he poked the weight several times with his finger, then assumed the same posture as Mujin and tried to lift it. Barely lifting the weight using all his internal energy, he quickly set it down and exhaled heavily. Turning his head at the sound of metal, Mujin soon realized what Chong Shui Dojang had done. Using internal energy to lift it defeats the purpose of the exercise. Ba. That's a new Buddha saying I've never heard. Ha ha ha. Chong Shui Dojang burst into laughter for a moment, then suddenly stopped laughing like a broken machine and asked mechanically, are you saying that you lifted this without using internal energy? Yes. Mujin nodded, as if it were obvious in response to the extremely awkward question. However, despite Mujin's firm answer, Chong Shui Dojang still seemed broken. Lifting this without internal energy? Is that something a person can do? As he briefly entertained such thoughts, Chong Shui Dojang soon realized an important fact. Because it was possible, he could exert such strength. The sparring match from earlier in the day replayed in Chong Shui Dojang's mind. It was a match he had reviewed dozens of times before requesting a rematch with Mujin. Yet, despite all that, there were still inexplicable aspects, which is why he had sought out Mujin again under the moonlight. That tremendous power came from physical strength. What he couldn't comprehend was the sheer weight of Mujin's martial arts. Countless attacks that he could barely deflect without making full use of all the intricacies of the loose sword techniques he had learned. Just deflecting Mu Jin's attacks made Chang Shui Dojang feel as if his swordsmanship was improving. In the end, he couldn't deflect the final blow and lost, so it was only natural that he was curious about the source of that strength. But to think the source of that power was simply brute strength. No, it's not natural strength. Yet, like the genius he was, Chang Shui Dojang quickly corrected his thoughts. I've heard that Mu Jin Do knows training methods to strengthen muscles and bones. He even mentioned during wrist training today to gradually increase the weight as one gets used to it. In that case, the crude weights Mu Jin was lifting now were the result of years of continually increasing the weight. Reaching this conclusion, Chang Shui Dojang looked at Mu Jin with a face full of admiration. Truly amazing, Mu Jin Do. What are you talking about? Mu Jin couldn't understand why Chang Shui Dojang suddenly found him amazing, especially after he'd been standing there with a blank expression like a broken machine. Sorry. I sometimes blurt out my thoughts, and it often surprises my senior brothers. Ha ha ha. Laughing as he answered Mu Jin's question, Chang Shui Dojang then explained his reasoning. Mu Jin Do, you must have been continuously strengthening your muscles to lift such heavy weights, correct? Well, that's true. That's really incredible. If you can lift such heavy weights so easily, your muscles must be very sturdy. Yes, my muscles are quite sturdy. Mu Jin couldn't help but feel a bit proud at Chang Shui Dojang's sudden praise. After all, what gym enthusiast doesn't like compliments about their muscles? Could you perhaps show me? I'm all right. At Chang Shui Dojang's request, Mu Jin took off his top as if to ensure smooth movement during exercise and struck various poses. Wow! With every change in Mu Jin's posture, Chang Shui Dojang unconsciously exclaimed at the sight of his rippling muscles. It's a shame I trained in the Jade Vidra technique at times like this. If he hadn't trained in it, his muscles would have been at least 1.5 times more massive. On the other hand, Chang Shui Dojang, obsessed with martial arts and swords, observed Mu Jin's muscle from a functional perspective. Indeed, with all the muscles developed like that, no wonder he can exert such power. In that case, perhaps, if I build muscles too, wouldn't I be able to handle my sword more freely? Eyes gleaming with the desire to further improve his swordsmanship, Chang Shui Dojang was deeply engrossed. Noticing Chang Shui Dojang's bright gaze, Mu Jin asked, "Do you want to learn how to exercise?" Yes. His response was immediate and loud. With a somewhat peculiar expression, Mu Jin spoke to Chang Shui Dojang. However, the weights I use are suitable for someone with a professional level of strength, so they might not be appropriate for you. Therefore, I'll start by teaching you a few exercises that can be done with just your body or a sandbag. Thank you, Mu Jin Do. The young man, known as Wudong's most talented disciple, bowed at a right angle and expressed his gratitude. Watching him with satisfaction, Mu Jin began teaching a few simple bodyweight exercises. It's late today, and I have my own workouts to do, so I'll teach you new exercises again tomorrow. Mu Jin Do, your heart is as vast as the sea. As he watched Chang Shui Dojang leave, brightly smiling and bowing in martial arts etiquette, Mu Jin thought, even if his role in the novel is small, he has talent, so if I nurture him, he could be useful. For some reason, Mu Jin's lips kept twitching into a smile. Anyone who appreciates the beauty of muscles can't be a bad person. Yep, he looked unmistakably like a gym enthusiast who had found a promising follower. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Early the next morning. As always, the Shaolin disciples were awake early. As soon as they woke up, following their ingrained habits, they loosened their bodies with close-range spear techniques and gathered at the entrance of the quarters. We're a bit late today. Our bodies seemed a bit stiff, so we did close-range spear techniques a bit longer. The reason was simple. The exercise equipment they had brought in, even by cart, was laid out there. Today, this monk plans to train chest muscles. Oh, then you should use this first, senior brother. I'll start with the one next to it. They shared their exercise routines, and took turns using the limited weights efficiently. Naturally, Mu Jin and the 3 members of the Mujibei were also included, as they immersed themselves in their weight training for a while. Mu Jin-do, an unexpected visitor, came to see Mu Jin early in the morning. Haha, sorry for being late. I had to slip out of Wudong's early morning training, so it took me a bit of time. Is it all right for you to slip out of that? Mu Jin asked, incredulous, and Chang Shui Dojang replied with a clear laugh. I finished my allotted morning training early and just slipped out. Ha ha ha. Not only Mu Jin, but also Mu Gung and Mu Jiang had similar thoughts at his bright demeanor. That's not the point. If it was morning training, the elders of the sect would conduct it. How could a third-class disciple just slip out on his own? Naturally, Mu Gung and Mu Jiang turned their gaze to Mu Yul. It was a familiar way of thinking, more precisely, a way of not thinking at all. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. Realizing another oddity, Mu Gung asked, "But what brings you here at such an early hour, Chang Shui?" It's because Mu Jin-do said he would teach me exercise. Haha, I heard he exercises even at dawn, so I matched the time. At Chang Shui Dojang's answer, each of the Mujibei trio had different thoughts. Chang Shui Dojang, I won't lose. A new victim. Hee. Seeing Chang Shui Dojang's enthusiasm for exercise early in the morning, Mu Jin smiled and spoke. Yesterday, I taught you wrist and arm exercises, so today I'll show you some abdominal and core exercises. Afterward, Mu Jin guided Chang Shui Dojang through bodyweight exercises. He taught Chang Shui Dojang the proper postures and proceeded with his own workout, lifting objects weighing over 100 pounds beside him, without much hindrance. Among the Shaolin disciples in their crimson kasayas, Chang Shui Dojang stood out in his fluttering white robe. After finishing his dawn exercise and morning meal, it was time for martial arts exchange again. However, today was a bit different from yesterday. I will personally teach Mu Jin the martial arts of Wudong. Master Yunhyo suddenly selected Mu Jin. Although it was a surprising situation, Mu Jin stepped forward without hesitation. Thank you. The chance to be taught by one of the 3 swords of the world, known as the Taiji Sword Immortal, was not something to be refused. Master Yunhyo looked at Mu Jin with a complex expression for a moment, then turned to call Qing Shui. Qing Shui, you should come along too. Yes, Grandmaster. Eventually, Mu Jin and Qing Shui left the training ground and followed Master Yunhyo to somewhere in Wudong Mountain. After climbing the mountain path for a while, they arrived at a pavilion situated at the top of a mountain peak. This is the pavilion where I reside. You can enjoy the scenery of Jade Maiden Peak from here. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Master Yunhyo, laughing heartily in the pavilion at the cloud-covered mountain peak, seemed like an immortal. After briefly introducing his residence, Master Yunhyo asked Mu Jin, "Do you know why I called you here separately?" I did not know exactly. He couldn't have been called just because he defeated Grandmaster Qing Shui. Is it because of Grandfather Hyungwang? As Mu Jin was thinking this, Master Yunhyo provided the answer. It is because of a promise I made with that rascal Hyungwang. A promise? Since he had not heard anything from his grandfather, Mu Jin asked with a puzzled face. He asked me to take good care of you while you are here in Wudong. In truth, it was a matter of conscience even before the promise. How could he neglect the grandson of a friend who had only 5 years left to live, borrowing him for a month? If he had been just an ordinary child, I would have let the masters teach him, but since he has shown potential, I must teach him personally. Master Yunhyo made this decision after watching the duel between Qing Shui and Mu Jin yesterday. However, it is not appropriate to teach the secrets of Wudong to someone who is not a disciple of Wudong. Therefore, the martial art I will teach you is Taiji Quan. Taiji Quan. Hearing Master Yunhyo's words, Mu Jin unknowingly asked again. Taiji Quan was also taught during the martial arts exchange yesterday. Mu Jin understood its essence but felt it did not align with his direction, so he only grasped the principles. There must be a reason, right? Surely, a master ranked among the top 3 in the world would not waste time teaching meaningless martial arts. I will do my best to learn. After organizing his thoughts, Jin bowed and replied, and Master Yunhyo laughed heartily and took the initial stance of Taiji Quan. It is better to experience it through sparring than just demonstrating it. Come at me. I ask for your guidance. Taking the initial stance and paying respect, Jin then dashed towards Master Yunhyo, displaying the fast ascent step from the start. He did not expect to win due to the extreme difference in their levels. He just hoped to learn something by doing his best. Indeed, Master Yunhyo easily deflected Jin's striking bone technique, even though Jin mixed it with the celestial way technique. While deflecting Jin's fierce attacks, Master Yunhyo spoke in a relaxed tone. Our Wudong martial arts are based on the principle of softness overcoming hardness. But to fully express this principle, the most important thing is not superior skills. Even as Master Yunhyo spoke, Jin continued to swing his striking bone technique with full power, but the master easily deflected his attacks. To deflect something, the first thing needed is to observe the opponent. The first step is to read how the opponent's body moves. As he spoke, Master Yunhyo deflected Jin's left palm strike. The second step is to read the opponent's chi. Master Yunhyo gently dispersed the golden chi surrounding Jin's right kick. The third step is to read the opponent's mind. Bang! Before Jin could fully extend his right fist, it was caught by Master Yunhyo's hand. Jin tried to swing his fist, but as Yunhyo Jinren's left hand traced a Taiji circle while holding Jin's hand, Jin's body involuntarily followed. If you can read the opponent's body, chi, and mind, you'll be able to counterattack before the opponent even moves. Saying this, Yunhyo Jinren released Jin's arm, which had been bound by Taiji Quan. The final stage is to read the world itself. This is a level that even I have not completely achieved. Perhaps your grandfather could. After hearing this last lesson, Jin, freed from Yunhyo Jinren's Taiji Quan, bowed in respect. Thank you for your teaching. Jin realized what Yunhyo Jinren was trying to teach. From the beginning, Taiji Quan was just a wrapping. In essence, he was trying to teach the most important aspects of life and death battles and duels. The first stage, reading the opponent's movements, meant understanding the opponent's next move through their muscle or joint movements or posture. Jin also frequently used this technique. And strangely enough, he somewhat understood the third stage, reading the mind. You can grasp the opponent's habits and even lead them to make specific moves through psychological warfare. However, the second stage, reading chi, was the biggest revelation for Jin. It meant that one could predict the next move by reading not just the body movements, but also the flow of internal energy the opponent used. The last stage, reading the world itself, sounded too abstract to understand. But even the first 3 stages alone were significant teachings. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Jin and Qing Shui left Yunhyo Jinren after receiving his teachings at Jade Maiden Peak. At Jade Maiden Peak, Wudong's leader, Yunsong Jinren, arrived. Master Yunhyo, even if Jin's treatment and wrist-strengthening techniques are truly effective, is there a need for you to personally teach that disciple? Wudong had indeed received a favor from Jin, but Yunhyo Jinren teaching Jin was separate from that favor. Yunhyo Jinren had taken Jin without any prior discussion. Of course, this was also due to his promise with Hyungwang. I decided to teach Jin for the future of Wudong, senior brother. Yunhyo Jinren had another reason. Why is teaching a Shaolin disciple beneficial for Wudong's future, Yunhyo? Yunhyo Jinren closed and opened his eyes, speaking with a somewhat troubled voice. As you know, our time as the Yunji generation is almost over. In 5 to 10 years, we will pass Wudong to the first-generation disciples and live in harmony with nature. Yunhyo Jinren's words did not merely imply retirement from the martial world. A person's physical capabilities peak in their 20s and generally start to decline in their 30s. However, martial arts are extremely complex, and it is difficult to achieve significant internal energy at a young age. Therefore, the period when most martial artists reach their peak ability is usually around their 30s or 40s. In their 40s, assuming they have consistently trained, their bodies are still capable. Additionally, this is when they're filled with knowledge about internal energy and martial arts, and they have ample experience. But from their 50s onwards, a prolonged tug-of-war begins. While their understanding of martial arts and internal energy increases, their physical abilities rapidly decline. When the decline of their physical capabilities surpasses the growth in their internal energy and understanding of martial arts, their overall ability declines rapidly. Thus, in most prestigious sects, the ones symbolizing martial power are usually the first-generation disciples. Elders or sect leaders, in reality, are more like former masters than current ones. This excludes those who have reached extraordinary heights, such as Hyungwang, the Three Swords of the World, or the Seven Kings. And I, too, in about 10 years, will no longer be known as one of the Three Swords of the World. At over 70 years old, Yun Hyojinren was at a stage where he relied solely on his internal energy to move his body while using martial arts. On the other hand, the leader of the Demonic Alliance will still be in his prime 10 years from now. Unlike Yun Hyojinren or Namgung Sword Emperor Hyok Jin-gang, the Heavenly Sword Emperor was still middle-aged. Even in 10 years, he would be younger than Yun Hyojinren was now. Moreover, it has already been 36 years since the demonic cult invaded the Central Plains. The next generation might see their ambitions rise again. Some might think it would be better to eliminate the demonic cult and other heretical sects now, while they still have the strength, but a war between the righteous and demonic factions would spill too much blood across the continent. If we move first, Wudong might end up bearing all the blame. Both Yun Hyojinren and Yun Songjinren were aware that some of the prestigious sects and powerful families valued their own privileges over the peace of the martial world. Hence, what was necessary was to build strength. To achieve peace, they understood the paradox that one needed a strength so formidable that no one would dare to provoke them. So, do you intend to borrow Mujin's strength to prevent future dangers? Yun Songjinren asked, and Yun Hyojinren shook his head. Today, I train not only Mujin, but also Qing Shui. Do you know why? Are you saying that training with Mujin greatly benefits Qing Shui? Exactly. Qing Shui possesses extraordinary talent, but in his heart, there is only the sword. While this has allowed him to grow rapidly, he will eventually hit a limit. This was a judgment that only Yun Hyojinren, who had reached great heights, could make. If he does not see the vast world and remains obsessed with his own sword, how can he encompass the world within his sword? Yun Hyojinren intended to teach both Mujin and Qing Shui. Qing Shui, being deeply engrossed in the magic of the sword, often became intoxicated with his own sword during training or dueling. Thus, Yun Hyojinren imparted the lesson that one must observe their opponent. He also hoped Qing Shui would see the world. Since Qing Shui had developed a significant interest in Mujin after being defeated by him, this was a deliberate decision. Even this morning, Qing Shui had gone to the Shaolin Pavilion to learn something from Mujin. Although it saddens me to see my old rivalry with that rascal replayed, this is the best for Qing Shui's growth. Yun Hyojinren felt that Qing Shui might spend his whole life in Mujin's shadow, but he shook his head, dispelling such negative thoughts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at that time, Qing Shui, who had descended from Jade Maiden Peak, was focusing on his training in the training ground used by Wudong disciples. How does Mujin know all these things? He had learned various knowledge from Mujin, including ways to build muscle strength. For example, he learned that muscles grow stronger after getting injured and healing. Therefore, it was important to divide training by muscle groups on different days or take complete rest days during full-body workouts. Mujin also stressed the importance of diet, suggesting he eat plenty of beans and mushrooms since they couldn't eat meat. Additionally, he learned exercises beneficial to Wudong martial arts, like the close-range spear technique. Thus, Qing Shui was currently practicing some bodyweight exercises and the close-range spear technique he had learned from Mujin. Seeing Qing Shui practice, some Wudong disciples approached him. Senior brother Qing Shui, what is that exercise you are doing? Could we also learn it? Without Yun Hyojinren and Yun Song Jinren knowing the Wudong disciples were becoming influenced by Mujin. Around 10 days had passed since the Shaolin disciples began staying at Wudong. Mujin, watching the scene at the training ground, felt a sense of bewilderment. This scene feels strangely familiar. Over 100 Wudong disciples were at the training ground, each laying a cloth on the ground and assuming the same posture on it. How did wrist training time turn into a GX session? Well, if there was a catalyst, it was probably that. Teaching bodyweight exercises and some close-range spear techniques to the Qing Shui dojo. After teaching Qing Shui dojo some exercises for a few days, not only Qing Shui, but also several Wudong disciples started flocking to him. At this rate, it was better to conduct the sessions at the training ground rather than the front yard of the hall given to Shaolin. Why is everyone coming? The number gradually increased, and now all the third-class and second-class Wudong disciples were flocking to the training ground. That didn't necessarily mean he was losing time. Originally, it was time to teach wrist training methods anyway. In fact, most of the wrist training methods had already been taught. Precisely, those that they could follow at a basic level. Wrist training, after all, was about training muscles which wouldn't see significant improvement in just a day or two, and doing wrist exercises alone every day would be counterproductive. In other words, on days when the wrists needed rest, other exercises were conducted. Thanks to that, Mujin had become an instructor teaching hundreds of members. You need to bend a little more there. You have to breathe. Inhale, then bend a little more as you exhale. The Shaolin disciples were acting as a sort of assistant instructors. From the Shaolin disciples' perspective, it might seem excessive to teach exercises to Wudong disciples who weren't even their fellow students. Oh, such impressive muscles, sir do. If we exercise consistently, we can build our bodies too, right? This is nothing compared to Master Mujin. The Wudong disciples, with their stick-like bodies, were showering praises on the muscles, dazzling with admiration, leaving the Shaolin disciples bewildered. Anyone who has exercised knows that building a body is an arduous task. Martial arts training has its own fun, but weight training is just about lifting heavy things repetitively. It was a tedious and tough process that had to be repeated for years. Praising muscles not only acknowledged the muscles themselves, but also the effort put into building them, making it more gratifying. One of the biggest reasons muscle enthusiasts loved receiving compliments on their muscles and wanted to boast about them. In this sense, the innocent and pure praise from the naive Wudong disciples, who had only practiced swordsmanship in the mountains, captured the hearts of the Shaolin disciples. Among them, the most outstanding was, of course, Qing Shui Dojo. Master Mujin, what's the next move? As expected of Master Mujin, how can you move so flexibly with muscles like steel? It was pure, sincere praise without any hint of flattery. Meanwhile, the Yunjibei of Wudong, watching the interaction between the Wudong and Shaolin disciples, were having thoughts similar to Mujin's. How did this happen? Similar, but with a slightly different feeling. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 20 days had passed since Mujin and the Shaolin disciples had arrived at Wudong. During that time, the bond between the Shaolin and Wudong disciples had grown stronger. While it was partly because Mujin and the Shaolin disciples taught exercises to the Wudong disciples every morning, the main reason was that about 15 days later, Mujin's treatments and wrist training methods began showing results. Wudong's main sword experts, who had been complaining of wrist pain, started showing great favor towards Mujin, including the Yunjibei and the first-class disciples. And today, right after Mujin treated the wrists of Wudong's sword experts, Master Mujin, may we have a word with you? Suddenly, Yin Song Jinren, the leader of Wudong, approached Mujin. I have time, but is there a problem? Yin Song Jinren, with a gentle laugh at Mujin's question, finally spoke up after all the Wudong sword experts and second-class Shaolin disciples had left. I heard from Yunhyo Sr. that Master Mujin's treatment methods cannot be shared due to a contract with the Qianryu Singdan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yes. Mujin replied in a hesitant tone to Yun Song Jinren's words. Could he be asking me to secretly teach him anyway? As Mujin pondered suspiciously, Yun Song Jinrin added more to his statement. In that case, could you perhaps open that musculoskeletal treatment clinic near Wudong Mountain instead? A clinic, you say? Indeed. I've heard that the clinic not only fixes wrists but also corrects the entire body's musculoskeletal system. Though wrists are the most severe, there are quite a few who have injuries from rigorous training. But we can't keep you tied to Wudong forever, Master Mujin. Hearing Yun Song Jinrin's words, Mujin began to calculate in his mind. Mount Yongzhong, where the Jiggle family is based, is less than 200 li from here, right? At that distance, Mujin could cover it within an hour's time. It was an opportunity to establish a clinic right under the nose of the Jiggle family, who were set to cause trouble in the future. With his calculations complete, Mujin responded with a businesslike smile. Then, the most suitable location would be Gunyun, which is closest to Wudong. Haha, Gunyun would indeed be convenient for us at Wudong as well. Then, I shall send a message to the headquarters and Qianryu, Singdan. Both Mujin and Yun Song Jinrin ended their conversation with satisfied smiles. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It's regrettable to see you go. Yun Song Jinrin had a complex and subtle expression as he looked at the Shaolin disciples who were ready to depart. Seeing this, Hygeology, the representative, responded with a hearty laugh. As they say, those who meet must part, and those who part will meet again. We will surely meet again. Ha ha! The day had come for the Shaolin disciples to return after spending the promised month fruitfully. Wudong owes a great debt to Master Mujin. Whenever you need help, just send us a message. We will surely repay this debt. I'm sorry we couldn't stay longer. However, now that we're opening a clinic in Gunyun, you can visit there if you have any physical discomfort. Yun Song Jinrin smiled softly at Mujin's humble words. Beyond the treatments, the wrist training methods Mujin taught had freed the future Wudong swordsman from chronic issues. Additionally, they had learned simple muscle training methods and close-range spear techniques to increase body flexibility. From Wudong's perspective, there could be no greater favor. At that moment, Qing Shui Dojo approached Mujin, who was exchanging farewells with Yun Song Jinrin. It's truly regrettable. Haha, if I had known you were leaving so soon, I would have requested a sparring match yesterday. Qing Shui Dojo's expression showed genuine regret. Indeed, ever since being defeated by Mujin, Qing Shui Dojo had been replaying the match in their mind. However, Qing Shui Dojo had yet to figure out how to counter Mujin's overwhelming strength and had been diligently practicing the training methods Mujin had taught. This fool who knew nothing but the sword didn't even know the date when the Shaolin disciples would return. So now, he was regretting it. Otherwise, would it be possible to ask for a sparring match today? Since it was impossible to engage in another sparring session when they were about to return to Shaolin, Mujin declined politely. Anyway, there will be a martial arts tournament in a year and a half, so why don't we test our skills then? Now that I think about it, there will be a martial arts tournament then. I had forgotten about it because I wasn't interested. If Mujin Duwu participates, it will be an enjoyable tournament. At Changsu's cheerful response, Mujin simply smiled lightly. Let's get going. And a moment later, with Hygeology's loud shout, the Shaolin disciples began descending Wudong Mountain. As always, they lifted those massive carriages and heavy iron pieces. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yongyang Mountain in Hubei Province. Unlike other major families or most martial arts families that establish themselves in places like counties or provincial capitals, the Jiggle family was settled on a mountain like a sect. There were several reasons for this, but the main reason was likely due to historical roots. It was the famous mountain where the revered Wulong Jiggle master was said to have secluded himself, the backdrop of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Additionally, since they were situated on a mountain, they had reclaimed the land to use a vast estate. Moreover, utilizing the geographical advantage of the mountain, numerous formations filled the interior and exterior of the Jiggle family estate. This was probably impossible in a city or a bustling county. Thus, the Jiggle family, known as the Miraculous Jiggle, had created an impregnable fortress in the middle of the mountain. In one corner of this vast estate, in a spacious training ground, Jiggle Jean sheathed the fan she held in both hands and exhaled deeply. Phew! 9 months had passed since she returned to the family after learning various exercises and the close-range spear technique from Mujin. When she first started the exercises Mujin had taught her upon returning home, all the family members looked at Jiggle Jean He with strange gazes. The Jiggle family prided themselves on being the descendants of Jiggle Gongmyung, believing that martial arts were also performed with intellect and talent. Naturally, they worried and delighted, thinking she had fallen into madness when she started lifting iron weights. Moreover, when she assumed strange postures, she was practicing the close-range spear technique. Many were shocked. But as it is said, humans are creatures of adaptation. When she focused solely on training and exercises without caring about the gazes of those around her, the people of the Jiggle family gradually adapted. This adaptation was more about accepting that something was wrong with her mind. However, the gaze of the family elders or the ridicule of her peers competing for the position of family head had no effect on her training. There are less than 2 years left now. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the martial arts tournament she had promised Mujin. But first, I need to catch my breath for a moment. Hadn't Mujin said that only after the body recovers from hardship can growth occur? Overexertion was forbidden in training. As she was catching her breath, she heard a peculiar conversation. A martial arts exchange between Shaolin and Wudong. Is that true? I heard that the monk named Mujin was also there. Elder Jiggle Hyan, who was defeated by him in Nanchang, was waiting for him, but he couldn't make a move since Mujin was with Wudong. She had intended to let it pass without much thought, but the words Shaolin and Mujin piqued Jiggle Genie's interest. Focusing her hearing, she eavesdropped more intently on the conversation of those passing by the training grounds wall. According to our agreement, I should wait until the martial arts tournament. But 9 months was quite a long time. Besides, it wasn't as far as Hunan, just a stone's throw away to Wudong Mountain. Would it be all right to go visit him? Yes. She could just pretend she was visiting Wudong on some business and ran into him by chance. True to her reputation as a clever member of the Jiggle family, Jiggle Genie thought of a good pretext and immediately set her plan into motion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Jiggle Genie, fully prepared, set out from her family's estate early in the morning and arrived at Jiayunhyun, the area closest to Wudong Mountain, by noon. Who knows, we might end up sparring, and I might make a strange noise from my stomach. She decided to have a simple lunch here before climbing Wudong Mountain. While strolling around Jiayunhyun looking for a suitable restaurant, she spotted a signboard that caught her eye. Musculoskeletal Treatment Clinic. It was the same signboard she had seen in Dongbong Haiyan and Nanchang. With a sense of expectation, she entered the estate and soon encountered a familiar figure. What brings you here? I could ask you the same, young lady. It was Ryu Seolwa, whom she had met at the clinic in Dongbong Haiyan. After receiving Mujin's letter, Ryu Seolwa had quickly prepared to open the clinic and came to Jiayunhyun. This time, she intended to spend a little more time with him. However, sadly, Mujin had returned to Song Mountain a few days after she arrived, having completed his exchange with Wudong. Thinking it would be more efficient for her to manage the clinic alone, Mujin decided there was no need for him to stay, which was a painful story from Ryu Seolwa's perspective. Concealing her sorrow, Ryu Seolwa asked kindly, "Are you here to see Monk Mujin?" Jiggle Jean, he replied confidently to her question. "Yes, we have an agreement." Ryu Seolwa smirked inwardly at her metaphorical expression, already aware that the agreement was about sparring. "I see. Monk Mujin is at the Wudong sect, so you will need to climb Wudong Mountain to meet him. Thank you for the information." Jiggle Jean he, displaying a victorious smile, left the clinic and headed straight for Wudong Mountain without even stopping for lunch. And what awaited her was... Are you talking about Duwu Mujin? He left yesterday. All the Shaolin disciples departed together. This was the polite response from the Wudong disciples guarding the entrance to Hagyamji. Did he dare deceive me? She, a descendant of Jiggle Gongmyung, had been fooled by someone. With veins popping on her forehead, Jiggle Jean he used her Qigong technique to quickly descend Wudong Mountain and return to the clinic. Whether it was due to her anger or her rapid movements, she returned to the clinic with an unusually flushed face and confronted Ryu Seohwa, who answered with a bright smile. "Oh my, did he leave? I didn't know that." "You didn't know?" Jiggle Jean he glared coldly at her. "Yes." Ryu Seohwa's radiant smile, and I smile met Jiggle Jean he's icy stare. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at that moment, Mujin, who was pulling a cart loaded with exercise equipment on his way back to Shaolin, suddenly coughed. Ugh, why do I feel a sudden chill? Had he caught a cold because he cooled off after sweating during a short break? Worry crept onto Mujin's face as he considered this. Mu Jiang, running alongside him, noticed Mujin's serious expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" "No. I'm not sick, just feeling a bit uneasy." "What's making you uneasy?" "I might lose muscle mass if I catch a cold." Mu Jiang looked at Mu Jin with a bizarre expression upon hearing his answer. A few days later, the Shaolin disciples safely returned to Songshan. Though their appearances were far from respectable, much like when they had arrived at Wudong Mountain, they were nevertheless safe. "We're back, Master." "Master, Uncle." Wen Mu Gung, covered in sweat and dust, offered a bow as the leader. Haidam nodded silently as usual and asked, "Did you gain anything from Wudong?" "It was very helpful, I believe. The saying goes that disciples resemble their masters." Just as Haidam had asked briefly, Mu Gung responded concisely. Through his 2 years of experience, he had learned that Haidam disliked lengthy, elaborate explanations. "Then, demonstrate what you have learned." Despite his exhaustion from pulling the cart, Mu Gung took his stance at Haidam's command and showcased the martial arts he had mastered. Bang! Mu Gung moved with minimal motion and simplicity. However, due to his large build and immense strength, even his simplest movements produced powerful shock waves. As he watched, a faint ripple appeared in Haidam's eyes. His mind has become much calmer. In Mu Gung's movements, all distractions had vanished. Through this journey to Wudong, Mu Gung was able to discard his doubts about himself. He had joined Shaolin with the ambition to become a renowned martial artist, but had felt inadequate witnessing the overwhelming talents of Mu Jin and Mu Jiang. No matter how much he reminded himself to follow his own path, deep down, the young man's heart, not even 20 years old, was always wavering. However, at Wudong, he gained a significant realization. It wasn't that he was lacking. It was that Mu Jin and Mu Jiang possessed extraordinary talents. Even in Wudong, renowned as the best sect under the heavens, their talents shone brilliantly. The only one who could compare to them at Wudong was Qing Shui, who was already famous throughout the Central Plains. Moreover, experiencing Wudong disciples admiring his robust muscles and asking him to teach them exercise further boosted his self-esteem. Of course, his path was different from the Wudong disciples. Their admiration was limited to his muscles, as they took great pride in their Wudong martial arts. But what did it matter? Shaolin's martial arts are not inferior to Wudong's. He, too, was a disciple of Shaolin, which possessed techniques no less formidable than those of Wudong. Spending time at Wudong, Mu Gung gained confidence that he was not weak. As he continued to train at Wudong and gained strength from pulling the cart, along with the internal energy from the Lesser Restoration pill he consumed before leaving, Mu Gung's movements became faster and stronger. Naturally, his movements generated wind as he executed his techniques, more powerful and swift than before his departure to Wudong. That will be enough. Watching this scene, Haidam, uncharacteristically, showed a slight smile and spoke. "You are finally ready to learn the Tathagata palm." Haidam realized it was time to teach Mu Gung the 72 consummate arts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He Geology, who had accompanied his disciple Mu Yul to Wudong, was deep in thought inside the pavilion. This trip to Wudong had been greatly beneficial for his disciple. Shaolin's 5 fists, which emulated animal movements, pursued naturalness, resembling Taoist principles more than Buddhist ones. Wudong's martial arts, truly embodying Taoist principles, contrasted with the Wasan sect, which pursued splendor, and the Jiancheng sect, which sought swift swordplay. Of course, the Wasin sect, striving for the essence of the flower among living beings in nature, inherently had Taoist colors in its martial arts. Jiamcheng sect also had martial arts inspired by nature, but seemed to antagonize natural objects, practicing sword techniques to pierce the sun or cut through light. In any case, this was why the exchange of martial arts with Wudong greatly benefited Mu Yul, especially since Mu Yul was currently mastering Crane Fist and Snake Fist, both of which emphasize softness. Additionally, the internal energy gained from the Lesser Restoration Pill before departing and the various training undertaken on the journey to and from Wudong had elevated Mu Yul's martial arts to a new level. Despite his disciples' clear advancement, Hegeology was deep in thought in the pavilion. Can I truly capture it? For a moment, he pondered this unknown worry. There's no point in worrying. It's better to take action during this time. Determining that action was better than worrying, Hegeology willingly sprang up from his seat. Hyuna, take good care of Mu Yul. I have somewhere to be. Yes, master. Leaving those words with Biob Hyun, his disciple and Mujin's master, Hegeology leapt away. And 5 days later, covered in dirt and dust, as if he had been training by pulling a cart again, Hegeology returned to Shaolin. This time, he brought along a peculiar pet. Gur, the fierce animal, growling savagely, quieted when Hegeology stroked its neck. Ah, isn't it cute, Mu Yul? He pointed at the now docile animal, laughing heartily at Mu Yul. Seeing such an animal for the first time, Mu Yul's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seeing this, Hegeology laughed heartily again and spoke. Mu Yul, it's finally time to learn the Panther Fist. The animal Hegeology had captured over 5 days. It was a leopard. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at the same time, have you returned, Master Uncle? Mu Jiang greeted Haiguan, who had returned to the secular world after a long time on a mission. Haiguan's return from the secular world meant he had eliminated a malicious demon. Outwardly, he appeared the same as usual, but having spent 2 years together, Mu Jiang knew. He knew that Haiguan's mood was not entirely cheerful right after returning from the secular world. Haiguan, noticing Mu Jiang's polite greeting, smirked. His face was flushed, and he held a liquor bottle, looking like a typical drunkard. Hee. Did you have a good trip to Wudong? Yes, Master Uncle. Well then, let's see how much you've improved. Understanding Haiguan's intentions, Mu Jiang did not hesitate and approached him. Pleased by his response, Haiguan thrust his left leg. The left leg flew at an unexpected angle and with strange speed. Swish! Mu Jiang smoothly dodged Haiguan's kick. In an instant, he demonstrated the martial arts he had learned through the exchange at Wudong. Ha! You've learned something interesting. While Haiguan laughed heartily, Mu Jiang took another step forward and launched a palm strike. Haiguan knew very well that this palm strike could transform into a fist technique, a finger technique, or the golden locking hand at any moment. So, Haiguan made a bold move. Instead of defending or evading, he folded his left leg, which Mu Jiang had dodged, and aimed his knee at Mu Jiang's head. Realizing this, Mu Jiang quickly withdrew his extended right palm and blocked the knee. The two disciples continued to exchange dozens of moves. Thud! As Haiguan increased his speed, he kicked Mu Jiang and spoke. My drunkenness is completely gone. Though he had been going easy, it meant that it was becoming difficult to spar while drinking. To have grown this much already. Hiding his satisfaction, Haiguan smirked. Well then, it's time to learn some real martial arts. Real martial arts? Mu Jiang, who had been pushed back by Haiguan's kick, tilted his head in curiosity. Haiguan had only pushed him with his foot, not kicked him with full force, so Mu Jiang was not seriously harmed. Instead of answering Mu Jiang's question directly, Haiguan threw away the liquor bottle he was holding in his right hand and took his stance. As he slowly punched the air, Haiguan recited phrases from the Buddhist scriptures with each punch. Matching his movements and words, a golden aura flowed from Haiguan's fists. After demonstrating a total of 24 movements, Haiguan adjusted his stance and spoke. This is one of the 72 consummate arts that this monk has mastered, the Vajra exorcising devil fist. Have you memorized all the forms and key points? Mu Jiang responded in a calm tone to Haiguan's casual display of the 72 consummate arts. I have memorized everything for now. Haiguan smiled with a peculiar expression. As expected, his disciple was a genius. Even Haiguan, considered one of the top experts in Shaolin, had not been this talented. In a long 10 years, or perhaps in just 5, he might no longer be able to teach his disciple. But that was a matter for the future. For now, it was still his time to instruct Mu Jiang. Well then, let's spar using the Vajra exorcising devil fist. What? I've only just memorized the forms and key points. That's enough. Martial arts are meant to be learned through real combat. Haiguan intended to teach Mu Jiang his way. Wait a moment. There is no wait a moment in real combat. As Mu Jiang cried out in panic, Haiguan's fist, glowing with a golden aura, had already closed in on him. How do I generate the fist energy? If you don't know, learn while getting hit. From Haiguan's pavilion, the sounds of wailing once again echoed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While the 3 members of Yunjibei were engrossed in learning new martial arts, Mu Jin was calmly assessing himself at Hyungwang's place. My strength and Jade Vajra technique are steadily improving. He had entered a temporary plateau in spring, but recently he felt he was growing again. Did the cart-pulling training help in its own way? People are often described as adaptable creatures. This saying applied to their mindset, but it was equally true for their bodies. The human body adapts to hardships. No matter how grueling the training, if one endures with determined shouts, they eventually grow accustomed to it. Of course, training to the point of injury was another matter entirely. The phrase, "what doesn't kill you makes you stronger," applied to the body as well. However, once the body adapted, growth would cease. The human body only grew to the level where it could endure the hardships. This was true for muscle training as well. Therefore, to build muscle, one had to not only change the weights, but also occasionally alter the exercise methods. From this perspective, the insane full-body exercise of pulling a cart, which he had never tried before, brought new changes to his muscles. From now on, I should try some unusual training during transitional periods. With the Jade Vajra technique preventing his body from breaking down, Mu Jin had built his strength to an almost reckless degree, surpassing even the strength he had in his prime as Choi Kang-hyuk. From this point on, it was uncharted territory for Mu Jin. Additionally, under the guidance of Yunhyo Jinren, he gained new insights into fighting techniques. Though a series of fortunate events had occurred, Mu Jin's expression was not entirely bright. For almost half a year now, there has been no progress with the body protection technique. He had managed to freely emit chi and encase his hands and feet with it like gloves and shoes around early spring. Since then, his growth had stagnated. Aiming to encase his entire body in chi, Mu Jin was far from achieving his goal. How could he emit chi further and maintain its desired shape? While pondering this, Mu Jin repeatedly emitted and retracted chi through his hands and feet. You seem to have many worries. Watching him, Hyungwang approached Mu Jin with a gentle smile. When you find yourself blocked in finding your own path, it is sometimes good to borrow the wisdom of the sages. The wisdom of the sages? Indeed. Your current goal is to emit chi from your fists and feet to reach further and maintain the shape you desire, correct? That's right, grandfather. There is a Shaolin technique that deeply considers sending chi further. At Hyungwang's words, Mu Jin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What technique is that? Instead of answering immediately, Hyungwang took his stance and slowly punched the air. At first, nothing seemed to happen near Hyungwang's fist. But then, crack! A branch on a tree dozens of yards away snapped. In Shaolin, we call this technique the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Demonstrating the technique, Hyungwang smiled gently.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.